Preface of Logick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logick by Isaac Watts. Logic, or the right use of reason in the inquiry after truth, with a variety of rules to guard against error in the affairs of religion and human life, as well as in the sciences. To Sir John Hartop, Bart. Sir, it is fit the public should receive through your hands what was written originally for the assistance of your younger studies, and was then presented to you. It was by the repeated importunities of our learned friend Mr. John Eames that I was persuaded to revise these rudiments of logic, and when I had once suffered myself to begin the work, I was drawn still onward, far beyond my first design, even to the neglect or too long delay of other pressing and important demands that were upon me. It has been my endeavour to form every part of this treatise, both for the instruction of students to open their way into the sciences, and for the more extensive and general service of mankind, that the gentleman and the Christian might find their account in the perusal as well as the scholar. I have therefore collected and proposed the chief principles and rules of right judgment in matters of common and sacred importance, and pointed out our most frequent mistakes and prejudices in the concerns of life and religion, that we might better guard against the springs of error, guilt, and sorrow which surround us in every state of mortality. You know, sir, the great design of this noble science is to rescue our reasoning powers from their unhappy slavery and darkness, and thus, with all due submission and deference, it offers an humble assistance to divine revelation. Its chief business is to relieve the natural weaknesses of the mind by some better efforts of nature. It is to diffuse a light over the understanding in our inquiries after truth, and not to furnish the tongue with debate and controversy. True logic is not that noisy thing that deals all in dispute and wrangling, to which former ages had debased and confined it, yet its disciples must acknowledge also that they are taught to vindicate and defend the truth, as well as to search it out. True logic doth not require a long detail of hard words to amuse mankind, and to puff up the mind with empty sounds and a pride of false learning. Yet some distinctions and terms of art are necessary to range every idea in its proper class, and to keep our thoughts from confusion. The world is now grown so wise as not to suffer this valuable art to be engrossed by the schools. In so polite and knowing an age, every man of reason will covet some acquaintance with logic, since it renders its daily service to wisdom and virtue, and to the affairs of common life as well as to the sciences. I will not presume, sir, that this little book is improved since its first composure in proportion to the improvements of your manly age. But when you shall please to review it in your retired hours, perhaps you may refresh your own memory in some of the early parts of learning. And if you find all the additional remarks and rules made so familiar to you already by your own observation, that there is nothing new among them, it will be no unpleasing reflection that you have so far anticipated the present zeal and labour of, Sir, your most faithful and obedient servant, I. Watts. London, August 24th, 1724. The Introduction and General Scheme. Logic is the art of using reason well in our inquiries after truth, and the communication of it to others. Reason is the glory of human nature, and one of the chief eminences whereby we are raised above our fellow creatures, the brutes, in this lower world. Reason, as to the power and principle of it, is the common gift of God to all men, though all are not favoured with it by nature in an equal degree, but the acquired improvement of it in different men makes a much greater distinction between them than nature has made. I could even venture to say that the improvement of reason hath raised the learned and the prudent in the European world almost as much above the Hottentots and other savages of Africa, as those savages are by nature superior to the birds, the beasts, and the fishes. Now the design of logic is to teach us the right use of our reason, or intellectual powers, and the improvement of them in ourselves and others. This is not only necessary in order to attain any competent knowledge in the sciences, or the other affairs of learning, but to govern both the greater and the meaner actions of life. It is the cultivation of our reason by which we are better enabled to distinguish good from evil, as well as truth from falsehood, and both these are matters of the highest importance, whether we regard this life or the life to come. The pursuit and acquisition of truth is of infinite concernment to mankind. Hereby we become acquainted with the nature of things both in heaven and earth, and their various relations to each other. It is by this means we discover our duty to God and our fellow creatures. By this we arrive at the knowledge of natural religion, and learn to confirm our faith in divine revelation, as well as to understand what is revealed. Our wisdom, prudence, and piety, our present conduct, and our future hope are all influenced by the use of our rational powers in the search after truth. There are several things that make it very necessary that our reason should have some assistance in the exercise or use of it. The first is the depth and difficulty of many truths, and the weakness of our reason to see far into things at once, and penetrate to the bottom of them. It was a saying among the ancients, veritas in poteo, truth lies in a well, and to carry on this metaphor we may very justly say that logic does, as it were, supply us with steps, whereby we may go down to reach the water, or it frames the links of a chain, whereby we may draw the water up from the bottom. Thus, by the means of many reasonings well connected together, philosophers in our age have drawn 1,000 truths out of the depths of darkness, which our fathers were utterly unacquainted with. Another thing that makes it necessary for our reason to have some assistance given it is the disguise and false colours in which many things appear to us in this present imperfect state. There are 1,000 things which are not in reality what they appear to be, and that both in the natural and the moral world. So the sun appears to be flat as a plate of silver, and to be less than 12 inches in diameter. The moon appears to be as big as the sun, and the rainbow appears to be a large substantial arch in the sky, all which are in reality gross falsehoods. So knavery puts on the face of justice, hypocrisy and superstition wear the vizard of piety, deceit and evil are often clothed in the shapes and appearances of truth and goodness. Now logic helps us to strip off the outward disguise of things, and to behold them and to judge of them in their own nature. There is yet a farther proof that our intellectual or rational powers need some assistance, and that is because they are so frail and fallible in the present state. We are imposed upon at home as well as abroad. We are deceived by our senses, by our imaginations, by our passions and appetites, by the authority of men, by education and custom, etc., and we are led into frequent errors by judging according to these false and flattering principles, rather than according to the nature of things. Something of this frailty is owing to our very constitution, man being compounded of flesh and spirit. Something of it arises from our infant state, and our growing up by small degrees to manhood, so that we form 1,000 judgments before our reason is mature. But there is still more of it owing to our original defection from God, and the foolish and evil dispositions that are found in fallen man. So that one great part of the design of logic is to guard us against the delusive influences of our meaner powers, to cure the mistakes of immature judgment, and to raise us in some measure from the ruins of our fall. It is evident enough from all these things that our reason needs the assistance of art in our inquiries after truth or duty, and without some skill and diligence in forming our judgments aright, we shall be led into frequent mistakes, both in matters of science and in matters of practice, and some of these mistakes may prove fatal too. The art of logic, even as it assists us to gain the knowledge of the sciences, leads us on towards virtue and happiness, for all our speculative acquaintance with things should be made subservient to our better conduct in the civil and the religious life. This is infinitely more valuable than all speculations, and a wise man will use them chiefly for this better purpose. All the good judgment and prudence that any man exerts in his common concerns of life, without the advantage of learning, is called natural logic, and it is but a higher advancement and a farther assistance of our rational powers that is designed by and expected from this artificial logic. In order to attain this, we must inquire what are the principal operations of the mind which are put forth in the exercise of our reason, and we shall find them to be these four, namely, perception, judgment, argumentation, and disposition. Now, the art of logic is composed of those observations and rules which men have made about these four operations of the mind, perception, judgment, reasoning, and disposition, in order to assist and improve them. 1. Perception, conception, or apprehension is the mere simple contemplation of things offered to our minds, without affirming or denying anything concerning them. So we conceive or think of a horse, a tree, high, swift, slow, animal, time, motion, matter, mind, life, death, etc. The form under which these things appear to the mind, or the result of our conception or apprehension, is called an idea. 2. Judgment is that operation of mind whereby we join two or more ideas together by one affirmation or negation, that is, we either affirm or deny this to be that, So this tree is high, that horse is not swift, the mind of man is a thinking being. Mere matter has no thought belonging to it. God is just, good men are often miserable in this world, a righteous governor will make a difference betwixt the evil and the good, which sentences are the effect of judgment, and are called propositions. 3. Argumentation or reasoning is that operation of the mind whereby we infer one thing, that is, one proposition, from two or more propositions premised, or it is the drawing a conclusion which before was either unknown or dark or doubtful from some propositions which are more known and evident. So when we have judged that matter cannot think, and that the mind of man doth think, we then infer and conclude that therefore the mind of man is not matter. So we judge that a just governor will make a difference between the evil and the good. So we judge also that God is a just governor, and from thence we conclude that God will make a difference between the evil and the good. This argumentation may be carried on farther. Thus God will one time or another make a difference between the good and the evil, but there is little or no difference made in this world. Therefore there must be another world wherein this difference shall be made. These inferences or conclusions are the effects of reasoning, and the three propositions taken altogether are called a syllogism or argument. 4. Disposition is that operation of the mind whereby we put the ideas, propositions, and arguments which we have formed concerning one subject into such an order as is fittest to gain the clearest knowledge of it, to retain it longest, and to explain it to others in the best manner. Or, in short, it is the ranging of our thoughts in such order as is best for our own and others' conception and memory. The effect of this operation is called method. This very description of the four operations of the mind and their effects in this order is an instance or example of method. Now, as the art of logic assists our conceptions, so it gives us a large and comprehensive view of the subjects we inquire into, as well as a clear and distinct knowledge of them. As it regulates our judgment and reasoning, so it secures us from mistakes, and gives us a true and certain knowledge of things, and as it furnishes us with method, so it makes our knowledge of things both easy and regular, and guards our thoughts from confusion. Logic is divided into four parts according to these four operations of the mind which it directs, and therefore we shall treat of it in this order. End of Preface. Section 1 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the nature of ideas. The first part, of perception and ideas, the first part of logic contains observations and precepts about the first operation of the mind, perception or conception, and since all our knowledge, how wide and large soever it grows, is founded upon our conceptions and ideas, here we shall consider 1. The general nature of them, 2. The objects of our conception, or the archetypes or patterns of these ideas, 3. The several divisions of them, 4. The words and terms whereby our ideas are expressed, 5. General directions about our ideas, 6. Special rules to direct our conceptions. Chapter 1 of the nature of ideas. First, the nature of conception or perception. Footnote. Note the word conception and perception are often used promiscuously, as I have done here, because I would not embarrass a learner with too many distinctions, but if I were to distinguish them, I would say perception is the consciousness of an object when present, conception is the forming an idea of the object, whether present or absent. End footnote. Shall just be mentioned, though this may seem to belong to another science rather than logic. Perception is that act of the mind, or as some philosophers call it, rather a passion or impression, whereby the mind becomes conscious of anything, as when I feel hunger, thirst, or cold, or heat, when I see a horse, a tree, or a man, when I hear a human voice or thunder, I am conscious of these things, and this is called perception. If I study, meditate, wish, or fear, I am conscious of these inward acts also, and my mind perceives its own thoughts, wishes, fears, etc. An idea is generally defined a representation of a thing in the mind. It is a representation of something that we have seen, felt, heard, etc., or been conscious of. That notion or form of a horse, a tree, or a man, which is in the mind, is called the idea of a horse, a tree, or a man. That notion of hunger, cold, sound, colour, thought, or wish or fear, which is in the mind, is called the idea of hunger, cold, sound, wish, etc. It is not the outward object or thing which is perceived, namely the horse, the man, etc., nor is it the very perception or sense and feeling, namely of hunger or cold, etc., which is called the idea, but it is the thing as it exists in the mind by way of conception or representation that is properly called the idea, whether the object be present or absent. As a horse, a man, a tree, are the outward objects of our perception and the outward archetypes or patterns of our ideas, so our own sensations of hunger, cold, etc. are also inward archetypes or patterns of our ideas, but the notions or pictures of these things, as they are considered or conceived in the mind, are precisely the ideas that we have to do with in logic. To see a horse or to feel cold is one thing, to think of and converse about a man, a horse, hunger, or cold is another. Among all these ideas, such as represent bodies, are generally called images, especially if the idea of shape be included. Those inward representations which we have of spirit, thought, love, hatred, cause, effect, etc., are more pure and mental ideas belonging more especially to the mind, and carry nothing of shape or sense in them. But I shall have occasion to speak more particularly of the original and distinction of ideas in the 3rd chapter. I proceed therefore now to consider the objects of our ideas. End of section 1. Section 2 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the objects of perception. Chapter 2 of the objects of perception, section 1 of being in general. The object of perception is that which is represented in the idea, that which is the archetype or pattern according to which the idea is formed, and thus judgments, propositions, reasons, and long discourses may all become the objects of perception, but in this place we speak chiefly of the first and more simple objects of it, before they are joined and formed into propositions and discourses. Every object of our idea is called a theme, whether it be a being or not being, for not being may be proposed to our thoughts as well as that which has a real being. But let us first treat of beings, and that in the largest extent of the word. A being is considered as possible or as actual. When it is considered as possible, it is said to have an essence or nature, such were all things before their creation. When it is considered as actual, then it is said to have existence also. Such are all things which are created, and God himself the Creator. Essence, therefore, is but the very nature of any being, whether it be actually existing or no. A rose in winter has an essence, in summer it has existence also. Note, there is but one being which includes existence in the very essence of it, and that is God, who therefore actually exists by natural and eternal necessity. But the actual existence of every creature is very distinct from its essence, for it may be or may not be as God pleases. Again, every being is considered either as subsisting in and by itself, and then it is called a substance, or it subsists in and by another, and then it is called a mode or manner of being. Though few writers allow mode to be called a being in the same perfect sense as a substance is, and some modes have evidently more of real entity or being than others, as will appear when we come to treat of them. These things will furnish us with matter for larger discourse in the following sections. Section 2 of substances and their various kinds. A substance is a being which can subsist by itself without dependence upon any other created being. The notion of subsisting by itself gives occasion to logicians to call it a substance. So a horse, a house, wood, stone, water, fire, a spirit, a body, an angel are called substances because they depend on nothing but God for their existence. It has been usual also in the description of substance to add, it is that which is the subject of modes or accidents. A body is the substance or subject, its shape is the mode. But lest we be led into mistakes, let us here take notice that when a substance is said to subsist without dependence upon another created being, all that we mean is that it cannot be annihilated or utterly destroyed and reduced to nothing by any power inferior to that of our Creator, though its present particular form, nature, and properties may be altered and destroyed by many inferior causes. A horse may die and turn to dust, wood may be turned into fire, smoke, and ashes, a house into rubbish, and water into ice or vapour. But the substance or matter of which they are made still remains, though the forms and shapes of it are altered. A body may cease to be a house or a horse, but it is a body still, and in this sense it depends only upon God for its existence. Among substances, some are thinking or conscious beings, or have a power of thought, such as the mind of man, God, angels. Some are extended and solid or impenetrable, that is, they have dimensions of length, breadth, and depth, and have also a power of resistance, or exclude everything of the same kind from being in the same place. This is the proper character of matter or body. As for the idea of space, whether it be void or full, that is, a vacuum or a plenum, whether it be interspersed among all bodies, or may be supposed to reach beyond the bounds of the creation, it is an argument too long and too hard to be disputed in this place, what the nature of it is. It has been much debated whether it be a real substance or a mere conception of the mind, whether it be the immensity of the divine nature or the mere order of coexistent beings, whether it be the manner of our conception of the distances of bodies or a mere nothing. Therefore I drop the mention of it here and refer the reader to the first essay among the philosophical essays by I.W., published 1733. Now, if we seclude space out of our consideration, there will remain but two sorts of substances in the world, that is, matter and mind, or, as we otherwise call them, body and spirit. At least we have no ideas of any other substance but these. Among substances, some are called simple, some are compound, whether the words be taken in a philosophical or a vulgar sense. Simple substances, in a philosophical sense, are either spirits, which have no manner of composition in them, and in this sense God is called a simple being, or they are the first principles of bodies, which are usually called elements, of which all other bodies are compounded. Elements are such substances as cannot be resolved or reduced into two or more substances of different kinds. The various sects of philosophers have attributed the honour of this name to various things. The Peripatetics, or followers of Aristotle, made fire, air, earth, and water to be the four elements of which all earthly things were compounded, and they suppose the heavens to be a quintessence or fifth sort of body distinct from all these. But since experimental philosophy and mathematics have been better understood, this doctrine has been abundantly refuted. The chemists make spirit, salt, sulphur, water, and earth to be their five elements because they can reduce all terrestrial things to these five. This seems to come nearer the truth, though they are not all agreed in this enumeration of elements. In short, our modern philosophers generally suppose matter, or body, to be one simple principle or solid extension, which, being diversified by its various shapes, quantities, motions, and situations, makes all the varieties that are found in the universe, and therefore they make little use of the word element. Compound substances are made up of two or more simple substances, so everything in this whole material creation that can be reduced by the art of man into two or more different principles or substances is a compound body in the philosophical sense. But if we take the words simple and compound in a vulgar sense, then are all those simple substances which are generally esteemed uniform in their natures. So every herb is called a simple, and every metal and mineral, though the chemist perhaps may find all his several elements in each of them. So a needle is a simple body, being only made of steel, but a sword or a knife is a compound, because its haft or handle is made of materials different from the blade. So the bark of Peru or the juice of sorrel is a simple medicine, but when the apothecary's art has mingled several simples together, it becomes a compound, as Diascordium or Mithridate. The terms of pure and mixed when applied to bodies are much akin to simple and compound. So a guinea is pure gold, if it has nothing but gold in it without any alloy or baser metal, but if any other material or metal be mingled with it, it is called a mixed substance or body. Substances are also divided into animate and inanimate. Animated substances are either animal or vegetable. Some of the animated substances have various organical or instrumental parts fitted for a variety of motions from place to place, and a spring of life within themselves, as beasts, birds, fishes, and insects. These are called animals. Other animated substances are called vegetables, which have within themselves the principles of another sort of life and growth, and of various productions of leaves, flowers, and fruit, such as we see in plants, herbs, and trees. There are other substances which are called inanimate, because they have no sort of life in them, as earth, stone, air, water, etc. There is also one sort of substance or being which is compounded of body and mind, or a rational spirit united to an animal. Such is mankind. Angels or other beings of the spiritual and invisible world, who have assumed visible shapes for a season, can hardly be reckoned among this order of compounded beings, because they drop their bodies and divest themselves of those visible shapes when their particular message is performed, and thereby show that these bodies do not belong to their natures. Section 3 of modes in their various kind, and first of essential and accidental modes. The next sort of objects which are represented in our ideas are called modes or manners of being. A mode is that which cannot subsist in and of itself, but is always esteemed as belonging to and subsisting by the help of some substance, which for that reason is called its subject. A mode must depend on that substance for its very existence and being, and that not as a being depends on its cause, for so substances themselves depend on God their Creator, but the very being of a mode depends on some substance for its subject, in which it is or to which it belongs. So motion, shape, quantity, weight are modes of body. Knowledge, wit, folly, love, doubting, judging are modes of the mind, for the one cannot subsist without body, and the other cannot subsist without mind. Modes have their several divisions as well as substances. First, modes are either essential or accidental. An essential mode or attribute is that which belongs to the very nature or essence of the subject wherein it is, and the subject can never have the same nature without it, such as roundness in a bowl, hardness in a stone, softness in water, vital motion in an animal, solidity in matter, thinking in a spirit. For though that piece of wood which is now a bowl may be made square, yet if roundness be taken away, it is no longer a bowl. So that very flesh and bones which is now an animal may be without life or inward motion, but if all motion be entirely gone, it is no longer an animal but a carcass. So if a body of matter be divested of solidity, it is a mere void space or nothing. And if spirit be entirely without thinking, I have no idea of anything that is left in it. Therefore, so far as I am able to judge, consciousness must be its essential attribute. Thus all the perfections of God are called his attributes, for he cannot be without them. An essential mode is either primary or secondary. A primary essential mode is the first or chief thing that constitutes any being in its particular essence or nature, and makes it to be that which it is, and distinguishes it from all other beings. This is called the difference in the definition of things, of which hereafter. So roundness is the primary essential mode, or the difference of a bowl. The meeting of two lines is the primary essential mode, or the difference of an angle. The perpendicularity of these lines to each other is the difference of a right angle. Solid extension is the primary attribute or difference of matter. Consciousness, or at least a power of thinking, is the difference or primary attribute of a spirit, and to fear and love God is the primary attribute of a pious man. A secondary essential mode is any other attribute of a thing which is not of primary consideration. This is called a property. Sometimes, indeed, it goes towards making up the essence, especially of a complex being, so far as we are acquainted with it. Sometimes it depends upon and follows from the essence of it. So volubility, or aptness to roll, is the property of a bowl, and is derived from its roundness. Mobility and figure, or shape, are properties of matter, and it is the property of a pious man to love his neighbour. An accidental mode or an accident is such a mode as is not necessary to the being of a thing, for the subject may be without it and yet remain of the same nature that it was before, or it is that mode which may be separated or abolished from its subject. So smoothness or roughness, blackness or whiteness, motion or rest are the accidents of a bowl, for these may be all changed, and yet the body remain a bowl still. Learning, justice, folly, sickness, health are the accidents of a man. Motion, squareness, or any particular shape or size are the accidents of body. Yet shape and size in general are essential modes of it, for a body must have some size and shape, nor can it be without them. So hope, fear, wishing, assenting, and doubting are accidents of the mind, though thinking in general seems to be essential to it. Here observe that the name of accident has been oftentimes given to the old peripatetic philosophers to all modes, whether essential or accidental, but the moderns confine this word accident to the sense in which I have described it. Here it should be noted also that, though the word property be limited sometimes in logical treatises to the secondary essential mode, yet it is used in common language to signify these four sorts of modes, of which some are essential and some are accidental. 1. Such as belong to every subject of that kind, but not only to those subjects. So yellow colour and ductility are properties of gold. They belong to all gold, but not only to gold, for saffron is also yellow, and lead is ductile. 2. Such as belong only to one kind of subject, but not to every subject of that kind. So learning, reading, and writing are properties of human nature. They belong only to man, but not to all men. 3. such as belong to every subject of one kind, and only to them, but not always. So speech and language is a property of man, for it belongs to all men, and to men only, but men are not always speaking. 4. Such as belong to every subject of one kind, and to them only and always. So shape and divisibility are properties of body, so omniscience and omnipotence are properties of the divine nature, for in this sense properties and attributes are the same, and except in logical treatises there are scarce any distinctions made between them. These are called propria quarto modo in the schools, or properties of the fourth sort. Note, where there is any one property or essential attribute, so superior to the rest that it appears plain that all the rest are derived from it, and such as is sufficient to give a full distinction of that subject from all other subjects, this attribute or property is called the essential difference, as is before declared, and we commonly say the essence of the thing consists in it. So the essence of matter in general seems to consist in solidity or solid extension, but for the most part we are so much at a loss in finding out the intimate essence of particular natural bodies that we are forced to distinguish the essential difference of most things by a combination of properties. So a sparrow is a bird which has coloured feathers and such a particular size, shape, and motion. So wormwood is a herb which has such a leaf of such a colour, and shape, and taste, and such a root and stalk. So beasts and fishes, minerals, metals, and works of art sometimes, as well as of nature, are distinguished by such a collection of properties. Section 4. The further divisions of mode. 2nd. The second division of modes is in absolute and relative. An absolute mode is that which belongs to its subject without respect to any other beings whatsoever, but a relative mode is derived from the regard that one being has to others. So roundness and smoothness are the absolute modes of a bowl, for if there were nothing else existing in the whole creation, a bowl might be round and smooth, but greatness and smallness are relative modes, for the very ideas of them are derived merely from the comparison of one being with others. A bowl of 4 inches diameter is very great compared with one of 1.5 inches, but it is very small in comparison of another bowl whose diameter is 18 or 20 inches. Motion is the absolute mode of a body, but swiftness or slowness are relative ideas, for the motion of a bowl on a bowling green is swift when compared with a snail, and it is slow when compared with a cannon bullet. These relative modes are largely treated of by some logical and metaphysical writers under the name of relation, and these relations themselves are farther subdivided into such as arise from the nature of things, and such as arise merely from the operation of our minds. One sort are called real relations, the other mental. So the likeness of one egg to another is a real relation because it arises from the real nature of things, for whether there was any man or mind to conceive it or no, one egg would be like another. But when we consider an egg as a noun substantive in grammar, or as signified by the letters egg, these are mere mental relations and derive their very nature from the mind of man. These sorts of relations are called by the schools enteraciones, or second notions, which have no real being, but depend entirely on the operation of the mind. 3rd. The third division of mode shows us they are either intrinsical or extrinsical. Intrinsical modes are conceived to be in the subject or substance, as when we say a globe is round, swift or rolling, or at rest. Or when we say a man is tall or learned, these are intrinsic modes. But extrinsic modes are such as arise from something that is not in the subject or substance itself, but it is the manner of being, which some substances attain by reason of something that is external or foreign to the subject, as this globe lies within 2 yards of the wall, or this man is beloved or hated. Note, such sort of modes as this last example are called external denominations. 4th. There is a 4th division much akin to this, whereby modes are said to be inherent or adherent, that is, proper or improper. Adherent or improper modes arise from the joining of some accidental substance to the chief subject, which yet may be separated from it. So when a bowl is wet or a boy is clothed, these are adherent modes, for the water and the clothes are distinct substances which adhere to the bowl or to the boy. But when we say the bowl is swift or round, when we say the boy is strong or witty, these are proper or inherent modes, for they have a sort of in-being in the substance itself, and do not arise from the addition of any other substance to it. 5th. Action and passions are modes or manners which belong to substances, and should not entirely be omitted here. When a smith with a hammer strikes a piece of iron, the hammer and the smith are both agents, or subjects of action. The one is the prime or supreme, the other the subordinate. The iron is the patient or the subject of passion in a philosophical sense, because it receives the operation of the agent, though this sense of the words passion and patient differs much from the vulgar meaning of them. Sixth, the sixth division of modes may be into physical, i.e. natural, civil, moral, and supernatural. So when we consider the Apostle Paul, who was a little man, a Roman by the privilege of his birth, a man of virtue or honesty, and an inspired apostle, his low stature is a physical mode, his being a Roman is a civil privilege, his honesty is a moral consideration, and his being inspired is supernatural. Seventh, modes belong either to body or to spirit or to both. Modes of body belong only to matter or to corporeal beings, and these are shape, size, situation or place, etc. Modes of spirit belong only to minds, such are knowledge, assent, dissent, doubting, reasoning, etc. Modes which belong to both have been sometimes called mixed modes or human modes, for these are only found in human nature, which is compounded both of body and spirit, such are sensation, imagination, passion, etc., in all which there is a concurrence of the operations both of mind and body, that is, of animal and intellectual nature. But the modes of body may be yet farther distinguished. Some of them are primary modes or qualities, for they belong to bodies considered in themselves, whether there were any man to take notice of them or no. Such are those before mentioned, namely shape, size, situation, etc. Secondary qualities or modes are such ideas as we ascribe to bodies on account of the various impressions which are made on the senses of men by them, and these are called sensible qualities, which are very numerous. Such are all colours, as red, green, blue, etc. Such are all sounds, as sharp, shrill, loud, hoarse. All tastes, as sweet, bitter, sour. All smells, whether pleasant, offensive, or indifferent, and all tactile qualities, or such as affect the touch or feeling, namely heat, cold, etc. These are probably called secondary qualities, for though we are ready to conceive them as existing in the very bodies themselves which affect our senses, yet true philosophy has most undeniably proved that all these are really various ideas or perceptions excited in human nature by the different impressions that bodies make upon our senses by their primary modes, that is, by means of the different shape, size, motion, and position of those little invisible parts that compose them. Thence it follows that a secondary quality, considered as in the bodies themselves, is nothing else but a power or aptitude to produce such sensations in us. See Locke's Essay of the Understanding, Book 2, Chapter 8. Eighth, I might add, in the last place, that as modes belong to substances, so there are some also that are but modes of other modes, for though they subsist in and by the substance as the original subject of them, yet they are properly and directly attributed to some mode of that substance. Motion is the mode of a body, but the swiftness or slowness of it, or its direction to the north or south, are but modes of motion. Walking is the mode or manner of a man or of a beast, but walking gracefully implies a manner or mode superadded to that action. All comparative and superlative degrees of any quality are the modes of a mode, as swifter implies a greater measure of swiftness. It would be too tedious here to run through all the modes, accidents, and relations at large that belong to various beings, and are copiously treated of in general in the science called metaphysics, or more properly ontology. They are also treated of in particular in those sciences which have assumed them severally as their proper subjects. Section 5 of the 10 categories of substance modified. We have thus given an account of the two chief objects of our ideas, namely substances and modes, and their various kinds. In these last sections we have briefly comprised the greatest part of what is necessary in the famous 10 ranks of being, called the 10 predicaments or categories of Aristotle, on which there are endless volumes of discourses formed by several of his followers. But that the reader may not utterly be ignorant of them, let him know the names are these: substance, quantity, quality, relation, action, passion, where, when, situation, and clothing. It would be mere loss of time to show how loose, how injudicious, and even ridiculous is this tenfold division of things, and whatsoever farther relates to them, and which may tend to improve useful knowledge, should be sought in ontology and in other sciences. Besides substance and mode, some of the moderns would have us consider the substance modified as a distinct object of our ideas, but I think there is nothing more that need be said on this subject than this, namely, there is some difference between a substance when it is considered with all its modes about it, or clothed in all its manners of existence, and when it is distinguished from them, and considered naked without them. Section 6 of non-being. As being is divided into substance and mode, so we may consider not being with regard to both of these. First, not being is considered as excluding all substance, and then all modes are also necessarily excluded, and this we call pure nihility, or mere nothing. This nothing is taken either in a vulgar or in a philosophical sense, so we say there is nothing in the cup in a vulgar sense when we mean there is no liquor in it, but we cannot say there is nothing in the cup in a strict philosophical sense where there is air in it, and perhaps 1,000,000 of rays of light are there. Second, not being, as it has relation to modes or manners of being, may be considered either as a mere negation or as a privation. A negation is the absence of that which does not naturally belong to the thing we are speaking of, or which has no right, obligation, or necessity to be present with it, as when we say a stone is inanimate, or blind, or deaf, that is, it has no life, nor sight, nor hearing, nor when we say a carpenter or a fisherman is unlearned. These are mere negations, but a privation is the absence of what does naturally belong to the thing we are speaking of, or which ought to be present with it, as when a man or a horse is deaf, or blind, or dead, or if a physician or a divine be unlearned. These are called privations. So the sinfulness of any human action is said to be a privation, for sin is that want of conformity to the law of God which ought to be found in every action of man. Note, there are some writers who make all sorts of relative modes or relations, as well as all external denominations, to be mere creatures of the mind, and entia rationes, and then they rank them also under the general head of not beings. But it is my opinion that whatsoever may be determined concerning mere mental relations and external denominations, which seem to have something less of entity or being in them, yet there are many real relations which ought not to be reduced to so low a class, such as the situation of bodies, their mutual distances, their particular proportions and measures, the notions of fatherhood, brotherhood, sonship, etc., all which are relative ideas. The very essence of virtue or holiness consists in the conformity of our actions to the rule of right reason or the law of God. The nature and essence of sincerity is the conformity of our words and actions to our thoughts, all which are but mere relations, and I think we must not reduce such positive beings as piety and virtue and truth to the rank of non-entities which have nothing real in them, though sin, or rather the sinfulness of an action, may be properly called a not-being, for it is a want of piety and virtue. This is the most usual and perhaps the justest way of representing these matters. End of chapter 2. Section 3 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the several sorts of perceptions or ideas. Chapter 2 of the several sorts of perceptions or ideas. Ideas may be divided with regard to their original, their nature, their objects, and their qualities. Section 1 of sensible, spiritual, and abstracted ideas. There has been a great controversy about the origin of ideas, namely whether any of our ideas are innate or no, that is, born with us, and naturally belonging to our minds. Mr. Locke utterly denies it, others as positively affirm it. Now, though this controversy may be comprised by allowing that there is a sense wherein our first ideas of some things may be said to be innate, as I have shown in some remarks on Mr. Locke's essay, which have lain long by me, yet it does not belong to this place and business to have that point debated at large, nor will it hinder our pursuit of the present work to pass over it in silence. There is sufficient ground to say that all our ideas, with regard to their original, may be divided into three sorts, namely sensible, spiritual, and abstracted ideas. First, sensible or corporeal ideas are derived originally from our senses and from the communication which the soul has with the animal body in this present state. Such are the notions we frame of all colors, sounds, tastes, figures, or shapes and motions, for our senses, being conversant with particular sensible objects, become the occasions of several distinct perceptions in the mind, and thus we come by the ideas of yellow, white, heat, cold, soft, hard, bitter, sweet, and all those which we call sensible qualities. all the ideas which we have of body, and the several modes and properties that belong to it, seem to be derived from sensation. And howsoever these may be treasured up in the memory, and by the work of fancy may be increased, diminished, compounded, divided, and diversified, which we are ready to call our invention, yet they all derive their first nature and being from something that has been let into our minds by one or other of our senses. If I think of a golden mountain or a sea of liquid fire, yet the single ideas of sea, fire, mountain, and gold came into my thoughts at first by a sensation. The mind has only compounded them. Second, spiritual. Footnote, here the word spiritual is used in a mere natural and not in a religious sense. End footnote. Or intellectual ideas are those which we gain by reflecting on the nature and actions of our own souls, and turning our thoughts within ourselves, and observing what is transacted in our own minds. Such are the ideas we have of thought, assent, dissent, judging, reason, knowledge, understanding, will, love, fear, hope. By sensation the soul contemplates things, as it were, out of itself, and gains corporeal representations or sensible ideas. By reflection the soul contemplates itself and things within itself, and by this means it gains spiritual ideas or representations of things intellectual. Here it may be noted, though the first original of these two sorts of ideas, namely sensible and spiritual, may be entirely owing to these two principles, sensation and reflection, yet the recollection and fresh excitation of them may be owing to 1,000 other occasions and occurrences of life. We could never inform a man who is born blind or deaf what we mean by the words yellow, blue, red, or by the words loud or shrill, nor convey any just ideas of these things to his mind by all the powers of language, unless he has experienced those sensations of sound and colour, nor could we ever gain the ideas of thought, judgment, reason, doubting, hoping, etc., by all the words that man could invent, without turning our thoughts inward upon the actions of our own souls. Yet when once we have attained these ideas by sensation and reflection, they may be excited afresh by the use of names, words, signs, or by anything else that has been connected with them in our thoughts, for when two or more ideas have been associated together, whether it be by custom or accident or design, the one presently brings the other to mind. Third, besides these two which we have named, there is a third sort of ideas which are commonly called abstracted ideas, because though the original ground or occasion of them may be sensation or reflection or both, yet these ideas are framed by another act of the mind, which we usually call abstraction. Now the word abstraction signifies a withdrawing some parts of an idea from other parts of it, by which means such abstracted ideas are formed as neither represent anything corporeal or spiritual, that is, anything peculiar or proper to mind or body. Now these are of two kinds. Some of these abstracted ideas are the most absolute, general, and universal conceptions of things considered in themselves, without respect to others, such as entity or being and not being, essence, existence, act, power, substance, mode, accident, etc. The other sort of abstracted ideas is relative, as when we compare several things together and consider merely the relations of one thing to another, entirely dropping the subjects of those relations, whether they be corporeal or spiritual. Such are our ideas of cause, effect, likeness, unlikeness, subject, object, identity or sameness, and contrariety, order, and other things which are treated of in ontology. Most of the terms of art in several sciences may be ranked under this head of abstracted ideas, as noun, pronoun, verb, in grammar, and the several particles of speech, as wherefore, therefore, when, how, although, howsoever, etc., so connections, transitions, similitudes, tropes, and their various forms in rhetoric. These abstracted ideas, whether absolute or relative, cannot so properly be said to derive their immediate, complete, and distinct original either from sensation or reflection. First, because the nature and the actions both of body and spirit give us occasion to frame exactly the same ideas of essence, mode, cause, effect, likeness, contrariety, etc. Therefore these cannot be called either sensible or spiritual ideas, for they are not exact representations either of the peculiar qualities or actions of spirit or body, but seem to be a distinct kind of idea framed in the mind to represent our most general conceptions of things, or their relations to one another, without any regard to their natures, whether they be corporeal or spiritual. And second, the same general ideas of cause and effect, likeness, etc., may be transferred to 1,000 other kinds of being, whether bodily or spiritual, besides those from whence we first derived them. Even those abstracted ideas which might be first occasioned by bodies may be as properly afterwards attributed to spirits. Now, though Mr. Locke supposes sensation and reflection to be the two only springs of all ideas, and that these two are sufficient to furnish our minds with all that rich variety of ideas which we have, yet abstraction is certainly a different act of the mind, whence these abstracted ideas have their original, though perhaps sensation or reflection may furnish us with all the first objects and occasions whence these abstracted objects are excited and derived. Nor in this sense and view of things can I think Mr. Locke himself would deny my representation of the original of abstracted ideas, nor forbid them to stand for a distinct species. Note, though we have divided ideas in this chapter into three sorts, namely sensible, spiritual, and abstracted, yet it may not be amiss just to take notice here that as man may be called a compound substance, being made up of body and mind, and the modes which arise from this composition are called mixed modes, such as sensation, passion, discourse, etc., so the ideas of this substance or being called man, and of these mixed modes, may be called mixed ideas, for they are not properly and strictly spiritual, sensible, or abstracted. See a much larger account of every part of this chapter in the Philosophical Essays by I.W., Essay 3, 4, etc. Section 2 of Simple and Complex, Compound and Collective Ideas. Ideas considered in their nature are either simple or complex. A simple idea is one uniform idea which cannot be divided or distinguished by the mind of man into two or more ideas. Such are a multitude of our sensations, as the idea of sweet, bitter, cold, heat, white, red, blue, hard, soft, motion, rest, and perhaps extension and duration. Such are also many of our spiritual ideas, such as thought, wish, will, knowledge, etc. A complex idea is made by joining two or more simple ideas together, as a square, a triangle, a cube, a pen, a table, reading, writing, truth, falsehood, a body, a man, a horse, an angel, a heavy body, a swift horse, etc. Everything that can be divided by the mind into two or more ideas is called complex. Complex ideas are often considered as single and distinct beings, though they may be made up of several simple ideas, so a body, a spirit, a house, a tree, a flower. But when several of these ideas of a different kind are joined together, which want to be considered as distinct single beings, this is called a compounded idea, whether these united ideas be simple or complex. So a man is compounded of body and spirit, so mithridate is a compound medicine because it is made of many different ingredients. This I have shown under the Doctrine of Substances. And modes also may be compounded. Harmony is a compound idea made up of different sounds united, so several different virtues must be united to make up the compounded idea or character, either of a hero or a saint. But when many ideas of the same kind are joined together and united in one name or under one view, it is called a collective idea. So an army or a parliament is a collection of men, a dictionary or nomenclatura is a collection of words, a flock is a collection of sheep, a forest or grove a collection of trees, a heap is a collection of sand or corn or dust, etc. A city is a collection of houses, a nosegay is a collection of flowers, a month or a year is a collection of days, and 1,000 is a collection of units. The precise difference between a compound and collective idea is this, that a compound idea unites things of a different kind, but a collective idea things of the same kind. Though this distinction in some cases is not accurately observed, and custom oftentimes uses the word compound for collective. Section 3 of Universal and Particular Ideas, Real and Imaginary. Ideas, according to their objects, may first be divided into particular or universal. A particular idea is that which represents one thing only. Sometimes the one thing is represented in a loose and indeterminate manner, as when we say, some man, any man, one man, another man, some horse, any horse, one city or another, which is called by the schools individuum vagum. Sometimes the particular idea represents one thing in a determinate manner, and then it is called a singular idea, such as Bucephalus, or Alexander's horse, Cicero the orator, Peter the apostle, the palace of Versailles, this book, that river, the New Forest, or the city of London. That idea which represents one particular determinate thing to me is called a singular idea, whether it be simple or complex or compound. The object of any particular idea, as well as the idea itself, is sometimes called an individual. So Peter is an individual man, London is an individual city. So this book, one horse, another horse, are all individuals, though the word individual is more usually limited to one singular, certain and determined object. An universal idea is that which represents a common nature agreeing to several particular things. So a horse, a man, or a book are called universal ideas because they agree to all horses, men, or books. And I think it not amiss to intimate in this place that these universal ideas are formed by that act of the mind which is called abstraction, that is, a withdrawing some part of an idea from other parts of it. For when singular ideas are first let into the mind by sensation or reflection, then, in order to make them universal, we leave out or drop all those peculiar and determinate characters, qualities, modes, or circumstances which belong merely to any particular individual being, and by which it differs from other beings, and we only contemplate those properties of it wherein it agrees with other beings. Though it must be confessed that the name of abstracted ideas is sometimes attributed to universal ideas, both sensible or spiritual, yet this abstraction is not so great, as when we drop out of our idea every sensible or spiritual representation, and retain nothing but the most general and absolute conceptions of things, or their mere relations to one another, without any regard to their particular natures, whether they be sensible or spiritual. And it is to this kind of conceptions we more properly give the name of abstracted ideas, as in the first section of this chapter. An universal idea is either general or special. A general idea is called by the schools a genus, and it is one common nature agreeing to several other common natures. So animal is a genus because it agrees to horse, lion, whale, butterfly, which are also common ideas. So fish is a genus because it agrees to trout, herring, crab, which are common natures also. A special idea is called by the schools a species. It is one common nature that agrees to several singular individual beings. So horse is a special idea, or a species, because it agrees to Bucephalus, trot, and snowball. City is a special idea, for it agrees to London, Paris, Bristol. Note 1. Some of these universals are genuses if compared with less common natures, and they are species if compared with natures more common. So bird is a genus if compared with eagle, sparrow, raven, which are also common natures, but it is a species if compared with the more general nature, animal. The same may be said of fish, beast, etc. This sort of universal ideas, which may either be considered as a genus or a species, is called subaltern, but the highest genus, which is never a species, is called the most general, and the lowest species, which is never a genus, is called the most special. It may be observed here also that general nature or property wherein one thing agrees with most other things is called its more remote genus. So substance is the remote genus of bird or beast because it agrees not only to all kinds of animals but also to things inanimate, as sun, stars, clouds, metals, stones, air, water, etc. But animal is the proximate or nearest genus of bird because it agrees to fewest other things. Those general natures which stand between the nearest and most remote are called intermediate. Note 2. In universal ideas it is proper to consider their comprehension and their extension. Footnote. Note the word extension here is taken in a mere logical sense and not in a physical and mathematical sense. End footnote. The comprehension of an idea regards all the essential modes and properties of it, so body in its comprehension takes in solidity, figure, quantity, mobility, etc. So a bowl in its comprehension includes roundness, volubility, etc. The extension of an universal idea regards all the particular kinds and single beings that are contained under it. So a body in its extension includes sun, moon, star, wood, iron, plant, animal, etc., which are several species or individuals under the general name of body. So a bowl in its extension includes a wooden bowl, a brass bowl, a white and black bowl, a heavy bowl, etc., and all kinds of bowl, together with all the particular individual bowls in the world. Note, the comprehension of an idea is sometimes taken in so large a sense as not only to include the essential attributes, but all the properties, modes, and relations whatsoever that belong to any being, as will appear chapter 6. This account of genus and species is part of that famous doctrine of universals which is taught in the schools, with diverse other formalities belonging to it, for it is in this place that they introduce difference, which is the primary essential mode, and property, or the secondary essential mode, and accident, or the accidental mode, and these they call the five predicables, because everything that is affirmed concerning any being must be either the genus, the species, the difference, some property, or some accident. But what farther is necessary to be said concerning these things will be mentioned when we have treated of definition. Having finished the doctrine of universal and particular ideas, I should take notice of another division of them, which also hath respect to their objects, and that is, they are either real or imaginary. Real ideas are such as have a just foundation in nature, and have real objects or exemplars, which did or do or may actually exist according to the present state and nature of things. Such are all of our ideas of long, broad, swift, slow, wood, iron, men, horses, thoughts, spirits, a cruel master, a proud beggar, a man 7 feet high. Imaginary ideas, which are also called fantastical or chimerical, are such as are made by enlarging, diminishing, uniting, dividing real ideas in the mind, in such a manner as no objects or exemplars did or will ever exist, according to the present course of nature, though the several parts of these ideas are borrowed from real objects. Such are the conceptions we have of a centaur, a satyr, a golden mountain, a flying horse, a dog without a head, a bull less than a mouse, or a mouse as big as a bull, and a man 20 feet high. Some of these fantastic ideas are possible, that is, they are not utterly inconsistent in the nature of things, and therefore it is within the reach of divine power to make such objects. Such are most of the instances already given, but impossibles carry an utter inconsistence in the ideas which are joined. Such are self-active matter, and infinite or eternal men, a pious man without honesty, or heaven without holiness. Section 4. The division of ideas with regard to their qualities. Ideas with regard to their qualities afford us these several divisions of them. First, they are either clear and distinct, or obscure and confused. Second, they are vulgar or learned. Third, they are perfect or imperfect. Fourth, they are true or false. First, our ideas are either clear and distinct, or obscure and confused. Several writers have distinguished the clear ideas from those that are distinct, and the confused ideas from those that are obscure, and it must be acknowledged there may be some difference between them, for it is the clearness of ideas for the most part makes them distinct, and the obscurity of ideas is one thing that will always bring a sort of confusion into them. Yet when these writers come to talk largely upon this subject, and to explain and adjust their meaning with great nicety, I have generally found that they did not keep up the distinction they first designed, but they confound the one with the other. I shall therefore treat of clear or distinct ideas as one and the same sort, and obscure or confused ideas as another. A clear and distinct idea is that which represents the object to the mind with full evidence and strength, and plainly distinguishes it from all other objects whatsoever. An obscure and confused idea represents the object either so faintly, so imperfectly, or so mingled with other ideas, that the object of it doth not appear plain to the mind, nor purely in its own nature, nor sufficiently distinguished from other things. When we see the sea and sky nearer at hand, we have a clear and distinct idea of each, but when we look far towards the horizon, especially on a misty day, our ideas of both are but obscure and confused, for we know not which is sea and which is sky. So when we look at the colours of the rainbow, we have a clear idea of the red, the blue, the green in the middle of their several arches, and a distinct idea too, while the eye fixes there, but when we consider the border of those colours, they so run into one another that it renders their ideas confused and obscure. So the idea which we have of our brother or our friend, whom we see daily, is clear and distinct, but when the absence of many years has injured the idea, it becomes obscure and confused. Note here that some of our ideas may be very clear and distinct in one respect, and very obscure and confused in another. So when we speak of a chiliagonum, or a figure of 1,000 angles, we may have a clear and distinct rational idea of the number 1,000 angles, for we can demonstrate various properties concerning it by reason, but the image or sensible idea which we have of the figure is but confused and obscure, for we cannot precisely distinguish it by fancy from the image of a figure that has 900 angles, or 990. So when we speak of the infinite divisibility of matter, we always keep in our minds a very clear and distinct idea of division and divisibility, but after we have made a little progress in dividing, and come to parts that are far too small for the reach of our senses, then our ideas or sensible images of these little bodies become obscure and indistinct, and the idea of infinite is very obscure, imperfect, and confused. Second, ideas are either vulgar or learned. A vulgar idea represents to us the most obvious and sensible appearances that are contained in the object of them, but a learned idea penetrates further into the nature, properties, reasons, causes, and effects of things. This is best illustrated by some examples. It is a vulgar idea that we have of a rainbow when we conceive a large arch in the clouds made up of various colors parallel to each other, but it is a learned idea which a philosopher has when he considers it as the various reflections and refractions of sunbeams in drops of falling rain. So it is a vulgar idea which we have of the colors of solid bodies when we perceive them to be, as it were, a red or blue or green tincture of the surface of those bodies, but it is a philosophical idea when we consider the various colors to be nothing else but different sensations excited in us by the variously refracted rays of light, reflected on our eyes in a different manner according to the different size or shape or situation of the particles of which the surfaces of those bodies are composed. It is a vulgar idea which we have of a watch or clock when we conceive of it as a pretty instrument made to show us the hour of the day, but it is a learned idea which the watchmaker has of it, who knows all the several parts of it, the spring, the balance, the chains, the wheels, the axles, etc., together with the various connections and adjustments of each part, whence the exact and uniform motion of the index is derived, which points to the minute or the hour. So when a common understanding reads Virgil's Aeneid, he has but a vulgar idea of that poem, yet his mind is naturally entertained with the story and his ears with the verse. But when a critic or a man who has skill in poesy reads it, he has a learned idea of its peculiar beauties. He tastes and relishes a superior pleasure. He admires the Roman poet and wishes he had known the Christian theology, which would have furnished him with nobler materials and machines than all the heathen idols. It is with a vulgar idea that the world beholds the cartoons of Raphael at Hampton Court, and everyone feels his share of pleasure and entertainment. But a painter contemplates the wonders of that Italian pencil, and sees 1,000 beauties in them which the vulgar eye neglected. His learned ideas give him a transcendent delight, and yet at the same time discover the blemishes which the common gazer never observed. Third, all ideas are either perfect or imperfect, which are otherwise called adequate or inadequate. Those are inadequate ideas which perfectly represent their archetypes or objects. Inadequate ideas are but a partial or incomplete representation of those archetypes to which they are referred. All our simple ideas are in some sense adequate or perfect, because simple ideas, considered merely as our first perceptions, have no parts in them. So we may be said to have a perfect idea of white, black, sweet, sour, length, light, motion, rest, etc. We have also a perfect idea of various figures, as a triangle, a square, a cylinder, a cube, a sphere, which are complex ideas, but our idea or image of a figure of 1,000 sides, our idea of the city of London or the powers of a lodestone are very imperfect, as well as all our ideas of infinite length or breadth, infinite power, wisdom, or duration, for the idea of infinite is endless and ever-growing, and can never be completed. Note 1. When we have a perfect idea of anything in all its parts, it is called a complete idea. When in all its properties, it is called comprehensive. But when we have but an inadequate and imperfect idea, we are only said to apprehend it. Therefore we use the term apprehension when we speak of our knowledge of God, who can never be comprehended by his creatures. Note 2, though there are a multitude of ideas which may be called perfect or adequate in a vulgar sense, yet there are scarce any ideas which are adequate, comprehensive, or complete in a philosophical sense. For there is scarce anything in the world that we know as to all the parts and powers and properties of it in perfection. Even so plain an idea as that of a triangle has perhaps infinite properties belonging to it, of which we know but a few. Who can tell what are the shapes and positions of those particles which cause all the variety of colors that appear on the surface of things? Who knows what are the figures of the little corpuscles that compose and distinguish different bodies? The ideas of brass, iron, gold, wood, stone, hyssop, and rosemary have an infinite variety of hidden mysteries contained in the shape, size, motion, and position of the little particles of which they are composed, and perhaps also infinite unknown properties and powers that may be derived from them. and if we arise to the animal world or the world of spirits, our knowledge of them must be amazingly imperfect when there is not the least grain of sand or empty space, but has too many questions and difficulties belonging to it for the wisest philosopher upon earth to answer and resolve. Fourth, our ideas are either true or false. For an idea being the representation of a thing in the mind, it must be either a true or a false representation of it. If the idea be conformable to the object or archetype of it, it is a true idea. If not, it is a false one. Sometimes our ideas are referred to things really existing without us as their archetypes. If I see bodies in their proper colors, I have a true idea, but when a man under the jaundice sees all bodies yellow, he has a false idea of them. So if we see the sun or moon rising or setting, our idea represents them bigger than when they are on the meridian, and in this sense it is a false idea, because those heavenly bodies are all day and all night of the same bigness. Or when I see a straight staff appear crooked while it is half under the water, I say the water gives me a false idea of it. Sometimes our ideas refer to the ideas of other men, denoted by such a particular word as their archetypes. So when I hear a Protestant use the words church and sacraments, if I understand by those words a congregation of faithful men who profess Christianity and the two ordinances, baptism and the Lord's Supper, I have a true idea of those words in the common sense of Protestants, but if the man who speaks of them be a papist, he means the Church of Rome and the seven sacraments, and then I have a mistaken idea of those words as spoken by him, for he has a different sense and meaning. And in general, whensoever I mistake the sense of any speaker or writer, I may be said to have a false idea of it. Some think that truth or falsehood properly belongs only to propositions, which shall be the subject of discourse in the second part of Logic, for if we consider ideas as mere impressions upon the mind, made by outward objects, those impressions will ever be conformable to the laws of nature in such a case. The water will make a stick appear crooked, and the horizontal air will make the sun and moon appear bigger. And generally, where there is falsehood in ideas, there seems to be some secret or latent proposition whereby we judge falsely of things. This is more obvious when we take up the words of a writer or speaker in a mistaken sense, for we join his words to our own ideas, which are different from his. But after all, since ideas are pictures of things, it can never be very improper to pronounce them to be true or false, according to their conformity or non-conformity to their exemplars. End of section 3. Section 4 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of words and their several divisions, together with the advantage and danger of them. Chapter 4 of Words and their several divisions, together with the advantage and danger of them. Section 1 of Words in general and their use. Though our ideas are first acquired by the perception of objects or by various sensations and reflections, yet we convey them to each other by the means of certain sounds or written marks which we call words. And a great part of our knowledge is both obtained and communicated by these means, which are called speech or language. But as we are led into the knowledge of things by words, so we are oftentimes led into error or mistake by the use or abuse of words also. And in order to guard against such mistakes as well as to promote our improvement in knowledge, it is necessary to acquaint ourselves a little with words and terms. We shall begin with these observations. 1. Words, whether they are spoken or written, have no natural connection with the ideas they are designed to signify, nor with the things which are represented in those ideas. There is no manner of affinity between the sounds white in English, or blanc in French, and that colour which we call by that name, nor have the letters of which these words are composed any natural aptness to signify that colour rather than red or green. Words and names, therefore, are mere arbitrary signs, invented by men to communicate their thoughts or ideas to one another. 2. If one single word were appointed to express but one simple idea, and nothing else, as white, black, sweet, sour, sharp, bitter, extension, duration, there would be scarce any mistake about them. But alas, it is a common unhappiness in language that different simple ideas are sometimes expressed by the same word. So the words sweet and sharp are applied both to the objects of hearing and tasting, as we shall see hereafter, and this perhaps may be one cause or foundation of obscurity and error arising from words. 3. In communicating our complex ideas to one another, if we could join as many peculiar and appropriated words together in one sound, as we join simple ideas to make one complex one, we should seldom be in danger of mistaking. When I express the taste of an apple, which we call the bitter-sweet, none can mistake what I mean. Yet this sort of composition would make all language a most tedious and unwieldy thing, since most of our ideas are complex, and many of them have 8 or 10 simple ideas in them, so that the remedy would be worse than the disease, for what is now expressed in one short word, as month or year, would require 2 lines to express it. It is necessary, therefore, that single words be invented to express complex ideas, in order to make language short and useful. But here is our great infelicity, that when single words signify complex ideas, one word can never distinctly manifest all the parts of a complex idea, and thereby it will often happen that one man includes more or less in his idea than another does, while he affixes the same word to it. In this case there will be danger of mistake between them, for they do not mean the same object, though they use the same name. So if one person or nation, by the word year, mean 12 months of 30 days each, that is 360 days, another intend a solar year of 365 days, and a third mean a lunar year, or 12 lunar months, that is 354 days, there will be a great variation and error in their account of things, unless they are well apprised of each other's meaning beforehand. This is supposed to be the reason why some ancient histories and prophecies and accounts of chronology are so hard to be adjusted, and this is the true reason of so furious and endless debates on many points in divinity. The words church, worship, idolatry, repentance, faith, election, merit, grace, and many others, which signify very complex ideas, are not applied to include just the same simple ideas, and the same number of them, by the various contending parties. Thence arise confusion and contest. 4. Though a single name does not certainly manifest to us all the parts of a complex idea, yet it must be acknowledged that in many of our complex ideas a single name may point out to us some chief property which belongs to the thing that the word signifies, especially when the word or name is traced up to its original, through several languages from whence it is borrowed. So an apostle signifies one who is sent forth. But this tracing of a word to its original, which is called etymology, is sometimes a very precarious and uncertain thing, and after all, we have made but little progress towards the attainment of the full meaning of a complex idea by knowing some one chief property of it. We know but a small part of the notion of an apostle by knowing barely that he is sent forth. 5. Many, if not most, of our words, which are applied to moral and intellectual ideas, when traced up to their original in the learnt languages, will be found to signify sensible and corporeal things. Thus the words apprehension, understanding, abstraction, invention, idea, inference, prudence, religion, church, adoration, etc., have all a corporeal signification in their original. The name spirit itself signifies breath or air, in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. Such is the poverty of all languages, they are forced to use these names for incorporeal ideas, which thing has a tendency to error and confusion. 6. The last thing I shall mention that leads us into many a mistake is the multitude of objects that one name sometimes signifies. There is almost an infinite variety of things and ideas, both simple and complex, beyond all the words that are invented in any language. Thence it becomes almost necessary that one name should signify several things. Let us but consider the 2 colors of yellow and blue. If they are mingled together in any considerable proportion, they make a green. Now there may be infinite differences of the proportions in the mixture of yellow and blue, and yet we have only these 3 words, yellow, blue, and green, to signify all of them, at least by one single term. When I use the word shore, I may intend thereby a coast of land near the sea, or a drain to carry off water, or a prop to support a building, and by the sound of the word porter, who can tell whether I mean a man who bears burdens, or a servant who waits at a nobleman's gate? The world is fruitful in the invention of utensils of life, and new characters and offices of men, yet names entirely new are seldom invented, therefore old names are almost necessarily used to signify new things, which may occasion much confusion and error in the receiving and communicating of knowledge. Give me leave to propose one single instance wherein all these notes shall be remarkably exemplified. It is the word bishop, which in French is called évêque, upon which I would make these several observations. 1. That there is no natural connection between the sacred office hereby signified and the letters or sounds which signify this office, for both these words, évêque and bishop, signify the same office, though there is not one letter alike in them, nor have the letters which compose the English or the French word anything sacred belonging to them, more than the letters that compose the words king or soldier. 2. If the meaning of a word could be learnt by its derivation or etymology, yet the original derivation of words is oftentimes very dark and unsearchable, for who would imagine that each of these words are derived from the Latin episcopus, or the Greek episkopos? Yet in this instance we happen to know certainly the true derivation. The French, being anciently written évêque, is borrowed from the first part of the Latin word, and the Old English biscop from the middle of it. 3. The original Greek word signifies an overlooker, or one who stands higher than his fellows and overlooks them. It is a compound word that primarily signifies sensible ideas, translated to signify or include several moral or intellectual ideas. Therefore all will grant that the nature of the office can never be known by the mere sound or sense of the word overlooker. 4. I add farther the word bishop or episcopus, even when it is thus translated from a sensible idea to include several intellectual ideas, may yet equally signify an overseer of the poor, an inspector of the customs, a surveyor of the highways, a supervisor of the excise, etc. But by the consent of men and the language of Scripture, it is appropriated to signify a sacred office of the Church. 5. This very idea and name, thus translated from things sensible to signify a spiritual and sacred thing, contains but one property of it, namely, one that has an oversight or care over others, but it does not tell us whether it includes a care over one church or many, over the laity or the clergy. 6. Thence it follows that those who, in the complex idea of the word bishop, include an oversight over the clergy, or over a whole diocese of people, a superiority of presbyters, a distinct power of ordination, etc., must necessarily disagree with those who include in it only the care of a single congregation. Thus, according to the various opinions of men, this word signifies a pope, a Gallican bishop, a Lutheran superintendent, an English prelate, a pastor of a single assembly, or a presbyter or elder. Thus they quarrel with each other perpetually, and it is well if any of them all have hit precisely the sense of the sacred writers, and included just the same ideas in it, and no other. I might make all these same remarks on the word church or kirk, which is derived from kurio ukos, or the house of the Lord, contracted into kurioik, which some suppose to signify an assembly of Christians, some take it for all the world that professes Christianity, and some make it to mean only the clergy, and on these accounts it has been the occasion of as many and as furious controversies as the word bishop, which was mentioned before. Section 2 of Negative and Positive Terms. From these and other considerations it will follow that if we would avoid error in our pursuit of knowledge, we must take good heed to the use of words and terms, and be acquainted with the various kinds of them. First, terms are either positive or negative. Negative terms are such as have a little word or syllable of denying joined to them, according to the various idioms of every language, as unpleasant, imprudent, immortal, irregular, ignorant, infinite, endless, lifeless, deathless, nonsense, abyss, anonymous, where the prepositions un, im, in, non, a, un, and the termination less signify a negation either in English, Latin, or Greek. Positive terms are those which have no such negative appendices belonging to them as life, death, end, sense, mortal. But so unhappily are our words and ideas linked together that we can never know which are positive ideas and which are negative by the word that is used to express them, and that for these reasons: 1. There are some positive terms which are made to signify a negative idea, as dead is properly a thing that is deprived of life, blind implies a negation or privation of sight, deaf a want of hearing, dumb a denial of speech. 2. There are also some negative terms which imply positive ideas, such as immortal and deathless, which signify ever living or a continuance in life. Insolent signifies rude and haughty, indemnify to keep safe, and infinite perhaps has a positive idea too, for it is an idea ever growing, and when it is applied to God, it signifies his complete perfection. 3. There are both positive and negative terms invented to signify the same instead of contrary ideas, as unhappy and miserable, sinless and holy, pure and undefiled, impure and filthy, unkind and cruel, irreligious and profane, unforgiving and revengeful, etc., and there is a great deal of beauty and convenience derived to any language from this variety of expression, though sometimes it a little confounds our conceptions of being and not being, our positive and negative ideas. 4. I may add also that there are some words which are negative in their original language, but seem positive to an Englishman, because the negation is unknown, as abyss, a place without a bottom, anodyne, an easing medicine, amnesty, an unremembrance or general pardon, anarchy, a state without a government, anonymous, that is nameless, inept, that is not fit, iniquity, that is unrighteousness, infant, one that cannot speak, namely a child, injurious, not doing justice or right. The way, therefore, to know whether any idea be negative or not is to consider whether it primarily imply the absence of any positive being or mode of being. If it doth, then it is a negation or negative idea, otherwise it is a positive one, whether the word that expresses it be positive or negative. Yet, after all, in many cases this is very hard to determine, as in amnesty, infinite, abyss, which are originally relative terms, but they signify pardon, etc., which seem to be positives. So darkness, madness, clown are positive terms, but they imply the want of light, the want of reason, and the want of manners, and perhaps these may be ranked among the negative ideas. Here note that in the English tongue 2 negative terms are equal to 1 positive, and signify the same thing, as not unhappy signifies happy, not immortal signifies mortal. He is no imprudent man, that is, he is a man of prudence, but the sense and force of the word in such a negative way of expression seem to be a little diminished. Section 3 of Simple and Complex Terms. Second, terms are divided into simple or complex. A simple term is one word, a complex term is where more words are used to signify one thing. Some terms are complex in words, but not in sense, such as the second emperor of Rome, for it excites in our mind only the idea of one man, namely Augustus. Some terms are complex in sense, but not in words, so when I say an army, a forest, I mean a multitude of men or trees, and almost all our moral ideas, as well as many of our natural ones, are expressed in this manner. Religion, piety, loyalty, knavery, theft include a variety of ideas in each term. There are other terms which are complex, both of words and sense, so when I say a fierce dog or a pious man, it excites an idea not only of those two creatures, but of their peculiar characters also. Among the terms that are complex in sense, but not in words, we may reckon those simple terms which contain a primary and a secondary idea in them, as when I hear my neighbor speak that which is not true, and I say to him, this is not true, or this is false, I only convey to him the naked idea of his error. This is the primary idea. But if I say, it is a lie, the word lie carries also a secondary idea in it, for it implies both the falsehood of the speech and my reproach and censure of the speaker. On the other hand, if I say it is a mistake, this carries also a secondary idea with it, for it not only refers to the falsehood of his speech, but includes my tenderness and civility to him at the same time. Another instance may be this: when I use the word incest, adultery, and murder, I convey to another not only the primary idea of those actions, but I include also the secondary idea of their unlawfulness and my abhorrence of them. Note first, hence it comes to pass that among words which signify the same principal ideas, some are clean and decent, others unclean, some chaste, others obscene, some are kind, others are affronting and reproachful, because of the secondary idea which custom has affixed to them. And it is the part of a wise man, when there is a necessity of expressing any evil actions, to do it either by a word that has a secondary idea of kindness or softness, or a word that carries with it an idea of rebuke and severity, according as the case requires. So when there is a necessity of expressing things unclean or obscene, a wise man will do it in the most decent language to excite as few uncleanly ideas as possible in the minds of the hearers. Note, secondly, in length of time and by the power of custom, words sometimes change their primary ideas, as shall be declared, and sometimes they have changed their secondary ideas, though the primary ideas may remain. So words that were once chaste by frequent use grow obscene and uncleanly, and words that were once honourable may, in the next generation, grow mean and contemptible. So the word dame originally signified a mistress of a family who was a lady, and it is used still in the English law to signify a lady, but in common use nowadays it represents a farmer's wife or a mistress of a family of the lower rank in the country. So the words of Rabshakeh, Isaiah 36 verse 12 in our translation, eat their own dung, etc., were doubtless decent and clean language when our translators wrote them above 100 years ago. The word dung has maintained its old secondary idea and inoffensive sense to this day, but the other word in that sentence has by custom acquired a more uncleanly idea, and should now rather be changed into a more decent term, and so it should be read in public, unless it should be thought more proper to omit the sentence. Footnote. So in some places of the sacred historians, where it is written, every one that pisseth against the wall, we should read, every male, in footnote. For this reason it is that the Jewish rabbins have supplied other chaste words in the margin of the Hebrew Bible, where the words of the text, through time and custom, are degenerated, so as to carry any base and unclean secondary idea in them, and they read the word which is in the margin, which they call keri, and not that which was written in the text, which they call ketib. Section 4 of words common and proper. Third, words and names are either common or proper. Common names are such as stand for universal ideas, or a whole rank of beings, whether general or special. These are called appellatives. So fish, bird, man, city, river are common names, and so are trout, eel, lobster, for they all agree to many individuals, and some of them to many species. But Cicero, Virgil, Bucephalus, London, Rome, Etna, the Thames, are proper names, for each of them agrees only to one single being. Note here first that a proper name may become in some sense common when it hath been given to several beings of the same kind. So Caesar, which was the proper name of the first emperor Julius, became also a common name to all the following emperors. And tea, which was the proper name of one sort of Indian leaf, is nowadays become a common name for many infusions of herbs or plants in water, as sage tea, aloe tea, lemon tea, etc. So Peter, Thomas, John, William may be reckoned common names also because they are given to many persons, unless they are determined to signify a single person at any particular time or place. Note in the second place that a common name may become proper by custom or by the time or place or person that use it, as in Great Britain, when we say the king, we mean our present rightful sovereign, King George, who now reigns. When we speak of the prince, we intend His Royal Highness George, Prince of Wales. If we mention the city when we are near London, we generally mean the city of London. When in a country town we say the parson or the esquire, all the parish knows who are the single persons intended by it. So when we are speaking of the history of the New Testament and use the words Peter, Paul, John, we mean those three apostles. Note in the third place that any common name whatsoever is made proper by terms of particularity added to it, as the common words pope, king, horse, garden, book, knife, etc., designed to signify a singular idea. When we say the present pope, the king of Great Britain, the horse that won the last plate at Newmarket, the royal garden at Kensington, this book, that knife, etc. Section 5 of concrete and abstract terms. Fourth, words or terms are divided into abstract and concrete. Abstract terms signify the mode or quality of a being, without any regard to the subject in which it is, as whiteness, roundness, length, breadth, wisdom, mortality, life, death. Concrete terms, while they express the quality, do also either express or imply, or refer to some subject to which it belongs, as white, round, long, broad, wise, mortal, living, dead. But these are not always noun adjectives in a grammatical sense, for a fool, a knave, a philosopher, and many other concretes are substantives. as well as knavery, folly, and philosophy, which are the abstract terms that belong to them. Section 6 of univocal and equivocal words. Fifth, words and terms are either univocal or equivocal. Univocal words are such as signify but one idea, or at least but one sort of thing. Equivocal words are such as signify two or more different ideas or different sorts of objects. The words book, Bible, fish, house, elephant may be called univocal words, for I know not that they signify anything else but those ideas to which they are generally affixed. But head is an equivocal word, for it signifies the head of a nail or of a pin, as well as of an animal. Nail is an equivocal word. It is used for the nail of the hand or foot, and for an iron nail to fasten anything. Post is equivocal. It is a piece of timber or a swift messenger. A church is a religious assembly, or the large, fair building where they meet, and sometimes the same word means a synod of bishops or of presbyters, and in some places it is the Pope and a general council. Here let it be noted that when two or more words signify the same thing, as wave and billow, mead and meadow, they are usually called synonymous words, but it seems very strange that words which are directly contrary to each other should sometimes represent almost the same ideas. Yet thus it is in some few instances: a valuable or an invaluable blessing, a shameful or a shameless villain, a thick skull or a thin-skulled fellow, a mere paper skull, a man of a large conscience, little conscience or no conscience, a famous rascal or an infamous one. So uncertain a thing is human language, whose foundation and support is custom. As words signifying the same thing are called synonymous, so equivocal words, or those which signify several things, are called hononymous or ambiguous, and when persons use such ambiguous words with a design to deceive, it is called equivocation. Our simple ideas, and especially the sensible qualities, furnish us with a great variety of equivocal or ambiguous words. For these being the first and most natural ideas we have, we borrow some of their names to signify many other ideas, both simple and complex. The word sweet expresses the pleasant perceptions of almost every sense. Sugar is sweet, but it hath not the same sweetness as music, nor hath music the sweetness of a rose, and a sweet prospect differs from them all. Nor yet have any of these the same sweetness as discourse, counsel, or meditation hath. Yet the royal psalmist saith of a man, We took sweet counsel together, and of God, My meditation of him shall be sweet. Bitter is also such an equivocal word. There is bitter wormwood, there are bitter words, there are bitter enemies, and a bitter cold morning. So there is a sharpness in vinegar, and there is a sharpness in pain, in sorrow, and in reproach. There is a sharp eye, a sharp wit, and a sharp sword. But there is not one of these 7 sharpnesses the same as another of them, and a sharp east wind is different from them all. There are also verbs or words of action which are equivocal, as well as nouns or names. The words to bear, to take, to come, to get are sufficient instances of it, as when we say to bear a burden, to bear sorrow or reproach, to bear a name, to bear a grudge, to bear fruit, or to bear children. The word bear is used in very different senses. And so is the word get, when we say to get money, to get in, to get off, to get ready, to get a stomach, and to get a cold, etc. There is also a great deal of ambiguity in many of the English particles, as but, before, beside, with, without, that, then, there, for, forth, above, about, etc., of which grammars and dictionaries will sufficiently inform us. Section 7. Various kinds of equivocal words. It would be endless to run through all the varieties of words and terms which have different senses applied to them. I shall only mention, therefore, a few of the most remarkable and most useful distinctions among them. First, the first division of equivocal words, let us know that some are equivocal only in their sound or pronunciation, others are equivocal only in writing, and others both in writing and in sound. Words equivocal in sound only are such as these: the rein of a bridle, which hath the same sound with the reign of a king, or a shower of rain, but all 3 have different letters and distinct spelling. So might or strength is equivocal in sound, but differs in writing from might, a little animal, or a small piece of money, and the verb to write has the same sound with right a workman, right or equity, and right or ceremony, but it is spelt very differently in them all. Words equivocal in writing only are such as these: to tear to pieces has the same spelling with a tear. To lead or guide has the same letters as lead, the metal, and a bowl for recreation is written the same way as a bowl for drinking, but the pronunciation of all these is different. But those words which are most commonly and justly called equivocal are such as are both written and pronounced the same way, and yet have different senses or ideas belonging to them. Such are all the instances which were given in the preceding section. Among the words which are equivocal in sound only, and not in writing, there is a large field for persons who delight in jests and puns, in riddles and quibbles, to sport themselves. This sort of words is also used by wanton persons to convey lewd ideas under the covert of expressions capable of a chaste meaning, which are called double entendre, or when persons speak falsehood with a design to deceive under the covert of truth. Though it must be confessed that all sorts of equivocal words yield sufficient matter for such purposes. There are many cases also wherein an equivocal word is used for the sake of decency to cover a foul idea. For the most chaste and modest and well-bred persons, having sometimes a necessity to speak of the things of nature, convey their ideas in the most inoffensive language by this means, and indeed the mere poverty of all languages makes it necessary to use equivocal words upon many occasions, as the common writings of men and even the Holy Book of God sufficiently manifest. Secondly, equivocal words are usually distinguished, according to their original, into such whose various senses arise from mere chance or accident, and such as are made equivocal by design, as the word bear signifies a shaggy beast, and it signifies also to bear or carry a burden. This seems to be the mere effect of chance. But if I call my dog Bear because he is shaggy, or call one of the northern constellations by that name, from a fancied situation of the stars in the shape of that animal, then it is by design that the word is made yet further equivocal. But because I think this common account of the spring and origin of equivocal words is too slight and imperfect, I shall reserve this subject to be treated of by itself, and proceed to the third division. Thirdly, ambiguous or equivocal words are such as are sometimes taken in a large and general sense, and sometimes in a sense more strict and limited, and have different ideas affixed to them accordingly. Religion or virtue, taken in a large sense, includes both our duty to God and our neighbour, but in a more strict, limited, and proper sense, virtue signifies our duty towards men, and religion our duty to God. Virtue may yet be taken in the strictest sense, and then it signifies power or courage, which is the sense of it in some places of the New Testament. So grace, taken in a large sense, means the favour of God, and all the spiritual blessings that proceed from it, which is a frequent sense of it in the Bible. But in a limited sense it signifies the habit of holiness wrought in us by divine favour, or a complex idea of the Christian virtues. It may also be taken in the strictest sense, and thus it signifies any single Christian virtue, as in 2 Corinthians 8 verses 6 and 7, where it is used for liberality. So a city, in a strict and proper sense, means the houses enclosed within the walls. In a larger sense it reaches to all the suburbs. This larger and stricter sense of a word is used in almost all the sciences, as well as in theology and in common life. The word geography, taken in a strict sense, signifies the knowledge of the circles of the earthly globe and the situation of the various parts of the earth. When it is taken in a little larger sense, it includes the knowledge of the seas also, and, in the largest sense of all, it extends to the various customs, habits, and governments of nations. When an astronomer uses the word star in its proper and strict sense, it is applied only to the fixed stars, but in a large sense it includes the planets also. This equivocal sense of words belongs also to many proper names, so Asia, taken in the largest sense, is 1/4 of the world. In a more limited sense it signifies Natolia or Lesser Asia, but in the strictest sense it means no more than one little province of Natolia, where stood the cities of Ephesus, Smyrna, Sardis, etc., and this is the most frequent sense of it in the New Testament. Flanders and Holland, in a strict sense, are but 2 single provinces among the 17, but in a large sense Holland includes 7 of them and Flanders 10. There are also some very common and little words in all languages that are used in a more extensive or more limited sense, such as all, every, whatsoever, etc. When the Apostle says all men have sinned and all men must die, all is taken in its most universal and extensive sense, including all mankind. Romans 5 verse 12. When he appoints prayer to be made for all men, it appears by the following verses that he restrains the word all to signify chiefly all ranks and degrees of men, 1 Timothy 2 verse 1. But when St. Paul says, I please all men in all things, 1 Corinthians 10 verse 33, the word all is exceedingly limited, for it reaches no farther than that he pleased all those men whom he conversed with in all things that were lawful. Fourthly, equivocal words are in the fourth place distinguished by their literal or figurative sense. Words are used in a proper or literal sense when they are designed to signify those ideas for which they were originally made, or to which they are primarily and generally annexed. But they are used in a figurative or tropical sense when they are made to signify some things which only bear either a reference or a resemblance to the primary ideas of them. So when two princes contend by their armies, we say they are at war in a proper sense, but when we say there is a war betwixt the winds and the waves in a storm, this is called figurative, and the peculiar figure is a metaphor. So when the Scripture says, riches make themselves wings and fly away as an eagle towards heaven, the wings and the flight of the eagle are proper expressions, but when flight and wings are applied to riches, it is only by way of figure and metaphor. So when a man is said to repent or laugh or grieve, it is literally taken, but when God is said to be grieved, to repent or laugh, etc., these are all figurative expressions borrowed from a resemblance to mankind. And when the words Job or Esther are used to signify those very persons, it is the literal sense of them, but when they signify those two books of Scripture, this is a figurative sense. The names of Horace, Juvenal, and Milton are used in the same manner, either for books or men. When a word which originally signifies any particular idea or object is attributed to several other objects, not so much by way of resemblance, but rather on the account of some evident reference or relation to the original idea, this is sometimes peculiarly called an analogical word. So a sound or healthy pulse, a sound digestion, sound sleep, are also called with reference to a sound and healthy constitution, but if you speak of sound doctrine or sound speech, this is by way of resemblance to health, and the words are metaphorical. Yet many times analogy and metaphor are used promiscuously in the same sense and not distinguished. Here note that the design of metaphorical language and figures of speech is not merely to represent our ideas, but to represent them with vivacity, spirit, affection, and power, and though they often make a deeper impression on the mind of the hearer, yet they do as often lead him into a mistake if they are used at improper times and places. Therefore, where the design of the speaker or writer is merely to explain, to instruct, and to lead into the knowledge of naked truth, he ought for the most part to use plain and proper words, if the language affords them, and not to deal much in figurative speech. But this sort of terms is used very profitably by poets and orators, whose business is to move and persuade, and work on the passions, as well as on the understanding. Figures are also happily employed in proverbial moral sayings by the wisest and the best of men, to impress them deeper on the memory by sensible images, and they are often used for other valuable purposes in the sacred writings. Fifthly, I might adjoin another sort of equivocal words, as there are some which have a different meaning in common language from what they have in the sciences. The word passion signifies the receiving any action in a large philosophical sense. In a more limited philosophical sense, it signifies any of the affections of human nature, as love, fear, joy, sorrow, etc., but the common people confine it only to anger. So the word simple, philosophically, signifies single, but vulgarly it is used for foolish. Sixthly, other equivocal words are used sometimes in an absolute sense, as when God is called perfect, which allows of no defect, and sometimes in a comparative sense, as good men are often called perfect in Scripture, in comparison of them who are much inferior to them in knowledge or holiness. But I have dwelt rather too long upon this subject already, therefore I add no more. Section 8. The origin or causes of equivocal words. Now that we may become more skillful in guarding ourselves and others against the danger of mistakes which may arise from equivocal words, it may not be amiss to conclude this chapter with a short account of the various ways or means whereby a word changes its signification or acquires any new sense, and thus becomes equivocal, especially if it keeps its old sense also. 1. Mere chance sometimes gives the same word different senses, as the word light signifies a body that is not heavy, and it also signifies the effect of sunbeams, or the medium whereby we see objects. This is merely accidental, for there seems to be no connection between these two senses, nor any reason for them. 2. Error and mistake is another occasion of giving various senses to the same word, as when different persons read the names of priest, bishop, church, Easter, etc. in the New Testament. They affix different ideas to them for want of acquaintance with the true meaning of the sacred writer, though it must be confessed these various senses, which might arise at first from honest mistake, may be culpably supported and propagated by interest, ambition, prejudice, and a party spirit on any side. 3. Time and custom alter the meaning of words. Knave heretofore signified a diligent servant, gnavus, and a villain was an under-tenant to the lord of the manor, villicus, but now both these words carry an idea of wickedness and reproach with them. A ballad once signified a solemn and sacred song, as well as one that is trivial, when Solomon's song was called the Ballad of Ballads, but now it is applied to nothing but trifling verse or comical subjects. 4. Words change their sense by figures and metaphors which are derived from some real analogy or resemblance between several things. As when wings and flight are applied to riches, it signifies only that the owner may as easily lose them as he would lose a bird who flew away with wings. And I think under this head we may rank those words which signify different ideas by a sort of an unaccountable, far-fetched analogy or distant resemblance that fancy has introduced between one thing and another, as when we say the meat is green when it is half roasted. We speak of airing linen by the fire when we mean drying or warming it. We call for round coals for the chimney when we mean large square ones, and we talk of the wing of a rabbit when we mean the foreleg. The true reason of these appellations we leave to the critics. 5. Words also change their sense by the special occasion of using them, the peculiar manner of pronunciation, the sound of the voice, the motion of the face, or gestures of the body. So when an angry master says to his servant, "It is bravely done," or "You are a fine gentleman," it means just the contrary, namely, "It is very ill done, you are a sorry fellow." It is one way of giving a severe reproach, for the words are spoken by way of sarcasm or irony. 6. Words are applied to various senses by new ideas appearing or arising faster than new words are framed. So when gunpowder was found out, the word powder, which before signified only dust, was made then to signify that mixture or composition of nitre, charcoal, etc. And the name cannon, which before signified a law or a rule, is now also given to a great gun, which gives laws to nations. So footboys, who had frequently the common name of Jack given them, were kept to turn the spit or to pull off their master's boots, but when instruments were invented for both those services, they were both called jacks, though one was of iron, the other of wood, and very different in their form. 7. Words alter their significations according to the ideas of the various persons, sects, or parties who use them, as we have hinted before. So when a papist uses the word heretics, he generally means the Protestants. When a Protestant uses the word, he means any persons who were willfully, and perhaps contentiously, obstinate in fundamental errors. When a Jew speaks of the true religion, he means the institutions of Moses. When a Turk mentions it, he intends the doctrine of Mahomet. But when a Christian makes use of it, he designs to signify Christianity, or the truths and precepts of the gospel. 8. Words have different significations according to the book, writing, or discourse in which they stand. So in a treatise of anatomy, a foot signifies that member in the body of man, but in a book of geometry or mensuration, it signifies 12 inches. If I had a room to exemplify most of these particulars in one single word, I know not where to choose a fitter than the word sound, which seems, as it were by chance, to signify 3 distinct ideas, namely healthy, from sanus, as a sound body, noise, from sonus, as a shrill sound, and to sound the sea, perhaps from the French sonde, a probe, or an instrument to find the depth of water. From these 3, which I may call original senses, various derivative senses arise, as sound sleep, sound lungs, sound wind and limb, a sound heart, a sound mind, sound doctrine, a sound divine, sound reason, a sound cask, sound timber, a sound reproof, to beat one soundly, to sound one's meaning or inclination, and a sound or narrow sea. Turn these all into Latin, and the variety will appear plain. I confess some few of these which I have mentioned, as the different springs of equivocal words may be reduced in some cases to the same original, but it must also be granted that there may be other ways besides these, whereby a word comes to extend its signification to include various ideas and become equivocal, and though it is the business of a grammarian to pursue these remarks with more variety and particularity, yet it is also the work of a logician to give notice of these things, lest darkness, confusion, and perplexity be brought into our conceptions by the means of words, and thence our judgments and reasonings become erroneous. End of section 4. Section 5 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. General directions relating to our ideas. Chapter 5. General directions relating to our ideas. Direction 1. Furnish yourselves with a rich variety of ideas. Acquaint yourselves with things ancient and modern, things natural, civil, and religious, things domestic and national, things of your native land and of foreign countries, things present, past, and future, and above all, be well acquainted with God and yourselves. Learn animal nature and the workings of your own spirits. Such a general acquaintance with things will be of very great advantage. The first benefit of it is this: it will assist the use of reason in all its following operations. It will teach you to judge of things aright, to argue justly, and to methodize your thoughts with accuracy. When you shall find several things akin to each other, and several different from each other, agreeing in some part of their idea, and disagreeing in other parts, you will range your ideas in better order, and you will be more easily led into a distinct knowledge of things, and will obtain a rich store of proper thoughts and arguments upon all occasions. You will tell me, perhaps, that you design the study of the law or divinity, and what good can natural philosophy or mathematics do you, or any other science not directly subordinate to your chief design? But let it be considered that all sciences have a sort of mutual connection, and knowledge of all kinds fits the mind to reason and judge better concerning any particular subject. I have known a judge upon the bench betray his ignorance, and appear a little confused in his sentiments about a case of suspected murder brought before him for want of some acquaintance with animal nature and philosophy. Another benefit of it is this: such a large and general acquaintance with things will secure you from perpetual admirations and surprises, and guard you against that weakness of ignorant persons who have never seen anything beyond the confines of their own dwelling, and therefore they wonder at almost everything they see. Everything beyond the smoke of their own chimney and the reach of their own windows is new and strange to them. A third benefit of such an universal acquaintance with things is this: it will keep you from being too positive and dogmatical, from an excess of credulity and unbelief, that is, a readiness to believe or to deny everything at first hearing, when you shall have often seen that strange and uncommon things, which often seem incredible, are found to be true, and things very commonly received as true have been found to be false. The way of attaining such an extensive treasure of ideas is, with diligence, to apply yourself to read the best books, converse with the most knowing and wisest of men, and endeavor to improve by every person in whose company you are. Suffer no hour to pass away in a lazy idleness, an impertinent chattering, or useless trifles. Visit other cities and countries when you have seen your own, under the care of one who can teach you to profit by travelling, and to make wise observations. Indulge a just curiosity in seeing the wonders of art and nature. Search into things yourself as well as learn them from others. Be acquainted with men as well as books. Learn all things as much as you can at first hand, and let as many of your ideas as possible be the representations of things, and not merely the representations of other men's ideas. Thus your soul, like some noble building, shall be richly furnished with original paintings, and not with mere copies. Direction 2. Use the most proper methods to retain that treasure of ideas which you have acquired, for the mind is ready to let many of them slip unless some pains and labor be taken to fix them upon the memory. And more especially let those ideas be laid up and preserved with the greatest care, which are most directly suited either to your eternal welfare as a Christian, or to your particular station and profession in this life. For though the former rule recommends an universal acquaintance with things, yet it is but a more general and superficial knowledge that is required or expected of any man in things which are utterly foreign to his own business. But it is necessary you should have a more particular and accurate acquaintance with those things that refer to your particular province and duty in this life, or your happiness in another. There are some persons who never arrive at any deep, solid, or valuable knowledge in any science or any business in life because they are perpetually fluttering over the surface of things in a curious and wandering search of infinite variety, ever hearing, reading, or asking after something new, but impatient of any labor to lay up and preserve the ideas they have gained. Their souls may be compared to a looking-glass, that wheresoever you turn it, it receives the images of all objects, but retains none. In order to preserve your treasure of ideas and the knowledge you have gained, pursue the following advices, especially in your younger years. 1. Recollect every day the things you have seen or heard or read, which may have made any addition to your understanding. Read the writings of God and men with diligence and perpetual reviews. Be not fond of hastening to a new book or a new chapter, till you have well fixed and established in your mind what was useful in the last. Make use of your memory in this matter, and you will sensibly experience a gradual improvement of it, while you take care not to load it to excess. 2. Talk over the things which you have seen, heard, or learnt with some proper acquaintance. This will make a fresh impression upon your memory, and if you have no fellow student at hand, none of equal rank with yourself, tell it over to any of your acquaintance, where you can do it with propriety and decency, and whether they learn anything by it or no, your own repetition of it will be an improvement to yourself. And this practice also will furnish you with a variety of words and copious language to express your thoughts upon all occasions. 3. Commit to writing some of the most considerable improvements which you daily make, at least such hints as may recall them again to your mind, when perhaps they are vanished and lost. And here I think Mr. Locke's method of adversaria, or commonplaces, which he describes in the end of the first volume of his posthumous works, is the best, using no learned method at all, setting down things as they occur, leaving a distinct page for each subject and making an index to the pages. At the end of every week or month or year, you may review your remarks for these reasons. First, to judge of your own improvement, when you shall find that many of your younger collections are either weak or trifling, or if they are just and proper, yet they are grown now so familiar to you that you will thereby see your own advancement in knowledge. And in the next place, what remarks you find there worthy of your riper observation, you may note them with a marginal star, instead of transcribing them as being worthy of your second year's review, when the others are neglected. To shorten something of this labor, if the books which you read are your own, mark with a pen or pencil the most considerable things in them which you desire to remember. Thus you may read that book a second time over with half the trouble, by your eye running over the paragraphs which your pencil has noted. It is but a very weak objection against this practice to say, I shall spoil my book, for I persuade myself that you did not buy it as a bookseller to sell it again for gain, but as a scholar to improve your mind by it, and if the mind be improved, your advantage is abundant, though your book yields less money for your executors. Direction 3. As you proceed both in learning and in life, make a wise observation what are the ideas, what the discourses, and the parts of knowledge that have been more or less useful to yourself or others. In our younger years, while we are furnishing our minds with a treasure of ideas, our experience is but small, and our judgment weak. It is therefore impossible at that age to determine aright concerning the real advantage and usefulness of many things we learn. But when age and experience have matured your judgment, then you will gradually drop the more useless part of your younger furniture, and be more solicitous to retain that which is most necessary for your welfare in this life or a better. Hereby you will come to make the same complaint that almost every learned man has done after long experience in study, and in the affairs of human life and religion. Alas, how many hours and days and months have I lost in pursuing some parts of learning, and in reading some authors, which have turned to no other account but to inform me that they were not worth my labor and pursuit. Happy the man who has a wise tutor to conduct him through all the sciences in the first years of his study, and who has a prudent friend always at hand to point out to him from experience how much of every science is worth his pursuit, and happy the student that is so wise as to follow such advice. Direction 4. Learn to acquire a government over your ideas and your thoughts, that they may come when they are called, and depart when they are bidden. There are some thoughts that rise and intrude upon us while we shun them. There are others that fly from us when we would hold and fix them. If the ideas which you would willingly make the matter of your present meditation are ready to fly from you, you must be obstinate in the pursuit of them by an habit of fixed meditation. You must keep your soul to the work when it is ready to start aside every moment, unless you will abandon yourself to be a slave to every wild imagination. It is a common, but it is an unhappy and a shameful thing, that every trifle that comes across the senses or fancy should divert us, that a buzzing fly should tease our spirits and scatter our best ideas. But we must learn to be deaf to and regardless of other things besides that which we make the present subject of our meditation, and in order to help a wandering and fickle humour, it is useful to have a book or paper in our hands which has some proper hints of the subject that we design to pursue. We must be resolute and laborious, and sometimes conflict with ourselves if we would be wise and learned. Yet I would not be too severe in this rule. It must be confessed there are seasons when the mind, or rather the brain, is overtired or jaded with study or thinking. Or upon some other accounts animal nature may be languid or cloudy and unfit to assist the spirit in meditation. At such seasons, provided that they return not too often, it is better sometimes to yield to the present indisposition, for if nature entirely resist, nothing can be done to the purpose, at least in that subject or science. Then you may think it proper to give yourself up to some hours of leisure and recreation, or useful idleness, or if not, then turn your thoughts to some other alluring subject, and pore no longer upon the first, till some brighter or more favourable moments arise. A student shall do more in 1 hour when all things concur to invite him to any special study, than in 4 hours at a dull and improper season. I would also give the same advice, if some vain or worthless or foolish idea will crowd itself into your thoughts, and if you find that all your labour and wrestling cannot defend yourself from it, then divert the importunity of that which offends you by turning your thoughts to some entertaining subject that may amuse a little, and draw you off from the troublesome and imposing guest. And many a time also, in such a case, when the impertinent and intruding ideas would divert from present duty, devotion and prayer have been very successful to overcome such obstinate troublers of the peace and profit of the soul. If the natural genius and temper be too volatile, fickle, and wandering, such persons ought, in a more especial manner, to apply themselves to mathematical learning, and to begin their studies with arithmetic and geometry, wherein new truths continually arising to the mind, out of the plainest and easiest principles, will allure the thoughts with incredible pleasure in the pursuit. This will give the student such a delightful taste of reasoning as will fix his attention to the single subject which he pursues, and by degrees will cure the habitual levity of his spirit. But let him not indulge and pursue these so far as to neglect the prime studies of his designed profession. End of section 5. Section 6 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Rules to Direct Our Conception of Things, Part 1. Chapter 6. Special Rules to Direct Our Conceptions of Things. A great part of what has been already written is designed to lay a foundation for those rules which may guide and regulate our conceptions of things. This is our main business and design in the first part of Logic. Now, if we can but direct our thoughts to a just and happy manner in forming our ideas of things, the other operations of the mind will not so easily be perverted, because most of our errors in judgment and the weakness, fallacy, and mistakes of our argumentation proceed from the darkness, confusion, defect, or some other irregularity in our conceptions. The rules to assist and direct our conceptions are these: 1. Conceive of things clearly and distinctly in their own natures. 2. Conceive of things completely in all their parts. 3. Conceive of things comprehensively in all their properties and relations. 4. Conceive of things extensively in all their kinds. 5. Conceive of things orderly or in a proper method. Section 1. Of Gaining Clear and Distinct Ideas. The first rule is this: seek after a clear and distinct conception of things as they are in their own nature, and do not content yourselves with obscure and confused ideas, where clearer are to be obtained. There are some things indeed whereof distinct ideas are scarce attainable. They seem to surpass the capacity of the understanding in our present state. Such are the notions of eternal, immense, infinite, whether this infinity be applied to number, as an infinite multitude, to quantity, as infinite length or breadth, to powers and perfections, as strength, wisdom, or goodness infinite, etc. Though mathematicians in their way demonstrate several things in the doctrine of infinites, yet there are still some insolvable difficulties that attend the ideas of infinity when it is applied to mind or body, and while it is in reality but an idea ever growing, We cannot have so clear and distinct a conception of it as to secure us from mistakes in some of our reasonings about it. There are many other things that belong to the material world, wherein the sharpest philosophers have never yet arrived at clear and distinct ideas, such as the particular shape, situation, contexture, and motion of the small particles of minerals, metals, plants, etc., whereby their very natures and essences are distinguished from each other. Nor have we either senses or instruments sufficiently nice and accurate to find them out. There are other things in the world of spirits wherein our ideas are very dark and confused, such as their union with animal nature, the way of their acting on material beings, and their converse with each other. And though it is a laudable ambition to search what may be known of these matters, yet it is a vast hindrance to the enrichment of our understandings if we spend too much of our time and pains among infinites and unsearchables, and those things for the investigation whereof we are not furnished with proper faculties in this present state. It is therefore of great service to the true improvement of the mind to distinguish well between knowables and unknowables. As far as things are knowable by us, it is of excellent use to accustom ourselves to clear and distinct ideas. Now, among many other occasions of the darkness and mistakes of our minds, there are these two things which most remarkably bring confusion into our ideas. One, that from our infancy we have had the ideas of things so far connected with the ideas of words that we often mistake words for things. We mingle and confound one with the other. 2. From our youngest years we have been ever ready to consider things not so much in their natures as in their various respects to ourselves, and chiefly to our senses, and we have also joined and mingled the ideas of some things with many other ideas to which they were not akin in their own natures. In order, therefore, to a clear and distinct knowledge of things, we must unclothe them of all these relations and mixtures, that we may contemplate them naked and in their own natures, and distinguish the subject that we have in view from all other subjects whatsoever. Now, to perform this well, we must here consider the definition of words and the definition of things. Section 2 of the definition of words or names. If we could conceive of things as angels and unbodied spirits do, without involving them in those clouds which words and language throw upon them, we should seldom be in danger of such mistakes as are perpetually committed by us in the present state. And indeed it would be of unknown advantage to us to accustom ourselves to form ideas of things without words, that we might know them in their own proper natures. But since we must use words, both to learn and to communicate most of our notions, we should do it with just rules of caution. I have already declared in part how often and by what means our words become the occasion of errors in our conceptions of things. To remedy such inconveniencies, we must get an exact definition of the words we make use of, that is, we must determine precisely the sense of our words, which is called the definition of the name. Now, a definition of the name being only a declaration in what sense the word is used, or what idea or object we mean by it, this may be expressed by any one or more of the properties, effects, or circumstances of that object which do sufficiently distinguish it from other objects. As if I were to tell what I mean by the word air, I may say it is that thin matter which we breathe in and breathe out continually, or it is that fluid body in which the birds fly a little above the earth, or it is that invisible matter which fills all places near the earth, or which immediately encompasses the globe of earth and water. So if I would tell what I mean by light, I would say it is that medium whereby we see the colors and shapes of things, or it is that which distinguishes the day from the night. If I were asked what I mean by religion, I would answer, it is a collection of all our duties to God, if taken in a strict and limited sense, but if taken in a large sense, it is a collection of all our duties both to God and man. These are called the definitions of the name. Note: in defining the name, there is no necessity that we should be acquainted with the intimate essence or nature of the thing, for any manner of description that will but sufficiently acquaint another person what we mean by such a word is a sufficient definition for the name. And on this account a synonymous word, or a mere negation of the contrary, a translation of the word into another tongue, or a grammatical explication of it, is sometimes sufficient for this purpose, as if one would know what I mean by a sphere, I tell him it is a globe. If he asks what is a triangle, it is that which has 3 angles, or an oval is that which has the shape of an egg. Dark is that which has no light, Asthma is a difficulty of breathing. A diaphoretic medicine, or a sudorific, is something that will provoke sweating, and an insolvent is a man that cannot pay his debts. Since it is the design of logic not only to assist us in learning, but in teaching also, it is necessary that we should be furnished with some particular directions relating to the definition of names, both in teaching and learning. Section 3. Directions concerning the definition of names. Direction 1. Have a care of making use of mere words instead of ideas, that is, such words as have no meaning, no definition belonging to them. Do not always imagine that there are ideas wheresoever there are names. For though mankind hath so many millions of ideas, more than they have names, yet so foolish and lavish are we, that too often we use some words in mere waste, and have no ideas for them, or at least our ideas are so exceedingly shattered and confused, broken and blended, various and unsettled, that they can signify nothing towards the improvement of the understanding. You will find a great deal of reason for this remark if you read the Popish schoolmen or the mystic divines. Never rest satisfied, therefore, with mere words which have no ideas belonging to them, or at least no settled and determinate ideas. Deal not in such empty ware, whether you are a learner or a teacher, for hereby some persons have made themselves rich in words, and learned in their own esteem, whereas in reality their understandings have been poor, and they knew nothing. Let me give, for instance, some of those writers or talkers who deal much in the words nature, fate, luck, chance, perfection, power, life, fortune, instinct, etc., and that even in the most calm and instructive parts of their discourse, though neither they themselves nor their learners have any settled meaning under those words, and thus they build up their reasonings and infer what they please with an ambition of the name of learning, or of sublime elevations in religion, whereas in truth they do but amuse themselves and their admirers with swelling words of vanity, understanding neither what they say nor whereof they affirm. But this sort of talk was reproved of old by the two chief apostles, St. Peter and St. Paul, 1 Timothy 1 verse 7 and 2 Peter 2 verse 18. When pretenders to philosophy or good sense grow fond of this sort of learning, they dazzle and confound their weaker hearers, but fall under the neglect of the wise. The Epicureans are guilty of this fault when they ascribe the formation of the world to chance, the Aristotelians when they say nature abhors a vacuum, the Stoics when they talk of fate, which is superior to the gods, and the gamesters when they curse their ill luck or hope for the favours of fortune. Whereas, if they would tell us that by the word nature they mean the properties of any being, or the order of things established at the creation, that by the word fate they intend the decrees of God, or the necessary connection and influence of second causes and effects. If by the word luck or chance they signify the absolute negation of any determinate cause, or only their ignorance of any such cause, we should know how to converse with them, and to assent to or dissent from their opinions. But while they flutter in the dark, and make a noise with words which have no fixed ideas, they talk to the wind and can never profit. I would make this matter a little plainer still by instances borrowed from the peripatetic philosophy, which was once taught in all the schools. A professor fancies he has assigned the true reason why all heavy bodies tend downward, why amber will draw feathers or straws, and the lodestone draw iron, when he tells you that this is done by certain gravitating and attractive qualities which proceed from the substantial forms of those various bodies. He imagines that he has explained why the lodestone's north pole shall repel the north end of a magnetic needle and attract the south, when he affirms that this is done by its sympathy with one end of it, and its antipathy against the other end. Whereas in truth all these names of sympathy, antipathy, substantial forms and qualities, when they are put for the causes of these effects in bodies, are but hard words, which only express a learned and pompous ignorance of the true cause of natural appearances, and in this sense they are mere words without ideas. This will evidently appear if one ask me why a concave mirror or a convex glass will burn wood in the sunbeams, or why a wedge will cleave it, and I should tell him it is by an astorious quality in the mirror or glass, and by a cleaving power in the wedge, arising from a certain unknown substantial form in them, whence they derive those qualities. Or, if he should ask me why a clock strikes and points to the hour, and I should say it is by an indicating form and sonorific quality, whereas I ought to tell him how the sunbeams are collected and united by a burning glass. whence the mechanical force of a wedge is derived, and what are the wheels and springs, the pointer and hammer and bell, whereby a clock gives notice of the time, both to the eye and the ear. By these astorious and cleaving powers, sonorous and indicating forms and qualities, do either teach the inquirer nothing at all but what he knew before, or they are mere words without ideas. And there is many a man in the vulgar and in the learned world who imagines himself deeply skilled in the controversies of divinity, whereas he has only furnished himself with a parcel of scholastic or mystic words, under some of which the authors themselves had no just ideas, and the learner, when he hears or pronounces them, hath scarce any ideas at all. Such sort of words sometimes have become matters of immortal contention, as though the gospel could not stand without them, and yet the zealot perhaps knows little more of them than he does of shibboleth or Hegeon Selah, Judges 12 verse 6, Psalm 9 verse 16. Yet here I would lay down this caution, that there are several objects of which we have not a clear and distinct idea, much less an adequate or comprehensive one, and yet we cannot call the names of these things words without ideas. Such are the infinity and eternity of God himself, the union of our own soul and body, the union of the divine and human natures in Jesus Christ, the operation of the Holy Spirit on the mind of man, etc. These ought not to be called words without ideas, for there is sufficient evidence for the reality and certainty of the existence of their objects, though there is some confusion in our clearest conceptions of them, and our ideas of them, though imperfect, are yet sufficient to converse about them so far as we have need, and to determine so much as is necessary for our own faith and practice. Direction 2. Do not suppose that the natures or essences of things always differ from one another as much as their names do. There are various purposes in human life for which we put very different names on the same thing, or on things whose natures are near akin, and thereby oftentimes, by making a new nominal species, we are ready to deceive ourselves with the idea of another real species of beings. And those whose understandings are led away by the mere sound of words fancy the nature of those things to be very different whose names are so, and judge of them accordingly. I may borrow a remarkable instance for my purpose almost out of every garden which contains a variety of plants in it. Most or all plants agree in this, that they have a root, a stalk, leaves, buds, blossoms, and seeds. But the gardener ranges them under very different names, as though they were really different kinds of beings, merely because of the different use and service to which they are applied by men. As, for instance, those plants whose roots are eaten shall appropriate the name of roots to themselves, such are carrots, turnips, radishes, etc. If the leaves are of chief use to us, then we call them herbs, as sage, mint, thyme. If the leaves are eaten raw, they are termed salad, as lettuce, purslane. If boiled, they become pot herbs, as spinach, colewoods, and some of those same plants which are pot herbs in one family are salad in another. If the buds are made our food, they are called heads or tops, so cabbage heads, heads of asparagus and artichokes. If the blossom be of most importance, we call it a flower, such are daisies, tulips, and carnations, which are the mere blossoms of those plants. If the husk or seeds are eaten, they are called the fruits of the ground, as peas, beans, strawberries, etc. If any part of the plant be of known and common use to us in medicine, we call it a physical herb, as cardus, scurvy grass. But if we count no part useful, we call it a weed, and throw it out of the garden, and yet perhaps our next neighbour knows some valuable property and use of it. He plants it in his garden, and gives it the title of an herb or a flower. You see here how small is the real distinction of these several plants, considered in their general nature as the lesser vegetables, yet what very different ideas we vulgarly form concerning them, and make different species of them, chiefly because of the different names given them. Now, when things are set in this clear light, it appears how ridiculous it would be for two persons to contend whether dandelion be an herb or a weed, whether it be a pot herb or salad, when by the custom or fancy of different families, this one plant obtains all these names according to the several uses of it and the value that is put upon it. Note here that I find no manner of fault with the variety of names which are given to several plants according to the various uses we make of them, but I would not have our judgments imposed upon hereby to think that these mere nominal species, viz., herbs, salad, and weeds, become three really different species of beings, on this account that they have different names and uses, but I proceed to other instances. It has been the custom of mankind, when they have been angry with anything, to add a new ill name to it. that they may convey thereby a hateful idea of it, though the nature of the thing still abides the same. So the Papists call the Protestants heretics, a profane person calls a man of piety a precisian, and in the times of the Civil War in the last century, the Royalists called the Parliamentarians fanatics, roundheads, and sectaries, and they in requital called the Royalists malignants. But the partisans on each side were really neither better nor worse for these names. It has also been a frequent practice, on the other hand, to put new favourable names upon ill ideas, on purpose to take off the odium of them. But notwithstanding all these flattering names and titles, a man of profuse generosity is but a spendthrift, a natural son is a bastard still, a gallant is an adulterer, and a lady of pleasure is a whore. Direction 3. Take heed of believing the nature and essence of two or more things to be certainly the same, because they may have the same name given them. This has been an unhappy and fatal occasion of 1,000 mistakes in the natural, in the civil, and in the religious affairs of life, both amongst the vulgar and the learned. I shall give 2 or 3 instances relating in the matters of natural philosophy, having hinted several dangers of this kind relating to theology in the foregoing discourse concerning equivocal words. Our elder philosophers have generally made use of the word soul to signify that principle whereby a plant grows, and they call it the vegetative soul. The principle of animal motion of a brute has likewise been called a soul, and we have been taught to name it the sensitive soul. They have also given the name soul to that superior principle in man, whereby he thinks, judges, reasons, etc., and though they distinguish this by the honourable title of the rational soul, yet in common discourse and writing we leave out the words vegetative, sensitive, and rational, and make the word soul serve for all these principles. Thence we are led early into this imagination, that there is a sort of spiritual being in plants and in brutes, like that in men. Whereas if we did but abstract and separate these things from words, and compare the cause of growth in a plant with the cause of reasoning in man, without the word soul, we should never think that these two principles were at all like one another, nor should we perhaps so easily and peremptorily conclude that brutes need an intelligent mind to perform their animal actions. Another instance may be the word life, which being attributed to plants, to brutes, and to men, and in each of them ascribed to the soul, has very easily betrayed us from our infancy into this mistake, that the spirit or mind or thinking principle in man is the spring of vegetative and animal life to his body, whereas it is evident that if the spirit or thinking principle of man gave life to his animal nature, the way to save men from dying would not be to use medicines, but to persuade the spirit to abide in the body. I might derive a third instance from the word heat, which is used to signify the sensation we have when we are near the fire, as well as the cause of that sensation, which is in the fire itself, and thence we conclude from our infancy that there is a sort of heat in the fire resembling our own sensation, or the heat which we feel. Whereas in the fire there is nothing but little particles of matter, of such particular shapes, sizes, situations, and motions, as are fitted to impress such motions on our flesh or nerves as excite the sense of heat. Now, if this cause of our sensation in the fire had been always called by a distinct name, perhaps we had not been so rooted in this mistake that the fire is hot with the same sort of heat that we feel. This will appear with more evidence when we consider that we are secure from the same mistake, where there have been 2 different names allotted to our sensation and to the cause of it, as we do not say pain is the fire that burns us, or in the knife that cuts and wounds us, for we call it burning in the fire, cutting in the knife, and pain only when it is in ourselves. Numerous instances of this kind might be derived from the words sweet, sour, loud, shrill, and almost all the sensible qualities whose real natures we mistake from our very infancy, and we are ready to suppose them to be the same in us and in the bodies that cause them, partly because the words which signify our own sensations are applied also to signify those unknown shapes and motions of the little corpuscles which excite and cause those sensations. Direction 4. In conversation or reading, be diligent to find out the true sense or distinct idea which the speaker or writer affixes to his words, and especially to those words which are the chief subject of his discourse. As far as possible, take heed, lest you put more or fewer ideas into one word than the person did when he wrote or spoke, and endeavour that your ideas of every word may be the same as his were. Then you will judge better of what he speaks or writes. It is for want of this that men quarrel in the dark, and that there are so many contentions in the several sciences, and especially in divinity. Multitudes of them arise from a mistake of the true sense or complete meaning in which words are used by the writer or speaker, and hereby sometimes they seem to agree when they really differ in their sentiments, and sometimes they seem to differ when they really agree. Let me give an instance of both. When one man by the word church shall understand all that believe in Christ, and another by the word church means only the Church of Rome, they may both assent to this proposition that there is no salvation out of the church, and yet their inward sentiments may be widely different. Again, if one writer shall affirm that virtue added to faith is sufficient to make a Christian, and another shall as zealously deny this proposition, they seem to differ widely in words, and yet perhaps they may both really agree in sentiment, if by the word virtue the affirmer intends our whole duty to God and man, and the denier by the word virtue means only courage, or at most our duty towards our neighbour, without including in the idea of it the duty which we owe to God. Many such sort of contentions as these are, if traced to the original, will be found to be mere logomachies, or strifes and quarrels about names and words, and vain janglings, as the Apostle calls them in his first letter of advice to Timothy. In order, therefore, to attain clear and distinct ideas of what we read and hear, we must search the sense of words, we must consider what is their original and derivation in our own or foreign languages, what is their common sense amongst mankind, or in other authors, especially such as wrote in the same country, in the same age, about the same time, and upon the same subjects. We must consider in what sense the same author uses any particular word or phrase, and that when he is discoursing on the same matter, and especially about the same parts or paragraphs of his writing, we must consider whether the word be used in a strict and limited, or in a large and general sense, whether in a literal, in a figurative, or in a prophetic sense, whether it has any secondary idea annexed to it besides the primary or chief sense. We must inquire further what is the scope and design of the writer, and what is the connection of that sentence with those that go before it, and those which follow it. By these and other methods we are to search out the definition of names, that is, the true sense and meaning in which any author or speaker uses any word, which may be the chief subject of discourse, or may carry any considerable importance in it. Direction 5. When we communicate our notions to others, merely with a design to inform and improve their knowledge, let us, in the beginning of our discourse, take care to adjust the definition of names wheresoever there is need of it, that is, to determine plainly what we mean by the chief words, which are the subject of our discourse, and be sure always to keep the same ideas whensoever we use the same words, unless we give due notice of the change. This will have a very large and happy influence in securing not only others but ourselves too from confusion and mistake. For even writers and speakers themselves, for want of due watchfulness, are ready to affix different ideas to their own words in different parts of their discourses, and hereby bring perplexity into their own reasonings and confound their hearers. It is by an observation of this rule that mathematicians have so happily secured themselves, and the sciences which they have professed, from wrangling and controversy, because whensoever, in the progress of their treatises, they have occasion to use a new and unknown word, they always define it, and tell in what sense they should take it, and in many of their writings you find a heap of definitions at the very beginning. Now, if the writers of natural philosophy and morality had used the same accuracy and care, they had effectually secluded a multitude of noisy and fruitless debates out of their several provinces. Nor had that sacred theme of divinity been perplexed with so many intricate disputes, nor the Church of Christ been torn to pieces by so many sects and factions, if the words grace, faith, righteousness, repentance, justification, worship, church, bishop, presbyters, etc., had been well defined, and their significations adjusted, as near as possible, by the use of those words in the New Testament, or at least if every writer had told us at first in what sense he would use those words. Direction 6. In your own studies, as well as in the communication of your thoughts to others, merely for their information, avoid ambiguous and equivocal terms as much as possible. Do not use such terms as have 2 or 3 definitions of the name belonging to them, that is, such words as have 2 or 3 senses, where there is any danger of mistake. Where your chief business is to inform the judgment and to explain a matter, rather than to persuade or affect, be not fond of expressing yourself in figurative language, when there are any proper words that signify the same idea in their literal sense. It is the ambiguity of names, as we have often said, that brings almost infinite confusion into our conceptions of things. But where there is a necessity of using an ambiguous word, there let double care be used in defining that word and declaring in what sense you take it, and be sure to suffer no ambiguous word ever to come into your definitions. Direction 7. In communicating your notions, use every word as near as possible in the same sense in which mankind commonly use it, or which writers that have gone before you have usually affixed to it, upon condition that it is free from ambiguity. Though names are in their original merely arbitrary, yet we should always keep to the established meaning of them, unless great necessity require the alteration. For when any word has been used to signify an idea, that old idea will recur in the mind when the word is heard or read, rather than any new idea which we may fasten to it. And this is one reason why the received definition of names should be changed as little as possible. But I add farther that though a word entirely new introduced into a language may be affixed to what idea you please, yet an old word ought never to be affixed to an unaccustomed idea without just and evident necessity, or without present or previous notice, lest we introduce thereby a license for all manner of pernicious equivocations and falsehoods. As for instance, when an idle boy, who has not seen his book all the morning, shall tell his master that he has learnt his lesson, he can never excuse himself by saying that by the word lesson he meant his breakfast, and by the word learn he meant eating. Surely this would be construed a downright lie, and his fancied wit would hardly procure his pardon. In using an ambiguous word, which has been used in different senses, we may choose what we think the most proper sense, as I have done, page 47, in naming the poles of the lodestone, north or south. And when a word has been used in 2 or 3 senses, and has made a great inroad for error upon that account, it is of good service to drop 1 or 2 of those senses, and leave it only 1 remaining, and fix the other senses or ideas to other words. So the modern philosophers, when they treat of the human soul, they call it the mind or mens humana, and leave the word anima or soul to signify the principle of life and motion in mere animal beings. The poet Juvenal has long ago given us a hint of this accuracy and distinction when he says of brutes and men, Indusit mundi communis conditor illis tantum animas, nobis animum quoque. Satires 9, v. 134. Exception. There is one case wherein some of these last rules concerning the definition of words may be in some measure dispensed with, and that is when strong and rooted prejudice hath established some favourite word or phrase, and long used it to express some mistaken notion, or to unite some inconsistent ideas. For then it is sometimes much easier to lead the world into truth, by indulging their fondness for a phrase, and by assigning and applying new ideas and notions to their favourite word. And this is much safer also than to awaken all their passions by rejecting both their old words and phrases and notions, and introducing all new at once. Therefore we continue to say there is heat in the fire, there is coldness in ice, rather than invent new words to express the powers that are in fire or ice, to excite the sensations of heat or cold in us. For the same reason, some words and phrases which are less proper may be continued in theology, while people are led into clearer ideas with much more ease and success than if an attempt were made to change all their beloved forms of speech. In other cases, these logical directions should generally be observed, and different names affixed to different ideas. Here I cannot but take occasion to remark that it is a considerable advantage to any language to have a variety of new words introduced into it, that when, in course of time, new objects and new ideas arise, there may be new words and names assigned to them, and also where one single name has sustained 2 or 3 ideas in times past. These new words may remove the ambiguity by being affixed to some of those ideas. This practice would, by degrees, take away part of the uncertainty of language, and for this reason I cannot but congratulate our English tongue that it has been abundantly enriched with the translations of words from all our neighbour nations, as well as from ancient languages, and these words have been, as it were, enfranchised amongst us, for French, Latin, Greek, and German names will signify English ideas, as well as words that are anciently and entirely English. It may not be amiss to mention in this place that, as the determination of the particular sense in which any word is used is called the definition of the name, so the enumeration of the various senses of an equivocal word is sometimes called the division or distinction of the name, and for this purpose good dictionaries are of excellent use. This distinction of the name or word is greatly necessary in argumentation or dispute, When a fallacious argument is used, he that answers it distinguishes the several senses of some word or phrase in it, and shows in what sense it is true, and in what sense it is as evidently false. End of section 6. Section 7 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Rules to Direct Our Conception of Things, Part 2. Section 4 of the Definition of Things. As there is much confusion introduced into our ideas by the means of those words to which they are affixed, so the mingling our ideas with each other without caution is a further occasion whereby they become confused. A court lady, born and bred up amongst pomp and equipage, and the vain notions of birth and quality, constantly joins and mixes all these with the idea of herself, and she imagines these to be essential to her nature, and as it were necessary to her being. Thence she is tempted to look upon menial servants and the lowest rank of mankind as another species of beings quite distinct from herself. A ploughboy that has never travelled beyond his own village, and has seen nothing but thatched houses and his parish church, is naturally led to imagine that thatch belongs to the very nature of a house, and that must be a church which is built of stone, and especially if it has a spire upon it. A child whose uncle has been excessive fond, and his schoolmaster very severe, easily believes that fondness always belongs to uncles, and that severity is essential to masters or instructors. He has seen also soldiers with red coats or ministers with long black gowns, and therefore he persuades himself that these garbs are essential to the characters, and that he is not a minister who has not a long black gown, nor can he be a soldier who is not dressed in red. It would be well if all such mistakes ended with childhood. It might be also subjoined that our complex ideas become confused not only by uniting or blending together more simple or single ideas than really belong to them, as in the instances just mentioned, but obscurity and confusion sometimes come upon our ideas also, for want of uniting a sufficient number of single ideas to make the complex one. So if I conceive of a leopard only as a spotted beast, this does not distinguish it from a tiger or a lynx, nor from many dogs or horses which are spotted too, and therefore a leopard must have some more ideas added to complete and distinguish it. I grant that it is a large and free acquaintance with the world, a watchful observation and diligent search into the nature of things, that must fully correct this kind of errors. The rules of logic are not sufficient to do it, but yet the rules of logic may instruct us by what means to distinguish one thing from another, and how to search and mark out, as far as may be, the contents and limits of the nature of distinct beings, and thus may give us great assistance towards the remedy of these mistakes. As the definition of names frees us from that confusion which words introduce, so the definition of things will in some measure guard us against that confusion which mingled ideas have introduced. For as a definition of the name explains what any word means, so a definition of the thing explains what is the nature of that thing. In order to form a definition of anything, we must put forth these three acts of the mind. First, compare the thing to be defined with other things that are most like to itself, and see wherein its essence or nature agrees with them, and this is called the general nature or genus in a definition. So, if you would define what wine is, first compare it with other things like itself, as cider, perry, etc., and you will find it agrees essentially with them in this, that it is a sort of juice. Secondly, consider the most remarkable and primary attribute, property or idea, wherein this thing differs from those other things that are most like it, and that is its essential or specific difference. So wine differs from cider and perry and all other juices, in that it is pressed from a grape. This may be called its special nature, which distinguishes it from other juices. Thirdly, join the general and special nature together, or, which is all one, the genus and the difference, and these make up a definition. So the juice of a grape or juice pressed from grapes is the definition of wine. So if I would define what winter is, I consider first wherein it agrees with other things which are most like it, namely summer, spring, autumn, and I find they are all seasons of the year. Therefore a season of the year is the genus. Then I observe wherein it differs from these, and that is in the shortness of the days. For it is this which does primarily distinguish it from other seasons, Therefore this may be called its special nature or its difference. Then, by joining these together, I make a definition. Winter is that season of the year wherein the days are shortest. I confess indeed this is but a ruder definition of it, for to define it as an accurate astronomer, I must limit the days, hours, and minutes. After the same manner, if we would explain or define what the picture of a man is, we consider first the genus or general nature of it, which is a representation, and herein it agrees with many other things, as a statue, a shadow, a print, a verbal description of a man, etc. Then we consider wherein it differs from these, and we find it differs from a verbal description in that it is a representation to the eye, and not to the ear. It differs from a statue in that it is a representation upon a flat surface, and not a solid figure. It differs from a shadow in that it is an abiding representation, and not a fleeting one. It differs from a print or draft because it represents the colors by paint, as well as the shape of the object by delineation. Now, so many, or rather so few of these ideas put together is just sufficient to distinguish a picture from all other representations, make up its essential difference or its special nature, and all these are included in its being painted on a plain surface. Then join this to the genus, which is a representation, and thus you have the complete definition of the picture of a man, namely, it is the representation of a man in paint upon a surface or a plane. Here it must be observed that when we speak of the genus and difference as composing a definition, it must always be understood that the nearest genus and the specific difference are required. The next general nature or the nearest genus must be used in a definition because it includes all the rest as parts of its complex idea. As if I would define wine, I must say wine is a juice, which is the nearest genus, and not say wine is a liquid, which is a remote general nature, or wine is a substance, which is yet more remote, for juice includes both substance and liquid. Besides, neither of these two remote general natures would make any distinction between wine and 1,000 other substances or other liquids. A remote genus leaves the thing too much undistinguished. The specific difference is that primary attribute which distinguishes each species from one another, while they stand ranked under the same general nature or genus. Though wine differs from other liquids in that it is the juice of a certain fruit, yet this is but a general or generic difference, for it does not distinguish wine from cider or perry. The specific difference of wine, therefore, is its pressure from the grape, as cider is pressed from apples and perry from pears. In definitions also we must use the primary attribute that distinguishes the species or special nature, and not attempt to define wine by its particular tastes or effects or other properties, which are but secondary or consequential, when its pressure from the grape is the most obvious and primary distinction of it from all other juices. I confess in some cases it is not so easily known which is the primary idea that distinguishes one thing from another, and therefore some would as soon define winter by the coldness of the season as by the shortness of the days. Though the shortness of the days is doubtless the most just, primary, and philosophical difference betwixt that and the other seasons of the year, since winter days are always shortest, but not always the coldest. I add also that the shortness of the days is one cause of the coldness, but the cold is no cause of their shortness. Section 5. Rules of definition of the thing. The special rules of a good definition are these. Rule 1. A definition must be universal, or as some call it, adequate. That is, it must agree to all the particular species or individuals that are included under the same idea, so the juice of the grape agrees to all proper wines, whether red, white, French, Spanish, Florence, etc. Rule 2. It must be proper and peculiar to the thing defined, and agree to that alone, for it is the very design of a definition effectually to distinguish one thing from all others. So the juice of the grape agrees to no other substance, to no other liquid, to no other being but wine. These two rules being observed will always render a definition reciprocal with the thing defined, which is a scholastic way of speaking, to signify that the definition may be used in any sentence in the place of the thing defined, or they may be mutually affirmed concerning each other, or substituted in the room of each other. The juice of the grape is wine, or wine is the juice of the grape, and wheresoever the word wine is used, you may put the juice of the grape instead of it, except when you consider wine rather as a word than a thing, or when it is mentioned in such logical rules. Rule 3. A definition ought to be clear and plain, for the design of it is to lead us into the knowledge of the thing defined. Hence it will follow that the words used in a definition ought not to be doubtful and equivocal and obscure, but as plain and easy as the language will afford. And indeed it is a general rule concerning the definition of both names and things, that no word should be used in either of them which has any darkness or difficulty in it, unless it has been before explained or defined. Hence it will follow also that there are many things which cannot well be defined either as to the name or the thing, unless it be by synonymous words, or by a negation of the contrary idea, etc., for learned men know not how to make them more evident or more intelligible than the ideas which every man has gained by the vulgar methods of teaching. Such are the ideas of extension, duration, thought, consciousness, and most of our simple ideas, and particularly sensible qualities as white, blue, red, cold, heat, shrill, bitter, sour, etc. We can say of duration that it is a continuance in being, or a not ceasing to be. We can say of consciousness that it is, as it were, a feeling within ourselves. We may say heat is that which is not cold, or sour is that which is like vinegar, or we may point to the clear sky and say that it is blue. These are the vulgar methods of teaching the definitions of names or meaning of words, but there are some philosophers whose attempts to define these things learnedly have wrapped up their ideas in greater darkness, and exposed themselves to ridicule and contempt, as when they define heat, they say, it is qualitas congregans homogenea et segregans heterogenea. That is, a quality gathering together things of the same kind, and separating things of a different kind. So they define white, a colour arising from the prevalency of brightness, but every child knows hot and white better without these definitions. There are many other definitions given by the peripatetic philosophers which are very faulty by reason of their obscurity, as motion is defined by them, the act of a being in power, so far forth as it is in power. Time is the measure or number of motion according to past, present, and future. The soul is the act of an organical, natural body, having life in power, and several others of the same stamp. Rule 4. It is also commonly prescribed amongst the rules of definition that it should be short, so that it must have no tautology in it, nor any word superfluous. I confess definitions ought to be expressed in as few words as is consistent with a clear and just explication of the nature of the thing defined, and a distinction of it from all other things besides. But it is of much more importance and far better that a definition should explain clearly the subject we treat of, though the words be many, than to leave obscurities in the sentence by confining it within too narrow limits. So in the definition which we have given of logic, that it is the art of using reason well in the search after truth and the communication of it to others. It has indeed many words in it, but it could not well be shorter. Art is the genus wherein it agrees with rhetoric, poesy, arithmetic, wrestling, sailing, building, etc., for all these are arts also, but the difference or special nature of it is drawn from its object, reason, from the act, using it well, and from its two great ends or designs, namely the search after truth and the communication of it, nor can it be justly described and explained in fewer ideas. Rule 5. If we add a fifth rule, it must be that neither the thing defined nor a mere synonymous name should make any part of the definition, for this would be no explication of the nature of the thing, and a synonymous word at best could only be a definition of the name. Section 6. Observations concerning the definition of things. Before I part with this subject, I must propose several observations which relate to the definition of things. 1. There is no need that in definitions we should be confined to one single attribute or property in order to express the difference of the thing defined, for sometimes the essential difference consists in 2 or 3 ideas or attributes. So a grocer is a man who buys and sells sugar and plums and spices for gain. A clock is an engine with weights and wheels that shows the hour of the day both by pointing and striking. And if I were to define a repeating clock, I must add another property, namely that it also repeats the hour. So that the true and primary essential difference of some complex ideas, consisting in several distinct properties, cannot be well expressed without conjunctive particles of speech. 2. There is no need that definitions should always be positive, for some things differ from others merely by a defect of what others have. As if a chair be defined as a seat for a single person with a back belonging to it, then a stool is a seat for a single person without a back, and a form is a seat for several persons without a back. These are negative differences. So sin is a want of conformity to the law of God. Blindness is a want of sight. A vagabond is a person without a home. Some ideas are negative, and their definitions ought to be so too. Some things may have 2 or more definitions, and each of them equally just and good, as a mile is the length of 8 furlongs, or it is the 3rd part of a league. Eternal is that which ever was and ever shall be, or it is that which had no beginning and shall have no end. Man, footnote, the common definition of man, namely a rational animal, is very faulty. 1, because the animal is not rational. The rationality of man arises from the mind to which the animal is united. 2, because if a spirit should be united to a horse and make it a rational being, surely this would not be a man. It is evident, therefore, that the peculiar shape must enter into the definition of a man to render it just and perfect, and for want of a full description thereof, all our definitions are defective. End footnote. He is usually defined a rational animal, but it may be much better to define him a spirit united to an animal of such a shape, or an animal of such a peculiar shape united to a spirit, or a being composed of such an animal and a mind. 4. Where the essences of things are evident and clearly distinct from each other, there we may be more exact and accurate in the definitions of them. But where their essences approach near to each other, the definition is more difficult. A bird may be defined a feathered animal with wings. A ship may be defined a large, hollow building made to pass over the seas with sails. But if you ask me to define a bat, which is between a bird and a beast, or to define a barge and hoy, which are between a boat and a ship, it is much harder to define them, or to adjust the bounds of their essence. This is very evident in all monstrous births and irregular productions of nature, as well as in many works of art, which partake so much of one species and so much of another, that we cannot tell under which species to rank them, or how to determine their specific difference. The several species of beings are seldom precisely limited in the nature of things by any certain and unalterable bounds. The essences of many things do not consist in indivisibili, or in one evident indivisible point, as some have imagined, but by various degrees they approach nearer to or differ more from others that are of a kindred nature. So, as I have hinted before, in the very middle of each of the arches of a rainbow, the colours of green, yellow, and red are sufficiently distinguished, but near the borders of the several arches they run into one another, so that you hardly know how to limit the colours, nor whether to call it red or yellow, green or blue. 5. As the highest or chief genuses, namely being and not being, can never be defined because there is no genus superior to them, so neither can singular ideas or individuals be well defined, because either they have no essential differences from other individuals, or their differences are not known, and therefore individuals are only to be described by their particular circumstances. So King George is distinguished from all other men and other kings by describing him as the first king of Great Britain of the House of Brunswick, and Westminster Hall is described by its situation and its use, etc. That individual bodies can hardly have any essential difference, at least within the reach of our knowledge, may be made thus to appear. Methuselah, when he was 960 years old, and perhaps worn out with age and weakness, was the same person as when he was in his full vigour of manhood, or when he was an infant newly born, but how far was his body the same? Who can tell whether there was any fibre of his flesh or his bones that continued the same throughout his whole life? Or who can determine which were those fibres? The ship in which Sir Francis Drake sailed round the world might be new-built and refitted so often that few of the same timbers remained, and who can say whether it must be called the same ship or no? And what is its essential difference? How shall we define Sir Francis Drake's ship, or make a definition for Methuselah? To this head belongs that most difficult question, what is the principle of individuation? Or what is it that makes any one thing the same as it was some time before? This is too large and laborious an inquiry to dwell upon in this place, yet I cannot forbear to mention this hint, namely, since our bodies must rise at the last day for us to receive rewards or punishments in them, there may be perhaps some original fibres of each human body, some stamina vitae, or primal seed of life, which may remain unchanged through all the stages of life, death, and the grave. These may become the springs and principles of a resurrection, and sufficient to denominate it the same body. But if there be any such constant and vital atoms which distinguish every human body, they are known to God only. 6. Where we cannot find out the essence or essential difference of any species or kind of beings that we would define, we must content ourselves with a collection of such chief parts or properties of it, as may best explain it so far as it is known, and best distinguish it from other things. So a marigold is a flower which hath many yellow long leaves, round a little knot of seed in the midst, with such a peculiar stalk, etc. So if we would define silver, we say it is a white and hard metal, next in weight to gold. If we would define an elder tree, we might say it is one among the lesser trees, whose younger branches are soft and full of pith, whose leaves are jagged or indented, and of such a particular shape, and it bears large clusters of small black berries. So we must define water, earth, stone, a lion, an eagle, a serpent, and the greatest part of natural beings by a collection of those properties which, according to our observation, distinguish them from all other things. This is what Mr. Locke calls nominal essences and nominal definitions, and indeed, since the essential differences of the various natural beings or bodies round about us arise from a peculiar shape, size, motion, and situation of the small particles of which they are composed, and since we have no sufficient method to inform us what these are, we must be contented with such a sort of definition of the bodies they compose. Here note that this sort of definition, which is made up of a mere collection of the most remarkable parts or properties, is called an imperfect definition or a description, whereas the definition is called perfect when it is composed of the essential difference added to the general nature or genus. 7. The perfect definition of any being always includes the definition of the name whereby it is called, for it informs us of the sense or meaning of that word, and shows us what idea that word is affixed to. But the definition of the name does by no means include a perfect definition of the thing. For as we have said before, a mere synonymous word, a negation of the contrary, or the mention of any one or two distinguishing properties of the thing, may be a sufficient definition of the same. Yet in those cases where the essential difference or essence of a thing is unknown, there a definition of the name by the chief properties and a description of the thing are much the same. And here I think it necessary to take notice of one general sentiment that seems to run through that excellent performance, Mr. Locke's Essay of Human Understanding, and that is, quote, that the essences of things are utterly unknown to us, and therefore all our pretenses to distinguish the essences of things can reach no farther than mere nominal essences, or a collection of such properties as we know, to some of which we affix particular names, and others we bundle up, several together, under one name, and that all our attempts to rank beings into different kinds of species can reach no farther than to make mere nominal species, and therefore our definitions of things are but mere nominal descriptions or definitions of the name. End quote. Now, that we may do justice to this great author, we ought to consider that he confines this sort of discourse only to the essence of simple things and to the essence of substances, as appears evident in the 4th and 6th chapters of his 3rd book, for he allows the names of mixed modes always to signify the real essences of their species, chapter 5, and he acknowledges artificial things to have real distinct species, and that in the distinction of their essences there is generally less confusion and uncertainty than in natural, chapter 6, sections 40 and 41, though it must be confessed that he scarce makes any distinction between the definition of the name and the definition of the thing, as chapter 4, and sometimes the current of his discourse describes the knowledge of essences in such general terms as may justly give occasion to mistake. It must be granted that the essence of our most simple ideas and the greatest part of particular natural substances are much unknown to us, and therefore the essential difference of sensible qualities and of the various kinds of bodies, as I have said before, lie beyond the reach of our understandings. We know not what makes the primary real inward distinctions between red, green, sweet, sour, etc., between wood, iron, oil, stone, fire, water, flesh, clay, in their general natures, nor do we know what are the inward and prime distinctions between all the particular kinds or species in the vegetable, animal, mineral, metallic, or liquid world of things. See Philosophical Essays, Essay 11, Section 1. But still there is a very large field for the knowledge of the essences of things, and for the use of perfect definitions amongst our complex ideas, the modal appearances and changes of nature, the works of art, the matters of science, and all the affairs of the civil, the moral, and the religious life. And indeed it is of much more importance to all mankind to have a better acquaintance with the works of art for their own livelihood and daily use, with the affairs of morality for their behavior in the world, and with the matters of religion, that they may be prepared for the world to come, than to be able to give a perfect definition of the works of nature. If the particular essences of natural bodies are unknown to us, we may yet be good philosophers, good artists, good neighbours, good subjects, and good Christians without that knowledge, and we have just reason to be content. Now that the essences of some of the modal appearances and changes in nature, as well as things of art, science, and morality, are sufficiently known to us to make perfect definitions of them, will appear by the specimen of a few definitions of these things. Motion is a change of place. Swiftness is the passing over a long space in a short time. A natural day is the time of one alternate revolution of light and darkness, or it is the duration of 24 hours. An eclipse of the sun is a defect in the sun's transmission of light to us by the moon interposing. Snow is congealed vapor. Snow is congealed vapor, hail is congealed rain, an island is a piece of land rising above the surrounding water, a hill is an elevated part of the earth, and a grove is a piece of ground thick set with trees. Footnote. Note, island, hill, grove are not designed here in their more remote and substantial natures, if I may so express it, or as the matter of them is earth. For in this sense we know not their essence, but only as considered in their modal appearances, whereby one part of earth is distinguished from another. The same may be said of snow, hail, etc. End footnote. A house is a building made to dwell in, a cottage is a mean house in the country, a supper is that meal which we make in the evening. A triangle is a figure composed of 3 sides. A gallon is a measure containing 8 pints. A porter is a man who carries burdens for hire. A king is the chief ruler in a kingdom. Veracity is the conformity of our words to our thoughts. Covetousness is an excessive love of money or other possessions. Killing is the taking away the life of an animal. Murder is the unlawful killing of a man. Rhetoric is the art of speaking in a manner fit to persuade. Natural philosophy is the knowledge of the properties of bodies and the various effects of them, or it is the knowledge of the various appearances in nature and their causes, and logic is the art of using our reason well, etc. Thus you see the essential differences of various beings may be known and are borrowed from their qualities and properties, their causes, effects, objects, adjuncts, ends, etc., and indeed, as infinitely various as the essences of things are, their definitions must needs have very various forms. After all, it must be confessed that many logicians and philosophers in the former ages have made too great a bustle about the exactness of their definitions of things, and entered into long fruitless controversies and very ridiculous debates in the several sciences about adjusting the logical formalities of every definition, whereas that sort of wrangling is now grown very justly contemptible, since it is agreed that true learning and the knowledge of things depends much more upon a large acquaintance with their various properties, causes, effects, subjects, objects, ends, and designs, than it does upon the formal and scholastic niceties of genus and difference. Section 7 of A Complete Conception of Things. Having dwelt so long upon the first rule to direct our conceptions, and given an account of the definition both of names and things, in order to gain clear and distinct ideas, we make haste now to the second rule to guide our conceptions, and that is, conceive of things completely in all their parts. All parts have a reference to some whole. Now there is an old distinction which logical writers make of a whole and its parts into 4 several kinds, and it may be proper just to mention them here. 1. There is a metaphysical whole, when the essence of a thing is said to consist of 2 parts, the genus and the difference, that is, the general and the special nature, which being joined together make up a definition. This has been the subject of the foregoing sections. 2. There is a mathematical whole which is better called integral, when the several parts which go to make up the whole are really distinct from one another, and each of them may subsist apart. So the head, the limbs, and the trunk are the integral parts of an animal body. So units are the integral parts of any large number. So these discourses which I have written concerning perception, judgment, reasoning, and disposition are the 4 integral parts of logic. This sort of parts goes to make up the completeness of any subject, and this is the chief and most direct matter of our discourse in this section. 3. There is a physical or essential whole which is usually made to signify and include only the 2 essential parts of man, body and soul. But I think the sense of it may better be altered, or at least enlarged, and so include all the essential modes, attributes, or properties which are contained in the comprehension of any idea. This shall be the subject of discourse under the 3rd rule to direct our conceptions. 4. There is a logical whole, which is also called an universal, and the parts of it are all the particular ideas to which this universal nature extends. So a genus is a whole in respect of the several species which are its parts. So the species is a whole, and all the individuals are the parts of it. This shall be treated of in the fourth rule to guide our conceptions. At present we consider an idea as an integral whole, and our second rule directs us to contemplate it in all its parts, but this can only refer to complex ideas, for simple ideas have no parts. Section 8. Of division and the rules of it. Since our minds are narrow in their capacity and cannot survey the several parts of any complex being with one single view, as God sees all things at once, therefore we must, as it were, take it to pieces and consider of the parts separately, that we may have a more complete conception of the whole. So, if I would learn the nature of a watch, the workman takes it to pieces and shows me the spring, the wheels, the axles, the pinions, the balance, the dial plate, the pointer, the case, etc., and describes each of these things to me apart, together with their figures and their uses. If I would know what an animal is, the anatomist considers the head, the trunk, the limbs, the bowels, apart from each other, and gives me distinct lectures upon each of them. So a kingdom is divided into its several provinces, a book into its several chapters, and any science is divided according to the several subjects of which it treats. This is what we properly call the division of an idea, which is an explication of the whole by its several parts, or an enumeration of the several parts that go to compose any whole idea and to render it complete. And I think when man is divided into body and soul, it properly comes under this part of the doctrine of integral division, as well as when the mere body is divided into head, trunk, and limbs. This division is sometimes called partition. When any of the parts of an idea are yet farther divided in order to a clear explication of the whole, this is called a subdivision, as when a year is divided into months, each month into days, and each day into hours, which may also be farther subdivided into minutes and seconds. It is necessary, in order to the full explication of any being, to consider each part and the properties of it distinct by itself, as well as in its relation to the whole. For there are many properties that belong to the several parts of a being, which cannot properly be ascribed to the whole, though these properties may fit each part for its proper station, and as it stands in that relation to the whole complex being. As in a house, the doors are movable, the rooms square, the ceilings white, the windows transparent, yet the house is neither movable nor square nor white nor transparent. The special rules of a good division are these. Rule 1. Each part singly taken must contain less than the whole, but all the parts taken collectively or together must contain neither more nor less than the whole. Therefore, if in discoursing of a tree you divide it into the trunk and leaves, it is an imperfect division, because the root and the branches are needful to make up the whole. So logic would be ill divided into apprehension, judgment, and reasoning, for method is a considerable part of the art which teaches us to use our reason right, and should by no means be omitted. Upon this account, in every division wherein we design a perfect exactness, it is necessary to examine the whole idea with diligence, lest we omit any part of it through want of care, though in some cases it is not possible, and in others it is not necessary that we should descend to the minutest parts. Rule 2. In all divisions we should first consider the larger and more immediate parts of the subject, and not divide it at once into the more minute and remote parts. It would by no means be proper to divide a kingdom first into streets and lanes and fields, but it must be first divided into provinces or counties. Then those counties may be divided into towns, villages, fields, etc., and towns into streets and lanes. Rule 3. The several parts of a division ought to be opposite, that is, one part ought not to contain another. It would be a ridiculous division of an animal into head, limbs, body, and brain, for the brains are contained in the head. Yet here it must be noted that sometimes the subjects of any treatise, or the objects of any particular science, may be properly and necessarily so divided that the second may include the first, and the third may include the first and second, without offending against this rule, because in the second or following parts of the science or discourse these objects are not considered in the same manner as in the first. As for instance, geometry divides its object into lines, surfaces, and solids. Now, though a line be contained in a surface or a solid, yet it is not considered in a surface separate and alone, or as a mere line, as it is in the first part of geometry, which treats of lines. So logic is rightly divided into conception, judgment, reasoning, and method, For though ideas or conceptions are contained in the following parts of logic, yet they are not there treated of as separate ideas, which are the proper subject of the first part. Rule 4. Let not subdivisions be too numerous without necessity, for it is better many times to distinguish more parts at once, if the subject will bear it, than to mince the discourse by excessive dividing and subdividing. It is preferable, therefore, in a treatise of geography to say that in a city we will consider its walls, its gates, its buildings, its streets and lanes, than to divide it formally first into the encompassing and the encompassed parts. The encompassing parts are the walls and gates, the encompassed parts include the ways and the buildings, the ways are the streets and the lanes, buildings consist of the foundations and the superstructure, etc. Too great a number of subdivisions has been affected by some persons in sermons, treatises, instructions, etc., under pretence of greater accuracy, but this sort of subtleties hath often caused great confusion to the understanding, and sometimes more difficulty to the memory. In these cases it is only a good judgment can determine what subdivisions are useful. Rule 5. Divide every subject according to the special design you have in view. One and the same idea or subject may be divided in very different manners, according to the different purposes we have in discoursing of it. So if a printer were to consider the several parts of a book, he must divide it into sheets, the sheets into pages, the pages into lines, and the lines into letters. But a grammarian divides a book into periods, sentences, and words, or parts of speech, as noun, pronoun, verb, etc. A logician considers a book as divided into chapters, sections, arguments, propositions, ideas, and with the help of ontology he divides the propositions into subject, object, property, relation, action, passion, cause, effect, etc. But it would be very ridiculous for a logician to divide a book into sheets, pages, and lines, or for a printer to divide it into nouns and pronouns, or into propositions, ideas, properties, or causes. Rule 6. In all your divisions, observe with greatest exactness the nature of things, and here I am constrained to make a subdivision of this rule into two very necessary particulars. 1. Let the parts of your division be such as are properly distinguished in nature. Do not divide asunder those parts of the idea which are intimately united in nature, nor unite those parts into one part which nature has evidently disjoined. Thus it would be very improper, in treating of an animal body, to divide it into the superior and inferior halves, for it would be hard to say how much belongs by nature to the inferior half and how much to the superior. Much more improper would it be still to divide the animal into the right-hand parts and left-hand parts, which would bring greater confusion. This would be as unnatural as if a man should cleave a hazelnut into halves through the husk, the shell, and the kernel at once, and say, the nut is divided into these two parts, whereas nature leads plainly into the threefold division of husk, shell, and kernel. 2. Do not affect duplicities nor triplicities, nor any certain number of parts in your division of things, for we know of no such certain number of parts which God the Creator has observed in forming all the varieties of his creatures, nor is there any uniform determined number of parts in the various subjects of human art or science. Yet some persons have disturbed the order of nature, and abused their readers by an affectation of dichotomies, trichotomies, sevens, twelves, etc. Let the nature of the subject considered, together with the design which you have in view, always determine the number of parts into which you divide it. After all, it must be confessed that an intimate knowledge of things and a judicious observation will assist in the business of division, as well as of definition, better than too nice and curious an attention to the mere formalities of logical writers, without a real acquaintance with things. End of section 7. Section 8 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Rules to Direct Our Conception of Things, Part 3. Section 9. Of a comprehensive conception of things and of abstraction. The third rule to direct our conception requires us to conceive of things comprehensively. As we must survey an object in all its parts to obtain a complete idea of it, so we must consider it in all its modes, attributes, properties, and relations, in order to obtain a comprehensive conception of it. The comprehension of an idea, as it was explained under the doctrine of universals, includes only the essential modes or attributes of that idea, but in this place the word is taken in a larger sense and implies also the various occasional properties, accidental modes, and relations. The necessity of this rule is founded upon the same reason as the former, namely that our minds are narrow and scanty in their capacities, and as they are not able to consider all the parts of a complex idea at once, so neither can they at once contemplate all the different attributes and circumstances of it. We must therefore consider things successively and gradually in their various appearances and circumstances, as our natural eye cannot at once behold the 6 sides of a die or cube, nor take cognizance of all the points that are marked on them, and therefore we turn up the sides successively, and thus survey and number the points that are marked on each side, that we may know the whole. In order to a comprehensive view of any idea, we must first consider whether the object of it has an existence as well as an essence, whether it be a simple or complex idea, whether it be a substance or a mode. If it be a substance, then we must inquire what are the essential modes of it which are necessary to its nature, and what are those properties or accidents of it which belong to it occasionally, or as it is placed in some particular circumstances. We must view it in its internal and absolute modes, and observe it in those various external relations in which it stands to other beings. We must consider it in its powers and capacities, either to do or suffer. We must trace it up to its various causes, whether supreme or subordinate. We must descend to the variety of its effects, and take notice of the several ends and designs which are to be attained by it. We must conceive of it, as it is either an object or a subject, what are the things that are akin to it, and what are the opposites or contraries of it, for many things are to be known both by their contrary and their kindred ideas. If the thing we discourse of be a mere mode, we must inquire whether it belong to spirits or bodies, whether it be a physical or moral mode. If moral, then we must consider its relation to God, to ourselves, to our neighbors, its reference to this life or the life to come. If it be a virtue, we must seek what are the principles of it, what are the rules of it, what are the tendencies of it, and what are the false virtues that counterfeit it, and what are the real vices that oppose it. What are the evils which attend the neglect of it, and what are the rewards of the practice of it, both here and hereafter. If the subject be historical or a matter of fact, we may then inquire whether the action was done at all, whether it was done in such a manner or by such persons as is reported, at what time it was done, in what place, by what motive, and for what design. What is the evidence of the fact? Who are the witnesses? What is their character and credibility? What signs there are of such a fact? What concurrent circumstances which may either support the truth of it or render it doubtful? In order to make due inquiries into all these and many other particulars which go towards the complete and comprehensive idea of any being, the science of ontology is exceeding necessary. This is what was wont to be called the first part of metaphysics in the peripatetic schools. It treats of being in its most general nature and of all its affections and relations. I confess the old popish schoolmen have mingled a number of useless subtleties with this science. They have exhausted their own spirits and the spirits of their readers in many laborious and intricate trifles, and some of their writings have been fruitful of names without ideas, which have done much injury to the sacred study of divinity. Upon this account many of the moderns have most unjustly abandoned the whole science at once, and thrown abundance of contempt and raillery upon the very name of metaphysics. But this contempt and censure is very unreasonable, for this science, separated from some Aristotelian fooleries and scholastic subtleties, is so necessary to a distinct conception, solid judgment, and just reasoning on many subjects, that sometimes it is introduced as a part of logic, and not without reason. And those who utterly despise and ridicule it either betray their own ignorance, or will be supposed to make their wit and banter a refuge and excuse for their own laziness. Yet thus much I would add, that the later writers of ontology are generally the best on this account, because they have left out much of the ancient jargon. See the Brief Scheme of Ontology in the Philosophical Essays by I.W. Here let it be noted that it is neither useful, necessary, or possible to run through all the modes, circumstances, and relations of every subject we take in hand, but in ontology we enumerate a great variety of them, that so a judicious mind may choose what are those circumstances, relations, and properties of any subject which are most necessary to the present design of him that speaks or writes, either to explain, to illustrate, or to prove the point. As we arrive at the complete knowledge of an idea in all its parts, by that act of the mind which is called division, so we come to a comprehensive conception of a thing in its several properties and relations, by that act of the mind which is called abstraction. That is, we consider each single relation or property of the subject alone, and thus we do, as it were, withdraw and separate it in our minds both from the subject itself, as well as from other properties and relations, in order to make a fuller observation of it. This act of abstraction is said to be twofold, either precisive or negative. Precisive abstraction is when we consider those things apart which cannot really exist apart, as when we consider a mode without considering its substance and subject, or one essential mode without another. Negative abstraction is when we consider one thing separate from another, which may also exist without it, and when we conceive of a subject without conceiving of its accidental modes or relations, or when we conceive of one accident without thinking of another. If I think of reading or writing without the express idea of some man, this is precisive abstraction, or if I think of the attraction of iron without the express idea of some particular magnetic body. But when I think of a needle without an idea of its sharpness, this is negative abstraction, and it is the same when I think of its sharpness without considering its length. Section 10. Of the extensive conception of things and of distribution. As the completeness of an idea refers to the several parts that compose it, and the comprehension of an idea includes its various properties, so the extension of an idea denotes the various sorts or kinds of beings to which the same idea belongs. And if we would be fully acquainted with a subject, we must observe this fourth rule to direct our conceptions, namely, conceive of things in all their extension, that is, we must search out the various species or special natures which are contained under it, as a genus or general nature. If we would know the nature of an animal perfectly, we must take cognizance of beasts, birds, fishes, and insects, as well as men, all which are contained under the general nature and name of animal. As an integral whole is distinguished into its several parts by division, so the word distribution is most properly used when we distinguish an universal whole into its several kinds or species, and perhaps it had been better if this word had been always confined to this signification, though it must be confessed that we frequently speak of the division of an idea into its several kinds, as well as into its several parts. The rules of a good distribution are much the same with those which we have before applied to division, which may be just repeated again in the briefest manner in order to give examples of them. Rule 1. Each part singly taken must contain less than the whole, but all the parts taken collectively or together must contain neither more nor less than the whole. Or, as logicians sometimes express it, the parts of the division ought to exhaust the whole thing which is divided. So medicine is justly distributed into prophylactic, or the art of preserving health, and therapeutic, or the art of restoring health, for there is no other sort of medicine besides these two. But men are not well distributed into tall or short, for there are some of a middle stature. Rule 2. In all distributions, we should first consider the larger and more immediate kinds or species or ranks of being, and not divide a thing at once into the more minute and remote. A genus should not at once be divided into individuals or even into the lowest species, if there be a species superior. Thus it would be very improper to divide animal into trout, lobster, eel, dog, bear, eagle, dove, worm, and butterfly, for these are inferior kinds, whereas animal ought first to be distributed into man, beast, bird, fish, insect, and then beast should be distributed into dog, bear, etc., bird into eagle, dove, etc., fish into trout, eel, lobster, etc. It is irregular also to join any inferior species in the same rank or order with the superior, as if we should distribute animals into birds, bears, and oysters, etc. It would be a ridiculous distribution. Rule 3. The several parts of a distribution ought to be opposite, that is, one species or class of beings in the same rank of division ought not to contain or include another. So men ought not to be divided into the rich, the poor, the learned, and the tall, for poor men may be both learned and tall, and so may the rich. But it will be objected, are not animated bodies rightly distributed into vegetative and animal, or, as they are usually called, sensitive? Now the sensitive contains the vegetative nature in it, for animals grow as well as plants. I answer that in this and all such distributions the word vegetative signifies merely vegetative, and in this sense vegetative will be sufficiently opposite to animal, for it cannot be said of an animal that it contains mere vegetation in the idea of it. Rule 4. Let not subdivisions be too numerous without necessity, therefore I think quantity is better distinguished at once into a line, a surface, and a solid, than to say, as Ramus does, that quantity is either a line or a thing lined, and a thing lined is either a surface or a solid. Rule 5. Distribute every subject according to the special design you have in view, so far as is necessary or useful to your present inquiry. Thus a politician distributes mankind according to their civil characters into the rulers and the ruled, and a physician divides them into the sick or the healthy, but a divine distributes them into Turks, heathens, Jews, or Christians. Here note that it is a very useless thing to distribute any idea into such kinds or members as have no different properties to be spoken of, as it is mere trifling to divide right angles into such whose legs are equal and whose legs are unequal, for as to the mere right angle they have no different properties. Rule 6. In all your distributions observe the nature of things with great exactness, and do not affect any particular form of distribution, as some persons have done, by dividing every genus into 2 species or into 3 species, whereas nature is infinitely various, and human affairs and human sciences have as great a variety, nor is there any one form of distribution that will exactly suit with all subjects. Note, it is to this doctrine of distribution of a genus into its several species we must also refer the distribution of a cause according to its several effects, as some medicines are heating, some are cooling, or an effect when it is distinguished by its causes, as faith is either built upon divine testimony or human. It is to this head we refer particular artificial bodies when they are distinguished according to the matter they are made of, as a statue is either of brass, of marble, or wood, etc., and any other beings when they are distinguished according to their end and design, as the furniture of body or mind is either for ornament or use. To this head also we refer subjects when they are divided according to their modes or accidents, as men are either merry or grave or sad, and modes when they are divided by their subjects, as distempers belong to the fluids or to the solid parts of the animal. It is also to this place we reduce the proposals of a difficulty under the various cases, whether it be in speculation or practice, as to show the reason of sunbeams burning wood, whether it be done by a convex glass or a concave, or to show the construction and mensuration of triangles, whether you have 2 angles and a side given, or 2 sides and an angle, or only 3 sides. Here it is necessary to distribute or divide a difficulty into all its cases, in order to gain a perfect knowledge of the subject you contemplate. It might be observed here that logicians have sometimes given a mark or sign to distinguish when it is an integral whole that is divided into its parts or members, or when it is a genus, an universal whole that is distributed into its species and individuals. The rule they give is this: whensoever the whole idea can be directly and properly affirmed of each part, as a bird is an animal, a fish is an animal, Bucephalus is a horse, Peter is a man, then it is a distribution of a genus into its species, or a species into its individuals. But when the whole cannot be thus directly affirmed concerning every part, then it is a division of an integral into its several parts or members, as we cannot say the head, the breast, the hand, or the foot is an animal, but we say the head is a part of the animal, and the foot is another part. This rule may hold true generally in corporeal beings, or perhaps in all substances, but when we say the fear of God is wisdom, and so is human civility. Criticism is true learning, and so is philosophy. To execute a murderer is justice, and to save and defend the innocent is justice too. In these cases it is not so easily determined whether an integral whole may be divided into its parts, or an universal into its species. For the fear of God may be called either one part or one kind of wisdom. Criticism is one part or one kind of learning, and the execution of a murderer may be called a species of justice as well as a part of it. Nor indeed is it a matter of great importance to determine this controversy. Section 11. Of an orderly conception of things. The last rule to direct our conceptions is that we should rank and place them in a proper method and just order. This is of necessary use to prevent confusion, for as a trader who never places his goods in his shop or warehouse in a regular order, nor keeps the accounts of his buying and selling, paying and receiving, in a just method, is in the utmost danger of plunging all his affairs into confusion and ruin. So a student who is in the search of truth, or an author or teacher who communicates knowledge to others, will very much obstruct his design and confound his own mind or the minds of his hearers, unless he range his ideas in just order. If we would therefore become successful learners or teachers, we must not conceive of things in a confused heap, but dispose our ideas in some certain method which may be most easy and useful both for the understanding and memory, and be sure, as much as may be, to follow the nature of things, for which many rules might be given, namely, 1. Conceive as much as you can of the essentials of any subject before you consider its accidentals. 2. Survey the first general parts and properties of any subject before you extend your thoughts to discourse of the particular kind or species of it. 3. Contemplate things first in their own simple natures, and afterwards view them in composition with other things, unless it be your present purpose to take a compound being to pieces in order to find out or to show the nature of it, by searching and discovering of what simples it is composed. 4. Consider the absolute modes or affections of any being as it is in itself before you proceed to consider it relatively, or to survey the various relations in which it stands to other beings, etc. Note: these rules chiefly belong to the method of instruction which the learned call synthetic. But in the regulation of our ideas, there is seldom an absolute necessity that we should place them in this or the other particular method. It is possible in some cases that many methods may be equally good, that is, may equally assist the understanding and the memory. To frame a method exquisitely accurate, according to the strict nature of things, and to maintain this accuracy from the beginning to the end of a treatise, is a most rare and difficult thing, if not impossible. But a larger account of method would be very improper in this place, lest we anticipate what belongs to the fourth part of Logic. Section 12, these 5 rules of conception exemplified. It may be useful here to give a specimen of the 5 special rules to direct our conceptions, which have been the chief subject of this long chapter, and represent them practically in one view. Suppose the theme of our discourse were the passions of the mind. First, to gain a clear and distinct idea of passion, we must define both the name and the thing. To begin with the definition of the name, we are not here to understand the word passion in its vulgar and most limited sense, as it signifies merely anger or fury, nor do we take it in its most extensive philosophical sense for the sustaining the action of an agent. But in the more limited philosophical sense, passions signify the various affections of the mind, such as admiration, love, or hatred. This is the definition of the name. We proceed to the definition of the thing. Passion is defined a sensation of some special commotion in animal nature, occasioned by the mind's perception of some object suited to excite that commotion. Here, footnote, since this was written, I have published a short treatise of the passions, wherein I have so far varied from this definition as to call them sensible commotions of our whole nature, both soul and body, occasioned by the mind's perception of some objects, etc. I made this alteration in the description of the passions in that book chiefly to include, in a more explicit manner, the passions of desire and aversion, which are acts of volition rather than sensations. Yet since some commotions of animal nature attend all the passions, and since there is always a sensation of these commotions, I shall not change the definition I have written here, for this will agree to all the passions, whether they include any act of volition or not, nor indeed is the matter of any great importance. November 17th, 1728. End footnote. The genus or general nature of passion is a sensation of some special commotion in animal nature, and herein it agrees with hunger, thirst, pain, etc. The essential difference of it is that this commotion arises from a thought or perception of the mind, and hereby it is distinguished from hunger, thirst, or pain. Secondly, we must conceive of it completely or survey the several parts that compose it. These are 1. The mind's perception of some object, 2. The consequent ruffle or special commotion of the nerves and blood and animal spirits, and 3. The sensation of this inward commotion. Thirdly, we must consider it comprehensively in its various properties. The most essential attributes that make up its nature have been already mentioned under the foregoing heads. Some of the most considerable properties that remain are these, namely, that passion belongs to all mankind in greater or lesser degrees. It is not constantly present with us, but upon some certain occasions. It is appointed by our Creator for various useful ends and purposes, namely to give us vigor in the pursuit of what is good and agreeable to us, or in the avoidance of what is hurtful. It is very proper for our state of trial in this world. It is not utterly to be rooted out of our nature, but to be moderated and governed according to the rules of virtue and religion, etc. Fourthly, we must take cognizance of the various kinds of it, which is called an extensive conception of it. If the object which the mind perceives be very uncommon, it excites the passion of admiration. If the object appear agreeable, it raises love. If the agreeable object be absent and attainable, it is desire. If likely to be attained, it excites hope. If unattainable, despair. If it be present and possessed, it is the passion of joy. If lost, it excites sorrow. If the object be disagreeable, it causes in general hatred or aversion. If it be absent, and yet we are in danger of it, it raises our fear. If it be present, it is sorrow and sadness, etc. Fifthly, all these things, and many more which go to compose a treatise on this subject, must be placed in their proper order, a slight specimen of which is exhibited in this short account of passion, and which that admirable author Descartes has treated of at large, though for want of sufficient experiments and observations in natural philosophy there are some few mistakes in his account of animal nature. Section 13. An illustration of these 5 rules by similitudes. Thus we have brought the first part of logic to a conclusion, and it may not be improper here to represent its excellencies, so far as we have gone, by general hints of its chief design and use, as well as by various comparison of it to those instruments which mankind have invented for their several conveniencies and improvements. The design of logic is not to furnish us with the perceiving faculty, but only to direct and assist us in the use of it. It doth not give us the objects of our ideas, but only casts such a light on those objects which nature furnishes us with, that they may be the more easily and distinctly known. It doth not add new parts or properties to things, but it discovers the various parts, properties, relations, and dependencies of one thing upon another, and by ranking all things under general and special heads, it renders the nature, or any of the properties, powers, and uses of a thing more easy to be found out, when we seek in what ranks of beings it lies, and wherein it agrees with, and wherein it differs from others. If any comparisons would illustrate this, it may be thus represented. 1. When logic assists us to attain a clear and distinct conception of the nature of things by definition, it is like those glasses whereby we behold such objects distinctly, as by reason of their smallness, or their great distance, appear in confusion to the naked eye. So the telescope discovers to us distant wonders in the heavens, and shows the Milky Way and the bright cloudy spots in a very dark sky to be a collection of little stars which the eye unassisted beholds in mingled confusion. So when bodies are too small for our sight to survey them distinctly, then the microscope is at hand for our assistance to show us all the limbs and features of the most minute animals with great clearness and distinction. 2. When we are taught by logic to view a thing completely in all its parts by the help of division, it has the use of an anatomical knife which dissects an animal body and separates the veins, arteries, nerves, muscles, membranes, etc., and shows us the several parts which go to the composition of a complete animal. 3. When logic instructs us to survey an object comprehensively in all the modes, properties, relations, faces, and appearances of it, it is of the same use as a terrestrial globe, which, turning round on its axis, represents to us all the variety of lands and seas, kingdoms and nations on the surface of the earth, in a very short succession of time, shows the situation and various relation of them to each other, and gives a comprehensive view of them in miniature. 4. When this art teaches us to distribute any extensive idea into its different kinds or species, it may be compared to the prismatic glass that receives the sunbeams or rays of light, which seem to be uniform when falling upon it, but it separates and distributes them into their different kinds and colors, and ranks them in their proper succession. Or if we descend to subdivisions and subordinate ranks of being, then distribution may also be said to form the resemblance of a natural tree, wherein the genus or general idea stands for the root or stock, and the several kinds or species and individuals are distributed abroad and represented in their dependence and connection, like the several boughs, branches, and lesser shoots. For instance, let animal be the root of a logical tree, the resemblance is seen by mere inspection, though the root be not placed at the bottom of the page. Animal, divided into man, divided into Philip, James, Peter, Thomas, etc., or beast, divided into horse, squirrel, lion, dog, bear, etc., horse divided into trot and bayard, etc., dog divided into mastiff, spaniel, greyhound, beagle, etc., bird divided into eagle, lark, duck, goose, etc., duck divided into English, Muscovy, hookbill, etc. Fish divided into trout, whale, oyster, etc. Insect divided into flying and creeping. Flying divided into wasp, bee, etc. Creeping divided into worm, ant, caterpillar, etc. The same similitude will serve also to illustrate the division and subdivision of an integral whole into its several parts. When logic directs us to place all our ideas in a proper method, most convenient both for instruction and memory, it doth the same service as the cases of well-contrived shelves in a large library, wherein folios, quartos, octavos, and lesser volumes are disposed in such exact order under the particular heads of divinity, history, mathematics, ancient and miscellaneous learning, etc., that the student knows where to find every book, and has them all, as it were, within his command at once, because of the exact order wherein they are placed. The man who has such assistances as these at hand, in order to manage his conceptions and regulate his ideas, is well prepared to improve his knowledge, and to join these ideas together in a regular manner by judgment, which is the second operation of the mind, and will be the subject of the second part of logic. End of section 8. Section 9 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the nature of a proposition and its several parts. Logic, the second part, of judgment and proposition. When the mind has got acquaintance with things by framing ideas of them, it proceeds to the next operation, and that is to compare these ideas together, and to join them by affirmation or disjoin them by negation, according as we find them to agree or disagree. This act of the mind is called judgment, as when we have by perception obtained the ideas of Plato, a philosopher, man, innocent. We formed these judgments. Plato was a philosopher. No man is innocent. Some writers have asserted that judgment consists in a mere perception of the agreement or disagreement of ideas, but I rather think there is an act of the will, at least in most cases, necessary to form a judgment. For though we do perceive or think we perceive ideas to agree or disagree, yet we may sometimes refrain from judging or assenting to the perception, for fear lest the perception should not be sufficiently clear, and we should be mistaken. And I am well assured at other times that there are multitudes of judgments formed, and a firm assent given to ideas joined or disjoined, before there is any clear perception whether they agree or disagree, and this is the reason of so many false judgments or mistakes among men. Both these practices are a proof that judgment has something of the will in it, and does not merely consist in perception, since we sometimes judge, though unhappily, without perceiving, and sometimes we perceive without immediate judging. As an idea is the result of our conception or apprehension, so a proposition is the effect of judgment. The foregoing sentences, which are examples of the act of judgment, are properly called propositions. Plato was a philosopher, etc. Here let us consider 1. The general nature of a proposition, and the parts of which it is composed. 2. The various divisions or kinds of propositions. 3. The springs of false judgment, or the doctrine of prejudices. 4. General directions to assist us in judging aright. 5. Special rules to direct us in judging particular objects. Chapter 1. Of the nature of a proposition and its several parts. A proposition is a sentence wherein 2 or more ideas or terms are joined or disjoined by one affirmation or negation. As Plato was a philosopher, every angle is formed by 2 lines meeting. No man living on earth can be completely happy. When there are ever so many ideas or terms in the sentence, yet if they are joined or disjoined merely by one single affirmation or negation, they are properly called but one proposition, though they may be resolved into several propositions which are implied therein, as will appear hereafter. In describing a proposition I use the word terms as well as ideas, because when mere ideas are joined in the mind without words, it is rather called a judgment, but when clothed with words it is called a proposition, even though it be in the mind only, as well as when it is expressed by speaking or writing. There are 3 things which go to the nature and constitution of a proposition, namely the subject, the predicate, and the copula. The subject of a proposition is that concerning which anything is affirmed or denied. So Plato, angle, man living on earth are the subjects of the foregoing propositions. The predicate is that which is affirmed or denied of the subject. So philosopher is the predicate of the first proposition. formed by two lines meeting, is the predicate of the second. Capable of being completely happy is the proper predicate of the third. The subject and predicate of a proposition taken together are called the matter of it, for these are the materials of which it is made. The copula is the form of a proposition. It represents the act of the mind affirming or denying, and it is expressed by the words am, art, is, are, etc., or am not, art not, is not, are not, etc. It is not a thing of importance enough to create a dispute whether the words no, none, not, never, etc., which disjoin the idea or terms in a negative proposition, shall be called a part of the subject, of the copula, or of the predicate. Sometimes, perhaps, they may seem most naturally to be included in one and sometimes in another of these, though a proposition is usually denominated affirmative or negative from its copula, as hereafter. Note 1, where each of these parts of a proposition is not expressed distinctly in so many words, yet they are all understood and implicitly contained therein, as Socrates disputed is a complete proposition, for it signifies Socrates was disputing. So I die signifies I am dying. I can write, that is, I am able to write. In Latin and Greek, one single word is many times a complete proposition. Note 2, these words am, art, is, etc., when they are used alone without any other predicate, signify both the act of the mind judging, which includes a copula, and signify also actual existence, which is the predicate of that proposition. So Rome is signifies Rome is existent. There are some strange monsters, that is, some strange monsters are existent. Carthage is no more, that is, Carthage has no being. Note 3. The subject and predicate of a proposition are not always to be known and distinguished by the placing of the words in the sentence, but by reflecting duly on the sense of the words and on the mind and design of the speaker or writer. As if I say, in Africa there are many lions. I mean, many lions are existent in Africa. Many lions is the subject, and existent in Africa is the predicate. It is proper for a philosopher to understand geometry. Here the word proper is the predicate, and all the rest is the subject, except is the copula. Note 4. The subject and predicate of a proposition ought always to be two different ideas or two different terms, for where both the terms and ideas are the same, it is called an identical proposition, which is mere trifling and cannot tend to promote knowledge, such as a rule is a rule or a good man is a good man. But there are some propositions wherein the terms of the subject and predicate seem to be the same, yet the ideas are not the same, nor can these be called purely identical or trifling propositions, such as home is home, that is, home is a convenient or delightful place. Socrates is Socrates still, that is, the man Socrates is still a philosopher. The hero was not a hero, that is, the hero did not show his courage. What I have written, that is, what I wrote I still approve and will not alter it. What is done, that is, it cannot be undone. It may be easily observed in these propositions the term is equivocal, for in the predicate it has a different idea from what it has in the subject. There are also some propositions wherein the terms of the subject and predicate differ, but the ideas are the same, and these are not merely identical or trifling propositions, as impudent is shameless, a billow is a wave, or fluctus in Latin is a wave, a globe is a round body. In these propositions, either the words are explained by a definition of the name, or the ideas by a definition of the thing, and therefore they are by no means useless when formed for this purpose. End of section 9. Section 10 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the various kinds of propositions, Part 1. Chapter 2 of the various kinds of propositions. Propositions may be distributed into various kinds according to their subject, their copula, their predicate, their nature or composition, their sense, and their evidence, which distributions will be explained in the following sections. Section 1. Of universal, particular, indefinite, and singular propositions. Propositions may be divided according to their subject into universal and particular. This is usually called a division arising from the quantity. An universal proposition is when the subject is taken according to the whole of its extension, so if the subject be a genus or general nature, it includes all its species or kinds. If the subject be a species, it includes all its individuals. This universality is usually signified by these words: all, every, no, none, or the like, as all men must die, no man is almighty, every creature had a beginning. A particular proposition is when the subject is not taken according to its whole extension, that is, when the term is limited and restrained to some one or more of those species or individuals whose general nature it expresses, but reaches not to all, and this is usually denoted by the words some, many, a few, there are, which, etc., as some birds can sing well, few men are truly wise, there are parrots which will talk 100 things. Under the general name of universal propositions, we may justly include those that are singular, and, for the most part, those that are indefinite also. A singular proposition is when the subject is a singular or individual term or idea. As Descartes was an ingenious philosopher, Sir Isaac Newton has far exceeded all his predecessors. The palace at Hampton Court is a pleasant dwelling. This day is very cold. The subject here must be taken according to the whole of its extension, because, being an individual, it can extend only to one, and it must therefore be regulated by the laws of universal propositions. An indefinite proposition is when no note, either of universality or particularity, is prefixed to a subject which is in its own nature general, as a planet is ever changing its place, angels are noble creatures. Now this sort of proposition, especially when it describes the nature of things, is usually counted universal also, and it supposes the subject to be taken in its whole extension. For if there were any planet which did not change its place, or any angel that were not a noble creature, these propositions would not be strictly true. Yet in order to secure us against mistakes in judging of universal, particular, and indefinite propositions, it is necessary to make these following remarks. First, concerning universal propositions. Note 1. Universal terms may either denote a metaphysical, a physical, or a moral universality. A metaphysical or mathematical universality is when all the particulars contained under any general idea have the same predicate belonging to them without any exception whatsoever, or when the predicate is so essential to the universal subject that it destroys the very nature of the subject to be without it, as all circles have a centre and circumference. All spirits in their own nature are immortal. A physical or natural universality is when, according to the order and common course of nature, a predicate agrees to all the subjects of that kind, though there may be some accidental and preternatural exceptions. As all men use words to express their thoughts, yet dumb persons are excepted, for they cannot speak. All beasts have 4 feet, yet there may be some monsters with 5, or maimed, who have but 3. A moral universality is when the predicate agrees to the greatest part of the particulars which are contained under the universal subject, as all Negroes are stupid creatures, all men are governed by affection rather than by reason, all the old Romans loved their country, and the Scripture uses this language when St. Paul tells us the Cretes are always liars. Now it is evident that a special or singular conclusion cannot be inferred from a moral universality, nor always and infallibly from a physical one, though it may be always inferred from an universality which is metaphysical, without any danger or possibility of a mistake. Let it be observed also that usually we make little or no distinction in common language between a subject that is physically or metaphysically universal. Note 2. An universal term is sometimes taken collectively for all its particular ideas united together, and sometimes distributively, meaning each of them single and alone. Instances of a collective universal are such as these: all these apples will fill a bushel, all the hours of the night are sufficient for sleep, all the rules of grammar overload the memory. In these propositions it is evident that the predicate belongs not to the individuals separately, but to the whole collective idea, for we cannot affirm the same predicate if we change the word all into one or into every. We cannot say one apple or every apple will fill a bushel, etc. Now such a collective idea, when it becomes the subject of a proposition, ought to be esteemed as one single thing, and this renders the proposition singular or indefinite, as we shall show immediately. A distributive universal will allow the word all to be changed into every or into one, and by this means is distinguished from a collective. Instances of a distributive universal are the most common on every occasion, as all men are mortal, every man is a sinner, etc. But in this sort of universal there is a distinction to be made, which follows in the next remark. Note 3. When an universal term is taken distributively, sometimes it includes all the individuals contained in its inferior species, as when I say every sickness has a tendency to death, I mean every individual sickness as well as every kind. But sometimes it includes no more than merely each species or kind, as when the evangelist says, Christ healed every disease, or every disease was healed by Christ, that is, every kind of disease. The first of these, logicians call the distribution of an universal in singula generum. The last is a distribution in genera singulorum. But either of them, joined to the subject, renders a proposition universal. Note 4. The universality of a subject is often restrained by a part of the predicate, as when we say, all men learn wisdom by experience. The universal subject, all men, is limited to signify only all those men who learn wisdom. The Scripture also uses this sort of language when it speaks of all men being justified by the righteousness of one, Romans 5, verse 18, that is, all men who are justified obtain it this way. Observe here that not only a metaphysical or natural, but a moral universality also is oftentimes to be restrained by a part of the predicate, as when we say, all the Dutch are good seamen, all the Italians are subtle politicians, that is, those among the Dutch that are seamen are good seamen, and those among the Italians who are politicians are subtle politicians, that is, they are generally so. Note 5. The universality of a term is many times restrained by the particular time, place, circumstance, etc., or the design of the speaker, as if we were in the city of London and say, all the weavers went to present their petition, we mean only all the weavers who dwell in the city. So when it is said in the Gospel, all men did marvel, Mark 5, verse 20, it reaches only to all those men who heard of the miracles of our Saviour. Here also it should be observed that a moral universality is restrained by time, place, and other circumstances, as well as a natural, so that by those means the word all sometimes does not extend to a tenth part of those who at first might seem to be included in that word. One occasion of these difficulties and ambiguities that belong to universal propositions is the common humour and temper of mankind, who generally have an inclination to magnify their ideas and to talk roundly and universally concerning anything they speak of, which has introduced universal terms of speech into custom and habit in all nations and all languages, more than nature or reason would dictate. Yet when this custom is introduced, it is not at all improper to use this sort of language in solemn and sacred writings, as well as in familiar discourse. Second, remarks concerning indefinite propositions. Note 1. Propositions carrying in them universal forms of expression may sometimes drop the note of universality and become indefinite, and yet retain the same universal sense, whether metaphysical, natural, or moral, whether collective or distributive. We may give instances of each of these. Metaphysical, as a circle has a center and circumference. Natural, as beasts have 4 feet. Moral, as Negroes are stupid creatures. Collective, as the apples will fill a bushel. Distributive, as men are mortal. Note 2. There are many cases wherein a collective idea is expressed in a proposition by an indefinite term, and that where it describes the nature or quality of the subject, as well as when it declares some past matters of fact, as fir trees set in good order will give a charming prospect. This must signify a collection of fir trees, for one makes no prospect. In matters of fact, this is more evident and frequent, as the Romans overcame the Gauls, the robbers surrounded the coach, the wild geese flew over the Thames in the form of a wedge. All these are collective subjects. Note 3. In indefinite propositions, the subject is often restrained by the predicate or by the special time, place, or circumstances, as well as in propositions which are expressly universal, as the Chinese are ingenious silk weavers, that is, those Chinese which are silk weavers are ingenious at their work. The stars appear to us when the twilight is gone. This can signify no more than the stars which are above our horizon. Note 4. All these restrictions tend to reduce some indefinite propositions almost into particular, as will appear under the next remarks. Third, remarks concerning particular propositions. Note 1. A particular proposition may sometimes be expressed indefinitely without any note of particularity prefixed to the subject, as, in times of confusion, laws are not executed, men of virtue are disgraced, and murderers escape, that is, some laws and some men of virtue, some murderers, unless we should call this language a moral universality, though I think it can hardly extend so far. Note, too, the words some, a few, etc., though they generally denote a proper particularity, yet sometimes they express a collective idea, as some of the enemies beset the general around. A few Greeks would beat 1,000 Indians. I conclude this section with a few general remarks on this subject, namely, General Remark 1, since universal, indefinite, and particular terms in the plural number may either be taken in a collective or distributive sense, there is one short and easy way to find when they are collective and when distributive, namely, if the plural number may be changed into the singular, that is, if the predicate will agree to one single subject, it is a distributive idea; if not, it is collective. General Remark 2, universal and particular terms in the plural number, such as all, some, few, many, etc., when they are taken in their distributive sense, represent several single ideas, and when they are thus affixed to the subject of a proposition, render that proposition universal or particular according to the universality or particularity of the terms affixed. General Remark 3. Universal and particular terms in the plural number, taken in their collective sense, represent generally one collective idea. If this one collective idea be thus represented, whether by universal or particular terms, as the subject of a proposition which describes the nature of a thing, it properly makes either a singular or an indefinite proposition, for the words all, some, a few, etc., do not then denote the quantity of the proposition, but are esteemed merely as terms which connect the individuals together in order to compose one collective idea. Observe these instances. All the sycamores in the garden would make a large grove. That is, this one collection of sycamores, which is a singular idea. Some of the sycamores in the garden would make a fine grove. Sycamores would make a noble grove. In these last the subject is rather indefinite than singular, but it is very evident that in each of these propositions the predicate can only belong to a collective idea, and therefore the subject must be esteemed a collective. If this collective idea, whether represented by universal or particular terms, be used in describing past matters of fact, then it is generally to be esteemed a singular idea, and renders the proposition singular, as all the soldiers of Alexander made but a little army. A few Macedonians vanquished the large army of Darius. Some grenadiers in the camp plundered all the neighboring towns. Now, we have shown before that, if a proposition describing the nature of things has an indefinite subject, it is generally to be esteemed universal in its propositional sense, and if it has a singular subject, in its propositional sense it is always ranked with universals. After all, we must be forced to confess that the language of mankind and the idioms of speech are so exceeding various that it is hard to reduce them to a few rules, and if we would gain a just and precise idea of every universal, particular, and indefinite expression, we must not only consider the peculiar idiom of the language, but the time, the place, the occasion, the circumstances of the matter spoken of, and thus penetrate as far as possible into the design of the speaker or writer. Section 2. Of affirmative and negative propositions. When a proposition is considered with regard to its copula, it may be divided into affirmative and negative, for it is the copula joins or disjoins the two ideas. Others call this a division of propositions according to their quality. An affirmative proposition is when the idea of the predicate is supposed to agree to the idea of the subject, and is joined to it by the word is or are, which is the copula, as all men are sinners, but when the predicate is not supposed to agree with the subject and is disjoined from it by the particles is not, are not, etc., the proposition is negative, as man is not innocent or no man is innocent. In an affirmative proposition we assert one thing to belong to another and, as it were, unite them in thought and word. In negative propositions we separate one thing from another and deny their agreement. It may seem something odd that two ideas or terms are said to be disjoined as well as joined by a copula, but if we can but suppose the negative particles to really belong to the copula of negative propositions, it takes away the harshness of the expression, and, to make it yet softer, we may consider that the predicate and subject may be properly said to be joined in a form of words as a proposition by connective particles in grammar or logic, though they are disjoined in their sense and signification. Every youth who has learnt his grammar knows there are such words as disjunctive conjunctions. Several things are worthy our notice on this subject. Note 1. as there are some terms or words or ideas, as I have shown before, concerning which it is hard to determine whether they are negative or positive, so there are some propositions concerning which it may be difficult to say whether they affirm or deny, as when we say Plato was no fool, Cicero was no unskilful orator, Caesar made no expedition to Muscovy. An oyster is no part like an eel. It is not necessary for a physician to speak French, and for a physician to speak French is needless. The sense of these propositions is very plain and easy, though logicians might squabble perhaps a whole day whether they should rank them under the names of negative or affirmative. Note 2. In Latin and English, two negatives joined in one sentence make an affirmative, as when we declare no man is not mortal. It is the same as though we said man is mortal. But in Greek and oftentimes in French, two negatives make but a stronger denial. Note 3. If the mere negative term, not, be added to the copula of an universal affirmative proposition, it reduces it to a particular negative, as all men are not wise signifies the same as some men are not wise. Note 4. In all affirmative propositions, the predicate is taken in its whole comprehension, that is, every essential part and attribute of it is affirmed concerning the subject. As when I say, a true Christian is an honest man, everything that belongs to honesty is affirmed concerning a true Christian. Note 5. In all negative propositions, the predicate is taken in its whole extension, that is, every species and individual that is contained in the general idea of the predicate is utterly denied concerning the subject. So in this proposition, a spirit is not an animal. We exclude all sorts and kinds and particular animals whatsoever from the idea of a spirit. From these two last remarks we may derive this inference, that we ought to attend to the entire comprehension of our ideas and to the universal extension of them, as far as we have proper capacity for it, before we grow too confident in our affirming or denying anything which may have the least darkness, doubt, or difficulty attending it. It is the want of this attention that betrays us into many mistakes. Section 3 of the Opposition and Conversion of Propositions. Any two ideas being joined or disjoined in various forms will afford us several propositions. All these may be distinguished according to their quantity and their quality into 4, which are marked or denoted by the letters A, E, I, O, thus. A denotes a universal affirmative. E denotes a universal negative. A denotes a particular affirmative. O denotes a particular negative, according to these old Latin rhymes. Asserit a negat e, verum generaliter ambae. Asserit I negat o, sed particulariter ambo. This may be exemplified by these two ideas, a vine and a tree. A, every vine is a tree. E, no vine is a tree. I, some vine is a tree. O, some vine is not a tree. The logicians of the schools have written many large trifles concerning the opposition and conversion of propositions. It will be sufficient here to give a few brief hints of these things, that the learner may not be utterly ignorant of them. Propositions which are made of the same subject and predicate are said to be opposite, when that which is denied in one is affirmed in the other, either in whole or in part, without any consideration whether the propositions be true or no. If they differ both in quantity and quality, they are called contradictory, as A, every vine is a tree. O, some vine is not a tree. These can never be both true or both false at the same time. If two universals differ in quality, they are contraries, as A, every vine is a tree. E, no vine is a tree. These can never be both true together, but they may be both false. If two particular propositions differ in quality, they are subcontraries, as I, some vine is a tree. O, some vine is not a tree. These may be both true together, but they can never be both false. Both particular and universal propositions which agree in quality, but not in quantity, are called subaltern, though these are not properly opposite, as A, every vine is a tree. I, some vine is a tree. Or thus, E, no vine is a tree. O, some vine is not a tree. The canons of subaltern propositions are usually reckoned these three, namely, 1. If an universal proposition be true, the particular will be true also, but not on the contrary. And 2, if a particular proposition be false, the universal must be false too, but not on the contrary. 3, subaltern propositions, whether universal or particular, may sometimes be both true and sometimes both false. The conversion of propositions is when the subject and predicate change their places with preservation of the truth. This may be done with constant certainty in all universal negatives and particular affirmatives, as no spirit is an animal may be converted, no animal is a spirit, and some tree is a vine may be converted, some vine is a tree. But there is more formal trifling in this sort of discourse than there is of solid improvement, because this sort of conversion arises merely from the form of words, as connected in a proposition, rather than from the matter. Yet it may be useful to observe that there are some propositions which, by reason of the ideas or matter of which they are composed, may be converted with constant truth. Such are those propositions whose predicate is a nominal or real definition of the subject, or the difference of it, or a property of the fourth kind, or a superlative degree of any property or quality whatsoever, or, in short, wheresoever the predicate and the subject have exactly the same extension, or the same comprehension, as every vine is a tree bearing grapes, and every tree bearing grapes is a vine. Religion is the truest wisdom, and the truest wisdom is religion. Julius Caesar was the first emperor of Rome, and the first emperor of Rome was Julius Caesar. These are the propositions which are properly convertible, and they are called reciprocal propositions. Section 4. Of pure and modal propositions. Another division of propositions among the scholastic writers is into pure and modal. This may be called for distinction's sake a division according to the predicate. When a proposition merely expresses that the predicate is connected with the subject, it is called a pure proposition, as every true Christian is an honest man. But when it includes also the way and manner wherein the predicate is connected with the subject, it is called a modal proposition, as when I say it is necessary that a true Christian should be an honest man. Logical writers generally make the modality of this proposition to belong to the copula, because it shows the manner of the connection between subject and predicate. But if the form of the sentence as a logical proposition be duly considered, the mode itself is the very predicate of the proposition, and it must run thus: that a true Christian should be an honest man is a necessary thing, and then the whole primary proposition is included in the subject of the modal proposition. There are 4 modes of connecting the predicate with the subject, which are usually reckoned upon this occasion, namely necessity and contingency, which are 2 opposites, possibility and impossibility, which are also opposites, as it is necessary that a globe should be round. That a globe be made of wood or glass is an unnecessary or contingent thing. It is impossible that a globe should be square. It is possible that a globe may be made of water. With regard to the modal propositions which the schools have introduced, I would make these 2 remarks. 1. These propositions in English are formed by the resolution of the words must be, might not be, can be, and cannot be, into those more explicit forms of a logical copula and predicate: is necessary, is contingent, is possible, is impossible. For it is necessary that a globe should be round signifies no more than that a globe must be round. 2. Let it be noted that this quadruple modality is only an enumeration of the natural modes or manners wherein the predicate is connected with the subject. We might also describe several moral and civil modes of connecting 2 ideas together, namely lawfulness and unlawfulness, conveniency and inconveniency, etc. Whence we may form such modal propositions as these: it is unlawful for any person to kill an innocent man. It is lawful for Christians to eat flesh in Lent. To tell all that we think is inexpedient. For a man to be affable to his neighbor is very convenient, etc. There are several other modes of speaking whereby a predicate is connected with a subject, such as it is certain, it is doubtful, it is probable, it is improbable, it is agreed, it is granted, it is said by the ancients, it is written, etc., all which will form other kinds of modal propositions. But whether the modality be natural, moral, etc., yet in all these propositions it is the mode is the proper predicate, and all the rest of the propositions except the copula, or word is, belongs to the subject, and thus they become pure propositions of a complex nature, of which we shall treat in the next section, so that there is no great need of making modals a distinct sort. There are many little subtleties which the schools acquaint us with concerning the conversion and opposition and equipollence of these modal propositions, suited to the Latin or Greek tongues rather than the English, and fit to pass away the idle time of a student, rather than to enrich his understanding. Section 5. Of single propositions, whether simple or complex. When we consider the nature of propositions, together with the formation of them, and the materials whereof they are made, we divide them into single and compound. A single proposition is that which has but one subject and one predicate, but if it has more subjects or more predicates, it is called a compound proposition, and indeed it contains two or more propositions in it. A single proposition, which is also called categorical, may be divided again into simple and complex. Footnote: as simple ideas are opposed to complex, and single ideas to compound, so propositions are distinguished in the same manner, the English tongue in this respect having some advantage above the learned languages, which have no usual word to distinguish single from simple. End footnote. A purely simple proposition is that whose subject and predicate are made up of single terms, as virtue is desirable, every penitent is pardoned, no man is innocent. When the subject or predicate, or both, are made up of complex terms, it is called a complex proposition, as every sincere penitent is pardoned, virtue is desirable for its own sake, no man alive is perfectly innocent. If the term which is added to the subject of a complex proposition be either essential or any way necessary to it, then it is called explicative, for it only explains the subject, as every mortal man is a son of Adam. But if the term added to make up the complex subject does not necessarily or constantly belong to it, then it is determinative, and limits the subject to a particular part of its extension, as every pious man shall be happy. In the first proposition the word mortal is merely explicative, in the second proposition the word pious is determinative. Here note that whatsoever may be affirmed or denied concerning any subject, with an explicative addition, may be also affirmed or denied of that subject without it, as we may boldly say, every man is a son of Adam, as well as every mortal man. But it is not so where the addition is determinative, for we cannot say, every man shall be happy, though every pious man shall be so. In a complex proposition, the predicate or subject is sometimes made complex by the pronouns who, which, whose, to whom, etc., which make another proposition, as every man who is pious shall be saved. Julius, whose surname was Caesar, overcame Pompey. Bodies which are transparent have many pores. Here the proposition is called the primary or chief, and the additional proposition is called an incident proposition. But it is still to be esteemed in this case merely as a part of the complex term, and the truth or falsehood of the whole complex proposition is not to be judged by the truth or falsehood of the incident proposition, but by the connection of the whole subject with the predicate. For the incident proposition may be false and absurd or impossible, and yet the whole complex proposition may be true, as a horse which has wings might fly over the Thames. Besides this complexion, which brings to the subject or predicate, logical writers used to say there is a complexion which may fall upon the copula also, but this I have accounted for in the section concerning modal propositions, and indeed it is not of much importance whether it were placed there or here. End of section 10. Section 11 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the various kinds of propositions, Part 2. Section 6 of Compound Propositions. A compound proposition is made up of two or more subjects or predicates, or both, and it contains in it two or more propositions which are either plainly expressed or concealed and implied. The first sort of compound propositions are those wherein the composition is expressed and evident, and they are distinguished into these 6 kinds, namely copulative, disjunctive, conditional, causal, relative, and discretive. First, copulative propositions are those which have more subjects or predicates connected by affirmative or negative conjunctions, as riches and honours are temptations to pride. Caesar conquered the Gauls and the Britons. Neither gold nor jewels will purchase immortality. These propositions are evidently compounded, for each of them may be resolved into 2 propositions, namely, riches are temptations to pride, and honour is a temptation to pride, and so the rest. The truth of copulative propositions depends upon the truth of all the parts of them, for if Caesar had conquered the Gauls and not the Britons, or the Britons and not the Gauls, the second copulative proposition had not been true. Here note, these propositions, which cannot be resolved into two or more simple propositions, are not properly copulative, though two or more ideas be connected and coupled by such conjunctions, either in the subject or predicate, as 2 and 3 make 5. Majesty and meekness do not often meet. The sun, moon, and stars are not all to be seen at once. Such propositions are to be esteemed merely complex, because the predicate cannot be affirmed of each single subject, but only of them all together as a collective subject. Second, disjunctive propositions are when the parts are disjoined or opposed to one another by disjunctive particles, as it is either day or night, the weather is either shining or rainy, quantity is either length, breadth, or depth. The truth of disjunctives depends on the necessary and immediate opposition of the parts. Therefore only the last of these examples is true, but the two first are not strictly true, because twilight is a medium between day and night, and dry, cloudy weather is a medium between shining and raining. Third, conditional or hypothetical propositions are those whose parts are united by the conditional particle if, as if the sun be fixed, the earth must move. If there be no fire, there will be no smoke. Note, the first part of these propositions, or that wherein the condition is contained, is called the antecedent, the other is called the consequent. The truth of these propositions depends not at all on the truth and falsehood of their two parts, but on the truth of the connection of them, for each part of them may be false, and yet the whole proposition true, as if there be no providence, there will be no future punishment. Fourth, causal propositions are where two propositions are joined by causal particles, as houses were not built that they might be destroyed. Rehoboam was unhappy because he followed evil counsel. The truth of a causal proposition arises not from the truth of the parts, but from the causal influence that the one part of it has upon the other. For both parts may be true, yet the proposition false, if one part be not the cause of the other. Some logicians refer reduplicative propositions to this place, as men, considered as men, are rational creatures, that is, because they are men. Fifth, relative propositions have their parts joined by such particles as express a relation or comparison of one thing to another, as when you are silent, I will speak. As much as you are worth, so much you shall be esteemed. As is the Father, so is the Son. Where there is no tale-bearer, contention will cease. These are very much akin to conditional propositions, and the truth of them depends upon the justness of their connection. Sixth, discretive propositions are such wherein various and seemingly opposite judgments are made, whose variety or distinction is noted by the particles but, though, yet, etc., as travellers may change their climate, but not their temper. Job was patient, though his grief was great. The truth and goodness of a discretive proposition depends on the truth of both parts, and their contrary distinction to one another. For though both parts should be true, yet if there be no seeming opposition between them, it is a useless assertion, though we cannot call it a false one, as Descartes was a philosopher, yet he was a Frenchman. The Romans were valiant, but they spoke Latin, both which propositions are ridiculous for want of a seeming opposition between the parts. Since we have declared wherein the truth and falsehood of these compound propositions consist, it is proper also to give some intimations how any of these propositions, when they are false, may be opposed or contradicted. All compound propositions, except copulatives and discretives, are properly denied or contradicted when the negation affects their conjunctive particles, as if the disjunctive proposition asserts, it is either day or night, the opponent says, it is not either day or night, or it is not necessary that it should be either day or night. So the hypothetical proposition is denied by saying it does not follow that the earth must move if the sun be fixed. A disjunctive proposition may be contradicted also by denying all the parts, as it is neither day nor night. And a causal proposition may be denied or opposed indirectly and improperly when either part of the proposition is denied, and it must be false if either part be false. But the design of the proposition being to show the causal connection of the two parts, each part is supposed to be true, and it is not properly contradicted as a causal proposition unless one part of it be denied to be the cause of the other. As for copulatives and discretives, because their truth depends more on the truth of their parts, therefore these may be opposed or denied, as many ways as the parts of which they are composed may be denied. So this copulative proposition, riches and honor are temptations to pride, may be denied by saying riches are not temptations, though honor may be, or honor is not a temptation, though riches may be, or neither riches nor honor are temptations, etc. So this discretive proposition, Job was patient, though his grief was great, is denied by saying Job was not patient, though his grief was great, or Job was patient, but his grief was not great, or Job was not patient, nor was his grief great. We proceed now to the second sort of compound propositions, namely such whose composition is not expressed, but latent or concealed, yet a small attention will find two propositions included in them. Such are these that follow. 1. Exclusives, as 1. The pious man alone is happy. It is only Sir Isaac Newton could find out true philosophy. 2. Exceptives, as none of the ancients but Plato well defended the soul's immortality. The Protestants worship none but God. 3. Comparatives, as pain is the greatest affliction. No Turk was fiercer than the Spaniards at Mexico. Here note that the comparative degree does not always imply the positive, as if I say a fool is better than a knave. This does not affirm that folly is good, but that it is a less evil than knavery. 4. Inceptives and desitives, which relate to the beginning or ending of anything, as the Latin tongue is not yet forgotten. No man before Orpheus wrote Greek verse. Peter Czar of Muscovy began to civilize his nation. To these may be added continuatives, as Rome remains to this day, which includes at least two propositions, namely Rome was and Rome is. Here let other authors spend time and pains in giving the precise definitions of all these sorts of propositions, which may be as well understood by their names and examples. Here let them tell what their truth depends upon, and how they are to be opposed or contradicted, but a moderate share of common sense, with a review of what is said on the former compounds, will suffice for all these purposes without the formality of rules. Section 7. Of true and false propositions. Propositions are next to be considered according to their sense or signification, and thus they are distributed into true and false. A true proposition represents things as they are in themselves, but if things are represented otherwise than they are in themselves, the proposition is false. Or we may describe them more particularly thus. A true proposition joins those ideas and terms together whose objects are joined and agree, or it disjoins those ideas and terms whose objects disagree or are disjoined, as every bird has wings. A brute is not immortal. A false proposition joins those ideas or terms whose objects disagree, or it disjoins those whose objects agree, as birds have no wings, brutes are immortal. Note, it is impossible that the same proposition should be both true and false at the same time, in the same sense, and in the same respect, because a proposition is but the representation of the agreement or disagreement of things. Now, it is impossible that the same thing should be and not be, or that the same thing should agree and not agree, at the same time and in the same respect. This is a first principle of human knowledge. Yet some propositions may seem to contradict one another, though they may be both true, but in different senses or respects or times, as man was immortal in paradise, and man was mortal in paradise. But these two propositions must be referred to different times, as man before his fall was immortal, but at the fall he became mortal. So we may say now, man is mortal or man is immortal, if we take these propositions in different respects, as man is an immortal creature as to his soul, but mortal as to his body. A great variety of difficulties and seeming contradictions, both in Holy Scripture and other writings, may be solved and explained in this manner. The most important question on this subject is this: what is the criterion or distinguishing mark of truth? How shall we know when a proposition is really true or false? There are so many disguises of truth in the world, so many false appearances of truth, that some sects have declared there is no possibility of distinguishing truth from falsehood, and therefore they have abandoned all pretenses to knowledge, and maintain strenuously that nothing is to be known. The first men of this humour made themselves famous in Greece by the name of skeptics, that is, seekers. They were also called academics, borrowing their names from academia, their school or place of study. They taught that all things are uncertain, though they allowed that some are more probable than others. After these arose the sect of Pyrrhonics, so named from Pyrrho, their master, who would not allow one proposition to be more probable than another, but professed that all things were equally uncertain. Now all these men, as an ingenious author expresses it, were rather to be called a sect of liars than philosophers, and that censure is just for two reasons. One, because they determined concerning every proposition that it was uncertain, and believed that as a certain truth, while they professed there was nothing certain, and that nothing could be determined concerning truth or falsehood, and thus their very doctrine gave itself the lie. Two, because they judged and acted as other men did in the common affairs of life. They would neither run into fire nor water, though they professed ignorance and uncertainty whether the one would burn or the other drown them. There have been some in all ages who have too much affected this humour, who dispute against everything under pretence that truth hath no certain mark to distinguish it. Let us therefore inquire what is the general criterion of truth, and in order to this it is proper to consider what is the reason why we assent to those propositions which contain the most certain and indubitable truths, such as these: the whole is greater than a part, 2 and 3 make 5. The only reason why we believe these propositions to be true is because the ideas of these subjects and predicates appear with so much clearness and strength of evidence to agree to each other, that the mind cannot help discerning the agreement, and cannot doubt of the truth of them, but is constrained to judge them true. So when we compare the ideas of a circle and a triangle, or the ideas of an oyster and a butterfly, we see such an evident disagreement between them that we are sure that a butterfly is not an oyster, nor is a triangle a circle. There is nothing but the evidence of the agreement or disagreement between two ideas that makes us affirm or deny the one or the other. Now it will follow from hence that a clear and distinct perception, or full evidence of the agreement and disagreement of our ideas to one another or to things, is a certain criterion of truth. For since our minds are of such a make that, where the evidence is exceeding plain and strong, we cannot withhold our assent, we should then be necessarily exposed to believe falsehood, if complete evidence should be found in any propositions that are not true. But surely the God of perfect wisdom, truth, and goodness would never oblige his creatures to be thus deceived, and therefore he would never have constituted us of such a frame as would render it naturally impossible to guard against error. Another consequence is naturally derived from the former, and that is, that the only reason why we fall into mistake is because we are impatient to form a judgment of things before we have a clear and evident perception of their agreement or disagreement, and if we will make haste to judge while our ideas are obscure and confused, or before we see whether they agree or disagree, we shall plunge ourselves into perpetual errors. See more on this subject in an essay on the freedom of will in God and man, published in 1732, section 1, page 13. Note, what is here asserted concerning the necessity of clear and distinct ideas refers chiefly to propositions which we form ourselves by our own powers. As for propositions which we derive from the testimony of others, they will be accounted for in chapter 4. Section 8. Of certain and dubious propositions of knowledge and opinion. Since we have found that evidence is the great criterion and the sure mark of truth, this leads us directly to consider propositions according to their evidence, and here we must take notice both of the different degrees of evidence and the different kinds of it. Propositions according to their different degrees of evidence are distinguished into certain and dubious. Footnote. It may be objected that this certainty and uncertainty being only in the mind, the division belongs to propositions rather according to the degrees of our assent than the degrees of evidence. But it may well be answered that the evidence here intended is that which appears so to the mind, and not the mere evidence in the nature of things. Besides, as we shall show immediately, the degree of assent ought to be exactly proportionable to the degree of evidence, and therefore the difference is not great, whether propositions be called certain or uncertain, according to the measure of evidence or of assent. But let it be observed here that every proposition in itself is certainly true or certainly false, for though doubtfulness or uncertainty seems to be a medium between certain truth and certain falsehood in our minds, yet there is no such medium in things themselves, no, not even in future events. For now at this time it is certain in itself that Midsummer Day 7 years hence will be serene, or it is certain it will be cloudy, though we are uncertain and utterly ignorant what sort of day it will be. This certainty of distant futurity is known to God only. Uncertain or dubious propositions, that is, opinions, are distinguished into probable or improbable. When the evidence of any proposition is greater than the evidence of the contrary, then it is a probable opinion. Where the evidence and arguments are stronger on the contrary side, we call it improbable. But while the arguments on either side seem to be equally strong, and the evidence for and against any proposition appears equal to the mind, then, in common language, we call it a doubtful matter. We also call it a dubious or doubtful proposition when there are no arguments on either side, as next Christmas Day will be a very sharp frost. And in general, all those propositions are doubtful wherein we can perceive no sufficient marks or evidences of truth or falsehood. In such a case, the mind which is searching for truth ought to remain in a state of doubt or suspense until superior evidence on one side or the other incline the balance of the judgment and determine the probability or certainty to the one side. A great many propositions which we generally believe or disbelieve in human affairs or in the sciences have very various degrees of evidence, which yet rise not to complete certainty either of truth or falsehood. Thus it comes to pass that there are such various and almost infinite degrees of probability and improbability. To a weak probability we should give a weak assent, and a stronger assent is due where the evidence is greater and the matter more probable. If we proportion our assent in all things to the degrees of evidence, we do the utmost that human nature is capable of in a rational way to secure itself from error. Section 9 of Sense, Consciousness, Intelligence, Reason, Faith, and Inspiration. After we have considered the evidence of propositions in the various degrees of it, we come to survey the several kinds of evidence, or the different ways whereby truth is let into the mind, and which produce accordingly several kinds of knowledge. We shall distribute them into these 6, namely, sense, consciousness, intelligence, reason, faith, and inspiration, and then distinguish the propositions which are derived from them. First, the evidence of sense is when we frame a proposition according to the dictate of any of our senses. So we judge that grass is green, that a trumpet gives a pleasant sound, that fire burns wood, water is soft, and iron is hard, for we have seen, heard, or felt all these. It is upon this evidence of sense that we know and believe the daily occurrences in human life, and almost all the histories of mankind that are written by eye or ear witnesses are built upon this principle. Under the evidence of sense, we do not only include that knowledge which is derived to us by our outward senses of hearing, seeing, feeling, tasting, and smelling, but that also which is derived from the inward sensations and appetites of hunger, thirst, ease, pleasure, pain, weariness, rest, etc., and all those things which belong to the body, as hunger is a painful appetite, light is pleasant, rest is sweet to the weary limbs. Propositions which are built on this evidence may be named sensible propositions or the dictates of sense. Second, as we learn what belongs to the body by the evidence of sense, so we learn what belongs to the soul by an inward consciousness, which may be called a sort of internal feeling or spiritual sensation of what passes in the mind. As I think before I speak, I desire large knowledge, I suspect my own practice, I studied hard today, my conscience bears witness of my sincerity, my soul hates vain thoughts, fear is an uneasy passion, long meditation in one thing is tiresome. Thus it appears that we obtain the knowledge of a multitude of propositions, as well as of single ideas, by those 2 principles which Mr. Locke calls sensation and reflection. One of them is a sort of consciousness of what affects the body, and the other is a consciousness of what passes in the mind. Propositions which are built on this internal consciousness have yet no particular or distinguished name assigned to them. Third, intelligence relates chiefly to those abstracted propositions which carry their own evidence with them and admit no doubt about them. Our perception of this self-evidence in any proposition is called intelligence. It is our knowledge of those first principles of truth which are, as it were, wrought into the very nature and make of our minds. They are so evident in themselves to every man who attends to them that they need no proof. It is the prerogative and peculiar excellence of these propositions that they can scarce ever be proved or denied. They cannot easily be proved because there is nothing supposed to be more clear or certain from which an argument may be drawn to prove them. They cannot well be denied because their own existence is so bright and convincing that as soon as the terms are understood, the mind necessarily assents, such as these: whatsoever acteth hath a being. Nothing has no properties. A part is less than the whole. Nothing can be the cause of itself. These propositions are called axioms or maxims or first principles. These are the very foundations of all improved knowledge and reasonings, and on that account these have been thought to be innate propositions or truths born with us. Some suppose that a great part of the knowledge of angels and human souls in the separate state is obtained in this manner, namely, by such an immediate view of things in their own nature, which is called intuition. Fourth, reasoning is the next sort of evidence, and that is when one truth is inferred or drawn from others by natural and just methods of argument, as, if there be much light at midnight, I infer it proceeds from the moon, because the sun is under the earth. Footnote. Note, since this book was written, we have so many appearances of the aurora borealis as reduces this inference only to a probability. End footnote. If I see a cottage in a forest, I conclude some man has been there and built it. Or when I survey the heavens and earth, this gives evidence to my reason that there is a God who made them. The propositions which I believe upon this kind of evidence are called conclusions or rational truths, and the knowledge that we gain this way is properly called science. Yet let it be noted that the word science is usually applied to a whole body of regular or methodical observations or propositions which learned men have formed concerning any subject of speculation, deriving one truth from another by a train of arguments. If this knowledge chiefly directs our practice, it is usually called an art, and this is the most remarkable distinction between an art and a science, namely, the one refers chiefly to practice, the other to speculation. Natural philosophy or physics and ontology are sciences. Logic and rhetoric are called arts, but mathematics includes both art and science, for they have much of speculation and much of practice in them. Observe here that when the evidence of a proposition derived from sense, consciousness, intelligence, or reason is firm and indubitable, it produces such assent as we call a natural certainty. Fifth, when we derive the evidence of any proposition from the testimony of others, it is called the evidence of faith, and this is a large part of our knowledge. 10,000 things there are which we believe merely upon the authority or credit of those who have spoken or written of them. It is by this evidence that we know there is such a country as China, and there was such a man as Cicero who dwelt in Rome. It is by this that most of the transactions in human life are managed. We know our parents and our kindred by this means. We know the persons and laws of our present governors, as well as things that are at a vast distance from us in foreign nations or in ancient ages. According as the persons that inform us of anything are many or few, or more or less wise and faithful and credible, so our faith is more or less firm or wavering, and the proposition believed is either certain or doubtful, but in matters of faith, an exceeding great probability is called a moral certainty. Faith is generally distinguished into divine and human, not with regard to the propositions that are believed, but with regard to the testimony upon which we believe them. When God reveals anything to us, this gives us the evidence of divine faith, but what man only acquaints us with produces a human faith in us. The one being built upon the word of man arises but to a moral certainty, but the other, being founded on the word of God, arises to an absolute and infallible assurance, so far as we understand the meaning of this word. This is called supernatural certainty. Propositions which we believe upon the evidence of human testimony are called narratives, relations, reports, historical observations, etc., but such as are built on divine testimony are termed matters of revelation, and if they are of great importance in religion, they are called articles of faith. There are some propositions or parts of knowledge which are said to be derived from observation and experience, that is, experience in ourselves and the observations we have made on other persons or things. But these are made up of some of the former springs of knowledge joined together, namely sense, consciousness, reason, faith, etc., and therefore are not reckoned a distinct kind of evidence. Sixth, inspiration is a sort of evidence distinct from all the former, and that is when such an overpowering impression of any proposition is made upon the mind by God himself that gives a convincing and indubitable evidence of the truth and divinity of it. So were the prophets and the apostles inspired. Footnote. Note here, I speak chiefly of the highest kind of inspiration. End footnote. Sometimes God may have been pleased to make use of the outward senses or the inward workings of the imagination, of dreams, apparitions, visions, and voices, or reasoning, and perhaps human narration to convey divine truths to the mind of the prophet, but none of these would be sufficient to deserve the name of inspiration without a superior or divine light and power attending them. This sort of evidence is also very distinct from what we usually call divine faith, for every common Christian exercises divine faith when he believes any proposition which God has revealed in the Bible upon this account, because God has said it, though it was by a train of reasonings that he was led to believe that this is the word of God. Whereas in the case of inspiration, the prophet not only exercises divine faith in believing what God reveals, but he is under a superior heavenly impression, light, and evidence, whereby he is assured that God reveals it. This is the most eminent kind of supernatural certainty. Though persons might be assured of their own inspiration by some peculiar and inexpressible consciousness of this divine inspiration and evidence in their own spirits, yet it is hard to make out this inspiration to others, and to convince them of it, except by some antecedent or consequent prophecies or miracles, or some public appearances more than human. The propositions which are attained by this sort of evidence are called inspired truths. This is divine revelation at first hand, and the dictates of God in an immediate manner, of which theological writers discourse at large. But since it belongs only to a few favourites of heaven to be inspired, and not the bulk of mankind, it is not necessary to speak more of it in a treatise of logic which is designed for the general improvement of human reason. The various kinds of evidence upon which we believe any proposition afford us these three remarks. First, the same proposition may be known to us by different kinds of evidence. That the whole is bigger than a part is known by our senses, and it is known by the self-evidence of the thing to our mind. That God created the heavens and the earth is known to us by reason, and is known also by divine testimony or faith. Second, among those various kinds of evidence, some are generally stronger than others in their own nature, and give a better ground for certainty. Inward consciousness and intelligence, as well as divine faith and inspiration, usually carry much more force with them than sense or human faith, which are often fallible, though there are instances wherein human faith, sense, and reasoning lay a foundation also for complete assurance, and leave no room for doubt. Reason, in its own nature, would always lead us into the truth in matters within its compass, if it were used aright, or it would require us to suspend our judgment where there is want of evidence. But it is our sloth, precipitancy, sense, passion, and many other things that lead our reason astray in this degenerate and imperfect state. Hence it comes to pass that we are guilty of so many errors in reasoning, especially about divine things, because our reason either is busy to inquire and resolve to determine about matters that are above our present reach, or because we mingle many prejudices and secret influences of sense, fancy, passion, inclination, etc., with our exercises of reason, and judge and determine according to these irregular instances. Divine faith would never admit of any controversies or doubtings if we were but assured that God had spoken, and that we rightly understood his meaning. Third, the greatest evidence and certainty of any proposition does not depend upon the variety of the ways or kinds of evidence whereby it is known, but rather upon the strength and degree of evidence, and the clearness of light in or by which it appears to the mind. For a proposition that is known only one way may be much more certain, and have stronger evidence than another that is supposed to be known many ways. Therefore these propositions, nothing has no properties, nothing can make itself, which are known only by intelligence, are much surer and truer than this proposition, the rainbow has real and inherent colours in it, or than this, the sun rolls round the earth, though we seem to know both these last by our senses and by the common testimony of our neighbours. So any proposition that is clearly evident to our own consciousness or divine faith is much more certain to us than 1,000 others that have only the evidence of feeble and obscure sensations, of mere probable reasonings and doubtful arguments, or the witness of fallible men, or even though all these should join together. End of section 11. Section 12 of Logick by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Springs of False Judgment, or the Doctrine of Prejudices, Part 1. Chapter 3. The Springs of False Judgment, or the Doctrine of Prejudices, Introduction. In the end of the foregoing chapter we have surveyed the several sorts of evidence on which we build our assent to propositions. These are indeed the general grounds upon which we form our judgments concerning things. What remains in this second part of logic is to point out the several springs and causes of our mistakes in judging, and to lay down some rules by which we should conduct ourselves in passing a judgment on everything that is proposed to us. I confess many things which will be mentioned in these following chapters might be as well referred to the third part of Logic, where we shall treat of reasoning and argument, for most of our false judgments seem to include a secret bad reasoning in them, and while we show the springs of error and the rules of true judgment, we do at the same time discover which arguments are fallacious, which reasonings are weak, and which are just and strong. Yet, since this is usually called a judging ill or judging well, I think we may without any impropriety treat of it here, and this will lay a surer foundation for all sorts of ratiocination and argument. Rash judgments are called prejudices, and so are the springs of them. This word in common life signifies an ill opinion which we have conceived of some other person, or some injury done to him. But when we use the word in matters of science, it signifies a judgment that is formed concerning any person or thing before sufficient examination, and generally we suppose it to mean a false judgment or mistake. At least it is an opinion taken up without solid reason for it, or an assent given to a proposition before we have just evidence of the truth of it, though the thing itself may happen to be true. Sometimes these rash judgments are called prepossessions, whereby is meant that some particular opinion has possessed the mind and engaged the assent without sufficient search or evidence of the truth of it. There is a vast variety of these prejudices and prepossessions which attend mankind in every age and condition of life. They lay the foundations of many an error and many an unhappy practice, both in the affairs of religion and in our civil concernments, as well as in matters of learning. It is necessary for a man who pursues truth to inquire into these springs of error, that as far as possible he may rid himself of old prejudices and watch hourly against new ones. The number of them is so great, and they are so interwoven with each other, as well as with the powers of human nature, that it is sometimes hard to distinguish them apart. Yet for method's sake we shall reduce them to these four general heads, namely, prejudices arising from things, or from words, from ourselves, or from other persons, and after the description of each prejudice, we shall propose one or more ways of curing it. Section 1. Prejudices arising from things. The first sort of prejudices are those which arise from the things themselves about which we judge. But here let it be observed that there is nothing in the nature of things that will necessarily lead us into error, if we do but use our reason aright, and withhold our judgment till there appears sufficient evidence of truth. But since we are so unhappily prone to take advantage of every doubtful appearance and circumstance of things to form a wrong judgment and plunge ourselves into mistake, therefore it is proper to consider that there is in the things themselves what there is in the things themselves that may occasion our errors. 1. The obscurity of some truths and the difficulty of searching them out is one occasion of rash and mistaken judgment. Some truths are difficult because they lie remote from the first principles of knowledge, and want a long chain of argument to come at them. Such are many of the deep things of algebra and geometry, and some of the theorems and problems of most parts of the mathematics. Many things also in natural philosophy are dark and intricate upon this account, because we cannot come at any certain knowledge of them without the labour of many and difficult as well as chargeable experiments. There are other truths which have great darkness upon them, because we have no proper means or mediums to come at the knowledge of them. Though in our age we have found out many of the deep things of nature by the assistance of glasses and other instruments, yet we are not hitherto arrived at any sufficient methods to discover the shapes of those little particles of matter which distinguish the several sapors, odours, and colours of bodies, nor to find what sort of atoms compose liquids or solids, and distinguish wood, minerals, metals, glass, stone, etc. There is a darkness also lies upon the actions of the intellectual or angelical world, their manners of subsistence and agency, the power of spirits to move bodies, and the union of our souls with this animal body of ours are much unknown to us on this account. Now in many of these cases, a great part of mankind is not content to be entirely ignorant, but they rather choose to form rash and hasty judgments, to guess at things without just evidence, to believe something concerning them before they can know them, and thereby they fall into error. This sort of prejudice, as well as most others, is cured by patience and diligence in inquiry and reasoning, and a suspension of judgment, till we have attained some proper mediums of knowledge, and till we see sufficient evidence of the truth. 2. The appearance of things in a disguise is another spring of prejudice or rash judgment. The outside of things which first strikes us is oftentimes different from their inward nature, and we are tempted to judge suddenly according to outward appearances. If a picture is daubed with many bright and glaring colours, the vulgar eye admires it as an excellent piece, whereas the same person judges very contemptuously of some admirable design, sketched out only with a black pencil on a coarse paper, though by the hand of Raphael. So the scholar spies the name of a new book in a public newspaper. He is charmed with the title he purchases. He reads with huge expectations and finds it all trash and impertinence. This is a prejudice derived from the appearance. We are too ready to judge that volume valuable which hath so good a frontispiece. The large heap of encomiums and swelling words of assurance that are bestowed on quack medicines in public advertisements tempt many a reader to judge them infallible, and to use the pills or the plaster with vast hope and frequent disappointment. We are tempted to form our judgment of persons as well as things by these outward appearances. Where there is wealth, equipage, and splendour, we are ready to call that man happy. But we see not the vexing disquietudes of his soul, and when we spy a person in ragged garments, we form a despicable opinion of him too suddenly. We can hardly think him either happy or wise. Our judgment is so strangely biased by outward and sensible things. It was through the power of this prejudice that the Jews rejected our blessed Saviour. They could not suffer themselves to believe that the man who appeared as the son of a carpenter was also the Son of God. And because St. Paul was of little stature, a mean presence, and his voice contemptible, some of the Corinthians were tempted to doubt whether he was inspired or no. This prejudice is cured by a longer acquaintance with the world, and a just observation that things are sometimes better and sometimes worse than they appear to be. We ought therefore to restrain our excessive frowardness to form an opinion of persons or things before we have opportunity to search into them more perfectly. Remember that a grey beard does not make a philosopher. All is not gold that glitters, and a rough diamond may be worth an immense sum. 3. A mixture of different qualities in the same thing is another temptation to judge amiss. We are ready to be carried away by that quality which strikes the first or the strongest impressions upon us, and we judge of the whole object according to that quality, regardless of all the rest. Or sometimes we colour over all the other qualities with that one tincture, whether it be bad or good. When we have just reason to admire a man for his virtues, we are sometimes inclined not only to neglect his weaknesses, but even to put a good colour upon them, and to think them amiable. When we read a book that has many excellent truths in it and divine sentiments, we are tempted to approve not only that whole book, but even all the writings of that author. When a poet, an orator, or a painter has performed admirably in several illustrious pieces, we sometimes also admire his very errors. We mistake his blunders for beauties, and are so ignorantly fond as to copy after them. It is this prejudice that has rendered so many great scholars perfect bigots, and inclined them to defend Homer or Horace, Livy or Cicero in their mistakes, and vindicate all the follies of their favourite author. It is this that tempts some great writers to support the sayings of almost all the ancient fathers of the Church, and admire them even in their very reveries. On the other hand, if an author has professed heretical sentiments in religion, we throw our scorn upon everything he writes. We despise even his critical or mathematical learning, and will hardly allow him common sense. If a poem has some blemishes in it, there is a set of false critics who decry it universally, and will allow no beauties there. This sort of prejudice is relieved by learning to distinguish things well, and not to judge in the lump. There is scarce anything in the world of nature or art, in the world of morality or religion, that is perfectly uniform. There is a mixture of wisdom and folly, vice and virtue, good and evil, both in men and things. We should remember that some persons have great wit and little judgment, others are judicious but not witty. Some are good-humoured without compliment, others have all the formalities of complaisance but no good humour. We ought to know that one man may be vicious and learned, while another has virtue without learning, that many a man thinks admirably well who has a poor utterance, while others have a charming manner of speech, but their thoughts are trifling and impertinent. Some are good neighbours and courteous and charitable towards men, who have no piety towards God. Others are truly religious, but of morose natural tempers. Some excellent sayings are found in very silly books, and some silly thoughts appear in books of value. We should neither praise nor dispraise by wholesale, but separate the good from the evil, and judge of them apart. The accuracy of a good judgment consists much in making distinctions. Yet let it be noted too that in common discourse we usually denominate persons and things according to the major part of their character. He is called a wise man who has but a few follies. He is a good philosopher who knows much of nature, and for the most part reasons well in matters of human science, and that book should be esteemed well written which has more of good sense in it than it has of impertinence. 4. Though a thing be uniform in its own nature, yet the different lights in which it may be placed, and the different views in which it appears to us, will be ready to excite in us mistaken judgments concerning it. Let an erect cone be placed in a horizontal plane at a great distance from the eye, and it appears a plain triangle, but we shall judge that very cone to be nothing but a flat circle if its base be obverted towards us. Set a common round plate a little obliquely before our eyes, afar off, and we shall think it an oval figure, but if the very edge of it be turned towards us, we shall take it for a straight line. So when we view the several folds of a changeable silk, we pronounce this part red and that yellow, because of its different position to the light, though the silk laid smooth in one light appears all of one colour. When we survey the miseries of mankind, and think of the sorrows of millions, both on earth and in hell, the divine government has a terrible aspect, and we may be tempted to think hardly even of God himself. But if we view the profusion of his bounty and grace amongst his creatures on earth, or the happy spirits in heaven, we shall have so exalted an idea of his goodness as to forget his vengeance. Some men dwell entirely upon the promises of his gospel, and think him all mercy. Others, under a melancholy frame, dwell upon his terrors and threatenings, and are overwhelmed with the thought of his severity and vengeance, as though there were no mercy in him. The true method of delivering ourselves from this prejudice is to view a thing on all sides, to compare all the various appearances of the same thing with one another, and let each of them have its full weight in the balance of our judgment, before we fully determine our opinion. It was by this means that the modern astronomers came to find out that the planet Saturn hath a broad flat circle round its globe, which is called its ring, by observing the different appearances as a narrow or a broad oval, or as it sometimes seems to be, a straight line, in the different parts of its 29 years' revolution through the ecliptic. And if we take the same just and religious survey of the great and blessed God in all the discoveries of his vengeance and his mercy, we shall at last conclude him to be both just and good. 5. The casual association of many of our ideas becomes the spring of another prejudice or rash judgment to which we are sometimes exposed. If in our younger years we have taken medicines that have been nauseous, when any medicine whatsoever is afterwards proposed to us under sickness, we immediately judge it nauseous. Our fancy has so closely joined these ideas together that we know not how to separate them. Then the stomach feels the disgust, and perhaps refuses the only drug that can preserve life. So a child who has been let blood joins the ideas of pain and the surgeon together, and he hates the sight of the surgeon because he thinks of his pain. Or, if he has drunk a bitter potion, he conceives a bitter idea of the cup which held it, and will drink nothing out of that cup. It is for the same reason that the bulk of the common people are so superstitiously fond of the Psalms translated by Hopkins and Sternhold, and think them sacred and divine, because they have been now for more than 100 years bound up in the same covers with our Bibles. The best relief against this prejudice of association is to consider whether there be any natural or necessary connection between those ideas which fancy, custom, or chance hath thus joined together. And if nature has not joined them, let our judgment correct the folly of our imagination, and separate these ideas again. Section 2. Prejudices arising from words. Our ideas and words are so linked together that while we judge of things according to words, we are led into several mistakes. These may be distributed under two general heads, namely, such as arise from single words or phrases, or such as arise from words joined in speech and composing a discourse. 1. The most eminent and remarkable errors of the first kind are these 3. 1. When our words are insignificant and have no ideas, as when the mystical divines talk of the prayer of silence, the supernatural and passive night of the soul, the vacuity of powers, the suspension of all thoughts. Or 2, when our words are equivocal and signify 2 or more ideas, as the words law, light, flesh, spirit, righteousness, and many other terms in Scripture. Or 3, when 2 or 3 words are synonymous and signify one idea, as regeneration and new creation in the New Testament, both which mean only a change of the heart from sin to holiness, or as the Elector of Cologne and the Bishop of Cologne are 2 titles of the same man. These kinds of phrases are the occasion of various mistakes, but none so unhappy as those in theology, for both words without ideas, as well as synonymous and equivocal words, have been used and abused by the humours, passions, interests, or by the real ignorance and weakness of men, to beget terrible contests among Christians. But to relieve us under all those dangers, and to remove these sorts of prejudices which arise from single words or phrases, I must remit the reader to Part 1, Chapter 4, where I have treated about words, and to those directions which I have given concerning the definition of names, Part 2, Chapter 4, Section 3. 2. There is another sort of false judgments or mistakes which we are exposed to by words, and that is, when they are joined in speech and compose a discourse, and here we are in danger two ways. The one is when a man writes good sense or speaks much to the purpose, but has not a happy and engaging manner of expression. Perhaps he uses coarse and vulgar words, or old, obsolete, and unfashionable language, or terms and phrases that are foreign, Latinized, scholastic, very uncommon, and hard to be understood. And this is still worse, if his sentences are long and intricate, or the sound of them harsh and grating to the ear. All these indeed are defects in style, and lead some nice and unthinking hearers or readers into an ill opinion of all that such a person speaks or writes. Many an excellent discourse of our forefathers has had abundance of contempt cast upon it by our modern pretenders to sense, for want of their distinguishing between the language and the ideas. On the other hand, when a man of eloquence speaks or writes upon any subject, we are too ready to run into his sentiments, being sweetly and insensibly drawn by the smoothness of his harangue and the pathetic power of his language. Rhetoric will varnish every error, so that it shall appear in the dress of truth, and put such ornaments upon vice as to make it look like virtue. It is an art of wondrous and extensive influence. It often conceals, obscures, or overwhelms the truth, and places sometimes a gross falsehood in a most alluring light. The decency of action, the music of the voice, the harmony of the periods, the beauty of the style, and all the engaging airs of the speaker have often charmed the hearers into error, and persuaded them to approve whatsoever is proposed in so agreeable a manner. A large assembly stands exposed at once to the power of these prejudices, and imbibes them all. So Cicero and Demosthenes made the Romans and the Athenians believe almost whatsoever they pleased. The best defence against both these dangers is to learn the skill, as much as possible, of separating our thoughts and ideas from words and phrases, to judge of the things in their own natures, and in their natural or just relation to one another, abstracted from the use of language, and to maintain a steady and obstinate resolution to hearken to nothing but truth, in whatsoever style or dress it appears. Then we shall hear a sermon of pious and just sentiments with esteem and reverence, though the preacher has but an unpolished style, and many defects in the manner of his delivery. Then we shall neglect and disregard all the flattering insinuations, whereby the orator would make way for his own sentiments to take possession of our souls, if he has not solid and instructive sense equal to his language. Oratory is a happy talent, when it is rightly employed, to excite the passions to the practice of virtue and piety. But to speak properly, this art has nothing to do in the search after truth. End of Section 12. Section 13 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Springs of False Judgment, or the Doctrine of Prejudices, Part 2. Section 3, Prejudices arising from ourselves. Neither words nor things would so often lead us astray from truth if we had not within ourselves such springs of error as these that follow. First, many errors are derived from our weakness of reason and incapacity to judge of things in our infant state. These are called the prejudices of infancy. We frame early mistakes about the common objects which surround us and the common affairs of life. We fancy the nurse is our best friend because children receive from their nurses their food and other conveniencies of life. We judge that books are very unpleasant things because perhaps we have been driven to them by the scourge. We judge also that the sky touches the distant hills because we cannot inform ourselves better in childhood. We believe the stars are not risen till the sun is set because we never see them by day. But some of these errors may seem to be derived from the next spring. The way to cure the prejudices of infancy is to distinguish, as far as we can, which are those opinions which we framed in perfect childhood, to remember that at the time our reason was incapable of forming a right judgment, and to bring these propositions again to be examined at the bar of mature reason. Second, our senses give us many a false information of things and tempt us to judge amiss. This is called the prejudice of sense, as when we suppose the sun and moon to be flat bodies, and to be but a few inches broad because they appear so to the eye. Sense inclines us to judge that air has no weight because we do not feel it press heavy upon us, and we judge also by our senses that cold and heat, sweet and sour, red and blue, etc., are such real properties in the objects themselves, and exactly like those sensations which they excite in us. Note, those mistakes of this sort which all mankind drop and lose in their advancing age are called mere prejudices of infancy, but those which abide with the vulgar part of the world, and generally with all men, till learning and philosophy cure them, more properly attain the name of prejudices of sense. These prejudices are to be removed several ways. 1. By the assistance of one sense we cure the mistakes of another. As when a stick thrust into the water seems crooked, we are prevented from judging it to be really so in itself, for when we take it out of the water, both our sight and our feeling agree and determine it to be straight. 2. The exercise of our reason, and an application to mathematical and philosophical studies, cures many other prejudices of sense, both with relation to the heavenly and earthly bodies. 3. We should remember that our senses have often deceived us in various instances, that they give but a confused and imperfect representation of things in many cases, that they often represent falsely those very objects to which they seem to be suited, such as the shape, motion, size, and situation of gross bodies, if they are but placed at a distance from us, and as for the minute particles of which bodies are composed, our senses cannot distinguish them. 4. We should remember also that one prime and original design of our senses is to inform us what various relations the bodies that are round about us bear to our animal body, and to give us notice what is pleasant and useful, or what is painful and injurious to us, but they are not sufficient of themselves to lead us into a philosophical acquaintance with the inward nature of things. It must be confessed, it is by the assistance of the eye and the ear especially, which are called the senses of discipline, that our minds are furnished with various parts of knowledge, by reading, hearing, and observing things divine and human, yet reason ought always to accomplish the exercise of our senses, whenever we would form a just judgment of things proposed to our inquiry. Here it is proper to observe also, that as the weakness of reason in our infancy, and the dictates of our senses, sometimes in advancing years lead the wiser part of mankind astray from truth, so the meaner part of our species, persons whose genius is very low, whose judgment is also weak, who are ever indulging the dictates of sense and humour, are but children of a larger size. They stand exposed to everlasting mistakes in life, and live and die in the midst of prejudices. 3rd, imagination is another fruitful spring of false judgments. Our imagination is nothing else but the various appearances of our sensible ideas in the brain, where the soul frequently works in uniting, disjoining, multiplying, magnifying, diminishing, and altering the several shapes, colours, sounds, motions, words, and things that have been communicated to us by the outward organs of sense. It is no wonder, therefore, if fancy leads us into many mistakes, for it is but sense at second hand. Whatever is strongly impressed upon the imagination, some persons believe to be true. Some will choose a particular number in a lottery, or lay a large wager on a single chance of a die, and doubt not of success because their fancy feels so powerful an impression, and assures them it will be prosperous. 1,000 pretended prophecies and inspirations, and all the freaks of enthusiasm, have been derived from this spring. Dreams are nothing else but the deceptions of fancy. A delirium is but a short wildness of the imagination, and a settled irregularity of fancy is distraction and madness. One way to gain a victory over this unruly faculty is to set a watch upon it perpetually, and to bridle it in all its extravagancies, never to believe anything merely because fancy dictates it, any more than I would believe a midnight dream, nor to trust fancy any farther than it is attended with severe reason. It is a very useful and entertaining power of human nature in matters of illustration, persuasion, oratory, poesy, wit, conversation, etc. But in the calm inquiry after truth and the final judgment of things, fancy should retire and stand aside, unless it be called in to explain or illustrate a difficult point by a similitude. Another method of deliverance from these prejudices of fancy is to compare the ideas that arise in our imaginations with the real nature of things, as often as we have occasion to judge concerning them, and let calm and sedate reason govern and determine our opinions. Though fancy should show never so great a reluctance, fancy is the inferior faculty, and it ought to obey. Fourth, the various passions or affections of the mind are numerous and endless springs of prejudice. They disguise every object they converse with, and put their own colours upon it, and thus lead the judgment astray from truth. It is love that makes the mother think her own child the fairest, and will sometimes persuade us that a blemish is beauty. Hope and desire make an hour of delay seem as long as 2 or 3 hours. Hope inclines us to think there is nothing too difficult to be attempted. Despair tells us that a brave attempt is mere rashness, and that every difficulty is insurmountable. Fear makes us imagine that a bush shaken with the wind has some savage beast in it, and multiplies the dangers that attend our path. But still there is a more unhappy effect of fear when it keeps millions of souls in slavery to the errors of an established religion. What could persuade the wise men and philosophers of a popish country to believe the gross absurdities of the Roman Church about the fear of torture or death, the galleys or the Inquisition? Sorrow and melancholy tempt us to think our circumstances much more dismal than they are, that we may have some excuse for mourning, and envy represents the condition of our neighbour better than it is, that there may be some pretence for her own vexation and uneasiness. Anger and wrath and revenge and all those hateful passions excite in us far worse ideas of men than they deserve, and persuade us to believe all that is ill of them. A detail of the evil influence of the affections of the mind upon our judgment would make a large volume. The cure of these prejudices is attained by a constant jealousy of ourselves and watchfulness over our passions, that they may never interpose when we are called to pass a judgment of anything, and when our affections are warmly engaged, let us abstain from judging. It would be also of great use to us to form our deliberate judgments of persons and things in the calmest and serenest hours of life, when the passions of nature are all silent and the mind enjoys its most perfect composure. And these judgments, so formed, should be treasured up in the mind, that we might have recourse to them in hours of need. See many more sentiments and directions relating to this subject in my Doctrine of the Passions. Fifth, the fondness we have for self and the relation which other persons and things have to ourselves furnish us with another long list of prejudices. This indeed might be reduced to the passion of self-love, but it is so copious a head that I choose to name it a distinct spring of false judgments. We are generally ready to fancy everything of our own as something peculiarly valuable in it, when indeed there is no other reason but because it is our own. Were we born among the gardens of Italy, the rocks of Switzerland, or the ice and snows of Russia and Sweden, still we should imagine peculiar excellencies in our native land. We conceive a good idea of the town and village where we first breathed, and think the better of a man for being born near us. We entertain the best opinions of the persons of our own party, and easily believe evil reports of persons of a different sect or faction. Our own sex, our kindred, our houses, and our very names seem to have something good and desirable in them. We are ready to mingle all these with ourselves, and cannot bear to have others think meanly of them. So good an opinion have we of our own sentiments and practices, that it is very difficult to believe what a reprover says of our conduct, and we are as ready to assent to all the language of flattery. We set up our own opinions in religion and philosophy as the tests of orthodoxy and truth, and we are prone to judge every practice of other men either a duty or a crime, which we think would be a crime or duty in us, though their circumstances are vastly different from our own. This humour prevails sometimes to such a degree that we would make our own taste and inclination the standard by which to judge of every dish of meat that is set upon the table, every book in a library, every employment, study, and business of life, as well as every recreation. It is from this evil principle of setting up self for a model what other men ought to be, that the anti-Christian spirit of imposition and persecution had its original, though there is no more reason for it than there was for the practice of that tyrant, who, having a bed fit for his own size, was reported to stretch men of low stature upon the rack, till they were drawn out to the length of his bed, and some add also that he cut off the legs of any whom he found too long for it. It is also from a principle near akin to this that we pervert and strain the writings of many venerable authors, and especially the sacred books of Scripture, to make them speak our own sense. Through the influence which our own schemes or hypotheses have upon the mind, we sometimes become so sharp-sighted as to find these schemes in those places of Scripture where the holy writers never thought of them, nor the Holy Spirit intended them. At other times this prejudice brings such a dimness upon the sight that we cannot read anything that opposes our own scheme, though it be written, as with sunbeams, and in the plainest language, and perhaps we are in danger in such a case of winking a little against the light. We ought to bring our minds free, unbiased, and teachable, to learn our religion from the Word of God, but we have generally formed all the lesser as well as the greater points of our religion beforehand, and then we read the prophets and apostles only to pervert them, to confirm our own opinions. Were it not for this influence of self and a bigotry to our own tenets, we could hardly imagine that so many strange, absurd, inconsistent, wicked, mischievous, and bloody principles should pretend to support and defend themselves by the gospel of Christ. Every learned critic has his own hypothesis, and if the common text be not favourable to his opinion, a various lection shall be made authentic. The text must be supposed to be defective or redundant, and the sense of it shall be literal or metaphorical according as it best supports his own scheme. Whole chapters or books shall be added or left out of the sacred canon, or be turned into parables by this influence. Luther knew not well how to reconcile the epistle of St. James to the doctrine of justification by faith alone, and so he could not allow it to be divine. The papists bring all the Apocrypha into their Bible and stamp divinity upon it, for they can fancy purgatory is there, and they find prayers for the dead. But they leave out the second commandment because it forbids the worship of images. Others suppose the Mosaic history of the creation and the fall of man to be oriental ornaments, or a mere allegory, because the literal sense of those 3 chapters of Genesis do not agree with their theories. Even an honest, plain-hearted, and unlearned Christian is ready to find something in every chapter of the Bible to countenance his own private sentiments. But he loves those chapters best which speak his own opinions plainest. This is a prejudice that sticks very close to our natures. The scholar is infested with it daily, and the mechanic is not free. Self has yet a farther and a more pernicious influence upon our understandings, and is an unhappy guide in the search after truth. When our own inclination, or our ease, our honour, or our profit tempts us to the practice of anything of suspected lawfulness, how do we strain our thoughts to find arguments for it, and persuade ourselves it is lawful? We colour over iniquity and sinful compliance with the names of virtue and innocence, or at least of constraint and necessity. All the different and opposite sentiments and practices of mankind are too much influenced by this mean bribery, and give too just occasion for satirical writers to say that self-interest governs all mankind. When the judge had awarded due damages to a person into whose field a neighbour's oxen had broken, it is reported that he reversed his own sentence when he heard that the oxen which had done this mischief were his own. Whether this be a history or a parable, it is still a just representation of the wretched influence of self to corrupt the judgment. One way to amend this prejudice is to thrust self so far out of the question that it may have no manner of influence, whensoever we are called to judge and consider the naked nature, truth, and justice of things. In matters of equity between man and man, our Saviour has taught us an effectual means of guarding against this prejudice, and that is to put my neighbour in the place of myself, and myself in the place of my neighbour, rather than be bribed by this corrupt principle of self-love to do injury to our neighbours. Thence arises that golden rule of dealing with others as we would have others deal with us. In the judgment of truth and falsehood, right and wrong, good and evil, we ought to consider that every man has a self as well as we, and that the tastes, passions, inclinations, and interests of different men are very different and often contrary, and that they dictate contrary things. Unless, therefore, all manner of different and contrary propositions could be true at once, Self can never be a just test or standard of truth and falsehood, good and evil. Sixth, the tempers, humours, and peculiar turns of the mind, whether they be natural or acquired, have a great influence upon our judgment, and become the occasion of many mistakes. Let us survey a few of them. 1. Some persons are of an easy and credulous temper, while others are perpetually discovering a spirit of contradiction. The credulous man is ready to receive everything for truth that has but a shadow of evidence. Every new book that he reads, and every ingenious man with whom he converses, has power enough to draw him into the sentiments of the speaker or writer. He has so much complacence in him, or weakness of soul, that he is ready to resign his own opinion to the first objection which he hears, and to receive any sentiments of another that are asserted with a positive air and much assurance. Thus he is under a kind of necessity, through the indulgence of this credulous humour, either to be often changing his opinions, or to believe inconsistencies. The man of contradiction is of a contrary humour, for he stands ready to oppose everything that is said. He gives a slight attention to the reasons of other men, from an inward scornful presumption that they have no strength in them. When he reads or hears a discourse different from his own sentiments, he does not give himself leave to consider whether that discourse may be true, but employs all his powers immediately to confute it. Your great disputers and your men of controversy are in continual danger of this sort of prejudice. They contend often for victory, and will maintain whatsoever they have asserted, while truth is lost in the noise and tumult of reciprocal contradictions. And it frequently happens that a debate about opinions is turned into a mutual reproach of persons. The prejudice of credulity may in some measure be cured by learning to set a high value on truth, and by taking more pains to attain it, remembering that truth oftentimes lies dark and deep, and requires us to dig for it as hidden treasures, and that falsehood often puts on a fair disguise, and therefore we should not yield up our judgment to every plausible appearance. It is no part of civility or good breeding to part with truth, but to maintain it with decency and candour. A spirit of contradiction is so pedantic and hateful that a man should take much pains with himself to watch against every instance of it. He should learn so much good humour, at least, as never to oppose anything without just and solid reason for it. He should abate some degrees of pride and moroseness, which are never failing ingredients in this sort of temper, and should seek after so much honesty and conscience as never to contend for conquest or triumph, but to review his own reasons, and to read the arguments of his opponents, if possible, with an equal indifferency, and be glad to spy truth and to submit to it, though it appear on the opposite side. 2. There is another pair of prejudices derived from two tempers of mind near akin to those I have just mentioned, and these are the dogmatical and the sceptical humour, that is, always positive or always doubting. By what means soever the dogmatist came by his opinions, whether by his senses or by his fancy, his education or his own reading, yet he believes them all with the same assurance that he does a mathematical truth. He has scarce any mere probabilities that belong to him. Everything with him is certain and infallible. Every punctilio in religion is an article of his faith, and he answers all manner of objections by a sovereign contempt. Persons of this temper are seldom to be convinced of any mistake. A full assurance of their own notions makes all the difficulties on their own side vanish so entirely that they think every point of their belief is written as with sunbeams, and wonder anyone should find a difficulty in it. They are amazed that learned men should make a controversy of what is to them so perspicuous and indubitable. The lowest rank of people, both in learned and in vulgar life, is very subject to this obstinacy. Scepticism is a contrary prejudice. The dogmatist is sure of everything, and the sceptic believes nothing. Perhaps he has found himself often mistaken in matters of which he thought himself well assured in his younger days, and therefore he is afraid to give assent to anything again. He sees so much show of reason for every opinion, and so many objections also arising against every doctrine, that he is ready to throw off the belief of everything. He renounces at once the pursuit of truth, and contents himself to say there is nothing certain. It is well, if through the influence of such a temper he does not cast away his religion as well as his philosophy, and abandon himself to a profane course of life, regardless of hell and heaven. Both these prejudices last mentioned, though they are so opposite to each other, yet they arise from the same spring, and that is impatience of study and want of diligent attention in the search of truth. The dogmatist is in haste to believe something. He cannot keep himself long enough in suspense, till some bright and convincing evidence appear on one side, but throws himself casually into the sentiments of one party or another, and then he will hear no argument to the contrary. The skeptic will not take pains to search things to the bottom, but when he sees difficulties on both sides, resolves to believe neither of them. Humility of soul, patience in study, and diligence in inquiry, with an honest zeal for truth, would go a great way towards the cure of both these follies. 3. Another sort of temper that is very injurious to a right judgment of things is an inconstant, fickle, changeable spirit, and a very uneven temper of mind. When such persons are in one humour, they pass a judgment of things agreeable to it. When their humour changes, they reverse their first judgment, and embrace a new opinion. They have no steadiness of soul. They want firmness of mind sufficient to establish themselves in any truth, and are ready to change it for the next alluring falsehood that is agreeable to their change of humour. This fickleness is sometimes so mingled with their very constitution by nature or by distemper of body, that a cloudy day and a lowering sky shall strongly incline them to form an opinion, both of themselves and of persons and things round about them, quite different from what they believe when the sun shines and the heavens are serene. This sort of people ought to judge of things and persons in their most sedate, peaceful, and composed hours of life, and reserve these judgments for their conduct at more unhappy seasons. 4. Some persons have a violent and turgid manner of talking and thinking. Whatsoever they judge of, it is always with a tincture of this vanity. They are always in extremes, and pronounce concerning everything in the superlative. If they think a man to be learned, he is the chief scholar of the age. If another has low parts, he is the greatest blockhead in nature. If they approve any book on divine subjects, it is the best book in the world, next to the Bible. If they speak of a storm of rain or hail, it is the most terrible storm that fell since the creation, and a cold winter day is the coldest that ever was known. But the men of this swelling language ought to remember that nature has 10,000 moderate things in it, and does not always deal in extremes as they do. 5. I think it may be called another sort of prejudices derived from humour, when some men believe a doctrine merely because it is ancient, and has been long believed. Others are so fond of novelty that nothing prevails upon their assent so much as new thoughts and new notions. Again, there are some who set a high esteem upon everything that is foreign and far-fetched. Therefore china pictures are admired, how awkward soever. Others value things the more for being of our own native growth, invention, or manufacture, and these as much despise foreign things. Some men of letters and theology will not believe a proposition, even concerning a sublime subject, till everything mysterious, deep, and difficult is cut away from it, though the Scripture asserts it never so plainly. Others are so fond of a mystery and things incomprehensible that they would scarce believe the doctrine of the Trinity if it could be explained. They incline to that foolish rant of one of the ancients, credo quia impossibile est, I believe it because it is impossible. To cure these mistakes, remember that neither antique nor novel, foreign nor native, mysterious nor plain, are certain characters either of truth or falsehood. I might mention various other humours of men that excite in them various prejudices, and lead them into rash and mistaken judgments, but these are sufficient for a specimen. 7th, there are several other weaknesses which belong to human nature, whereby we are led into mistakes, and indeed are rendered almost incapable of passing a solid judgment in matters of great depth and difficulty. Some have a native obscurity of perception, or shall I call it a want of natural sagacity, whereby they are hindered from attaining clear and distinct ideas. Their thoughts always seem to have something confused and cloudy in them, and therefore they judge in the dark. Some have a defect in memory, and then they are not capable of comparing their present ideas with a great variety of others, in order to secure themselves from inconsistency in judgment. Others may have a memory large enough, yet they are subject to the same errors from a narrowness of soul, and such a fixation and confinement of thought to a few objects, that they scarce ever take a survey of things wide enough to judge wisely and well, and to secure themselves from all inconsistencies. Though these are natural defects and weaknesses, yet they may in some measure be relieved by labour, diligence, and a due attention to proper rules. But among all the causes of false judgment which are within ourselves, I ought by no means to leave out that universal and original spring of error, which we are informed of by the word of God, and that is the sin and defection of our first parents, whereby all our best natural powers, both of mind and body, are impaired and rendered very much inferior to what they were in a state of innocence. Our understanding is darkened, our memory contracted, our corrupt humours and passions are grown predominant, our reason enfeebled, and various disorders attend our constitution and animal nature, whereby the mind is strangely imposed upon in its judgment of things, nor is there any perfect relief to be expected on earth. There is no hope of ever recovering from these maladies, but by a sincere return to God in the ways of his own appointment, whereby we shall be kept safe from all dangerous and pernicious errors in the matters of religion. And though imperfections and mistakes will hang about us in the present life, as the effects of our original apostasy from God, yet we hope for a full deliverance from them when we arrive at heaven. Section 4. Prejudices arising from other persons. Were it not for the springs of prejudice that are lurking in ourselves, we should not be subject to so many mistakes from the influence of others. But since our nature is so susceptive of errors on all sides, it is fit we should have hints and notices given us how far other persons may have power over us, and become the causes of our false judgments. This might all be cast into one heap, for they are all near akin and mingle with each other, but for distinction's sake, let them be called the prejudices of education, of custom, of authority, and such as arise from the manner of proposal. First, those with whom our education is entrusted may lay the first foundation of many mistakes in our younger years. How many fooleries and errors are instilled into us by our nurses, our fellow children, by servants or unskilful teachers, which are not only maintained through the following parts of life, but sometimes have a very unhappy influence upon us. We are taught that there are goblins and bugbears in the dark. Our young minds are crowded with the terrible ideas of ghosts appearing upon every occasion, or with the pleasanter tales of fairies dancing at midnight. We learn to prophesy betimes, to foretell futurities by good or evil omens, and to presage approaching death in a family by ravens and little worms, which we therefore call a death watch. We are taught to know beforehand, for a 12-month together, which days of the week will be fair or foul, which will be lucky or unlucky, nor is there anything so silly but may be imposed upon our understandings in that early part of life, and these ridiculous stories abide with us too long, and too far influence the weaker part of mankind. We choose our particular sect and party in the civil, the religious, and the learned life by the influence of education. In the colleges of learning, some are for the nominals, and some are for the realists. In the science of metaphysics, because their tutors were devoted to these parties. The old philosophy and the new have gained thousands of partisans the same way, and every religion has its infant votaries who are born, live, and die in the same faith, without examination of any article. The Turks are taught early to believe in Mahomet, the Jews in Moses, the heathens worship a multitude of gods under the force of their education, and it would be well if there were not millions of Christians who have little more to say for their religion than that they were born and bred up in it. The greatest part of the Christian world can hardly give any reason why they believe the Bible to be the Word of God, but because they have always believed it, and they were taught so from their infancy. As Jews and Turks and American heathens believe the most monstrous and incredible stories because they have been trained up amongst them as articles of faith, so the Papists believe their transubstantiation and make no difficulty of assenting to impossibilities, since it is the current doctrine of their catechisms. By the same means, the several sects and parties in Christianity believe all the strained interpretations of Scripture by which they have been taught to support their own tenets. They find nothing difficult in all the absurd glosses and far-fetched censors that are sometimes put upon the words of the sacred writers, because their ears have been always accustomed to these glosses, and therefore they sit so smooth and easy upon their understandings that they know not how to admit the most natural and easy interpretation in opposition to them. In the same manner we are nursed up in many silly and gross mistakes about domestic affairs as well as in matters of political concernment. It is upon the same ground that children are trained up to be Whigs and Tories betimes, and everyone learns the distinguishing terms of his own party, as the Papists learn to say their prayers in Latin without any meaning, reason, or devotion. This sort of prejudice must be cured by calling all the principles of our young years to the bar of more mature reason, that we may judge of the things of nature and political affairs by juster rules of philosophy and observation, and even the matters of religion must be first inquired into by reason and conscience, and when these have led us to believe Scripture to be the Word of God, then that becomes our sovereign guide, and reason and conscience must submit to receive its dictates. Second, the next prejudice which I shall mention is that which arises from the custom or fashion of those amongst whom we live. Suppose we have freed ourselves from the younger prejudices of our education, yet we are in danger of having our mind turned aside from truth by the influence of general custom. Our opinion of meats and drinks, of garments and forms of salutation, are influenced much more by custom than by the eye, the ear, or the taste. Custom prevails even over sense itself, and therefore no wonder if it prevails over reason too. What is it but custom that renders many of the mixtures of food and sauces elegant in Britain, which would be awkward and nauseous to the inhabitants of China, and indeed were nauseous to us when we first tasted them? What but custom would make those salutations polite in Muscovy, which are ridiculous in France or England? We call ourselves indeed the politer nations, but it is we who judge thus of ourselves, and that fancied politeness is sometimes more owing to custom than reason. Why are the forms of our present garment counted beautiful, and those fashions of our ancestors the matter of scoff and contempt, which in their day were all decent and genteel? It is custom that forms our opinion of dress, and reconciles us by degrees to those habits which at first seemed very odd and monstrous. It must be granted, there are some garments and habits which have a natural congruity or incongruity, modesty or immodesty, decency or indecency, gaudery or gravity. Though for the most part there is but little of reason in these affairs, but what little there is of reason or natural decency, custom triumphs over it all. It is almost impossible to persuade a gay lady that anything can be decent which is out of fashion, and it were well if fashion stretched its powers no farther than the business of drapery and the fair sex. The methods of our education are governed by custom. It is custom and not reason that sends every boy to learn the Roman poets and begin a little acquaintance with Greek before he is bound an apprentice to a soap boiler or leather seller. It is custom alone that teaches us Latin by the rules of a Latin grammar, a tedious and absurd method. And what is it but custom that has, for past centuries, confined the brightest geniuses, even of the highest rank in the female world, to the business of the needle only, and secluded them most unmercifully from the pleasures of knowledge and the divine improvements of reason? But we begin to break all these chains, and reason begins to dictate the education of youth. May the growing age be learned and wise. It is by the prejudice arising from our own customs that we judge of all other civil and religious forms and practices. The rites and ceremonies of war and peace in other nations, the forms of weddings and funerals, the several ranks of magistracy, the trades and employments of both sexes, the public and the domestic affairs of life, and almost everything of foreign customs is judged irregular. It is all imagined to be unreasonable or unnatural by those who have no other rule to judge of nature and reason but the customs of their own country, or the little town where they dwell. Custom is called a second nature, but we often mistake it for nature itself. Besides all this, there is a fashion in opinions, there is a fashion in writing and printing, in style and language. In our day it is the vogue of the nation that parliaments may settle the succession of the crown, and that a people can make a king. In the last age this was a doctrine akin to treason. Citations from the Latin poets were an embellishment of style in the last century, and whole pages in that day were covered with them. It is now forbidden by custom and exposed by the name of pedantry, whereas in truth both these are extremes. Sometimes our printed books shall abound in capitals, and sometimes reject them all. Now we deal much in essays, and most unreasonably despise systematic learning, whereas our fathers had a just value for regularity and systems. Then folios and quartos were the fashionable sizes, as volumes in octavo are now. We are ever ready to run into extremes, and yet custom still persuades us that reason and nature are on our side. This business of the fashion has a most powerful influence on our judgments, for it employs those two strong engines of fear and shame to operate upon our understandings with unhappy success. We are ashamed to believe or profess an unfashionable opinion in philosophy, and a cowardly soul dares not so much as indulge a thought contrary to the established or fashionable faith, nor act in opposition to custom, though it be according to the dictates of reason. I confess there is a respect due to mankind which should incline even the wisest of men to follow the innocent customs of their country in the outward practices of civil life, and in some measure to submit to fashion in all indifferent affairs where reason and scripture make no remonstrances against it. But the judgments of the mind ought to be forever free and not biased by the customs and fashions of any age or nation whatsoever. To deliver our understandings from this danger and slavery, we should consider these three things. 1. That the greatest part of the civil customs of any particular nation or age spring from humour rather than reason. Sometimes the humour of the prince prevails, and sometimes the humour of the people. It is either the great or the many who dictate the fashion, and these have not always the highest reason on their side. 2. Consider also that the customs of the same nation in different ages, the customs of different nations in the same age, and the customs of different towns and villages in the same nation are very varied and contrary to each other. The fashionable learning, language, sentiments, and rules of politeness differ greatly in different countries and ages of mankind, but truth and reason are of a more uniform and steady nature, and do not change with the fashion. Upon this account, to cure the prepossessions which arise from custom, it is of excellent use to travel, and see the customs of various countries, and to read the travels of other men, and the history of past ages, that everything may not seem strange and uncouth which is not practiced within the limits of our own parish, or in the narrow space of our own lifetime. 3. Consider yet again how often we ourselves have changed our own opinions concerning the decency, propriety, or congruity of several modes or practices in the world, especially if we have lived to the age of 30 or 40. Custom or fashion, even in all its changes, has been ready to have some degree of ascendancy over our understandings, and what at one time seemed decent appears obsolete and disagreeable afterward when the fashion changes. Let us learn, therefore, to abstract as much as possible from custom and fashion when we would pass a judgment concerning the real value and intrinsic nature of things. 3. The authority of men is the spring of another rank of prejudices. Among these, the authority of our forefathers and ancient authors is most remarkable. We pay deference to the opinions of others merely because they lived 1,000 years before us, and even the trifles and impertinencies that have a mark of antiquity upon them are reverenced for this reason, because they came from the ancients. It is granted that the ancients had many wise and great men among them, and some of their writings, which time hath delivered down to us, are truly valuable, but those writers lived rather in the infant state of the world, and the philosophers, as well as the polite authors of our age, are properly the elders, who have seen the mistakes of the younger ages of mankind and corrected them by observation and experience. Some borrow all their religion from the fathers of the Christian Church, or from their synods or councils, but he that will read Monsieur Daye on the use of the fathers will find many reasons why they are by no means fit to dictate our faith, since we have the gospel of Christ and the writings of the apostles and prophets in our own hands. Some persons believe everything that their kindred, their parents, and their tutors believe. The veneration and the love which they have for their ancestors incline them to swallow down all their opinions at once, without examining what truth or falsehood there is in them. Men take up their principles by inheritance, and defend them as they would their estates, because they are born heirs to them. I freely grant that parents are appointed by God and nature to teach us all the sentiments and practices of our younger years, and happy are those whose parents lead them into the paths of wisdom and truth. I grant farther that when persons come to years of discretion and judge for themselves, they ought to examine the opinions of their parents with the greatest modesty and with an humble deference to their superior character. They ought, in matters perfectly dubious, to give the preference to their parents' advice, and always to pay them the first respect, nor ever depart from their opinions and practice till reason and conscience make it necessary. But, after all, it is possible that parents may be mistaken, and therefore reason and scripture ought to be our final rules of determination in matters that relate to this world and that which is to come. Sometimes a favorite author or a writer of great name drags 1,000 followers after him into his own mistakes, merely by the authority of his name and character. The sentiments of Aristotle were imbibed and maintained by all the schools in Europe for several centuries, and a citation from his writings was thought a sufficient proof of any proposition. The great Descartes had also too many implicit believers in the last age, though he himself in his philosophy disclaims all such influence over the minds of his readers. Calvin and Luther, in the days of Reformation from Popery, were learned and pious men, and there have been a succession of their disciples even to this day who pay too much reverence to the words of their masters. There are others who renounce their authority, but give themselves up in too servile a manner to the opinion and authority of other masters, and follow as bad or worse guides in religion. If only learned and wise and good men had influence on the sentiments of others, it would be at least a more excusable sort of prejudice, and there would be some colour and shadow of reason for it. But that riches, honours, and outward splendour should set up persons for dictators to all the rest of mankind, this is a most shameful invasion of the right of our understandings on the one hand, and as shameful a slavery of the soul on the other. The poor man or the labourer too often believes such a principle in politics or in morality, and judges concerning the rights of the king and the people, just as his wealthy neighbour does. Half the parish follows the opinion of the esquire, and the tenants of the manor fall into the sentiments of their lord, especially if he lives amongst them. How unreasonable, and yet how common is this! As for principles of religion, we frequently find how they are taken up and forsaken, changed and resumed by the influence of princes. In all nations, the priests have much power also in dictating the religion of the people, but the princes dictate to them. And where there is a great pomp and grandeur attending the priesthood in any religion whatsoever, with so much the more reverence and stronger faith do the people believe whatever they teach them. Yet it is too often evident that riches and dominions and high titles in church or state have no manner of pretence to truth and certainty, wisdom and goodness above the rest of mortals, because these superiorities in this world are not always conferred according to merit. I confess, where a man of wisdom and years, of observation and experience, gives us his opinion and advice in matters of the civil or the moral life, reason tells us we should pay a great attention to him, and it is probable he may be in the right. Where in religion there is a due deference to be paid to his sentiments, and the same we may say concerning an ingenious man long versed in any art or science. He may justly expect due reward when he speaks of his own affairs and proper business. But in other things each of these may be ignorant enough, notwithstanding all their piety and years and particular skill. Nor even in their own proper province are they to be believed in everything without reserve and without examination. To free ourselves from these prejudices, it is sufficient to remember that there is no rank nor character among mankind which has any just pretence to sway the judgments of other men by their authority. For there have been persons of the same rank and character who have maintained different and contrary sentiments, but all these can never be true, and therefore the mere name or reputation that any of them possesses is not a sufficient evidence of truth. Shall we believe the ancients in philosophy? But some of the ancients were Stoics, some Peripatetics, some Platonics, and some Epicureans, some Cynics, and some Skeptics. Shall we judge of matters of the Christian faith by the Fathers, or primitive writers, for 300 or 400 years after Christ? But they often contradicted one another, and themselves too, and what is worse, they sometimes contradicted the Scripture itself. Now, among all these different and contrary sentiments in philosophy and religion, which of the ancients must we believe, for we cannot believe them all? Again, to believe in all things, as our predecessors did, is the ready way to keep mankind in an everlasting state of infancy, and to lay an eternal bar against all the improvements of our reason and our happiness. Had the present age of philosophers satisfied themselves with the substantial forms and occult qualities of Aristotle, with the solid spheres, eccentrics, and epicycles of Ptolemy and the ancient astronomers, then the great Lord Bacon, Copernicus, and Descartes, with the greater Sir Isaac Newton, Mr. Locke, and Mr. Boyle, had risen in our world in vain. We must have blundered on still in successive generations among absurdities and thick darkness, and 100 useful inventions for the happiness of human life had never been known. Thus it is in matters of philosophy and science. But, you will say, shall not our own ancestors determine our judgments in matters of civil or religious concernment? If they must, then the child of a heathen must believe that heathenism is truth, the son of a papist must assent to all the absurdities of popery. The posterity of the Jews and Socinians must forever be Socinians and Jews, and a man whose father was of republican principles must make a succession of republicans in his family to the end of the world. If we ought always to believe whatsoever our parents or our priests or our princes believe, the inhabitants of China ought to worship their own idols, and the savages of Africa ought to believe all the nonsense and practice the idolatry of their Negro fathers and kings. The British nation, when it was heathen, could never have become Christian, and when it was a slave to Rome it could never have been reformed. Besides, let us consider that the great God, our common Maker, has never given one man's understanding a legal and rightful sovereignty to determine truths for others, at least after they are past the state of childhood or minority. No single person, how learned and wise and great soever, or whatsoever natural or civil or ecclesiastical relation he may have to us, can claim this dominion over our faith. St. Paul the Apostle in his private capacity would not do it, nor hath an inspired man any such authority until he makes his divine commission appear. Our Saviour himself tells the Jews that if he had not done such wondrous works among them, they had not sinned in disbelieving his doctrines and refusing him for the Messiah. No bishop or presbyter, no synod or council, no church or assembly of men, since the days of inspiration, hath power derived to them from God, to make creeds or articles of faith for us, and impose them upon our understandings. We must all act according to the best of our own light, and the judgment of our own consciences, using the best advantages which Providence hath given us, with an honest and impartial diligence to inquire and search out the truth. For every one of us must give an account of himself to God. To believe as the Church or the Court believes is but a sorry and a dangerous faith. This principle would make more heathens than Christians, and more papists than Protestants, and perhaps lead more souls to hell than to heaven. For our Saviour himself has plainly told us that if the blind will be led by the blind, they must both fall into the ditch. Though there be so much danger of error arising from these three prejudices last mentioned, yet before I dismiss this head, I think it proper to take notice that, as education, custom, and authority are no sure evidences of truth, so neither are they certain marks of falsehood. For reason and scripture may join to dictate the same things which our parents, our nurses, our tutors, our friends, and our country believe and profess. Yet there appears sometimes in our age a pride and petulancy in youth, zealous to cast off the sentiments of their fathers and teachers, on purpose to show that they carry none of the prejudices of education and authority about them. They indulge all manner of licentious opinions and practices, from a vain pretence of asserting their liberty. But, alas, this is but changing one prejudice for another, and sometimes it happens by this means that they make a sacrifice both of truth and virtue to the vile prejudices of their pride and sensuality. Fourth, there is another tribe of prejudices which are near akin to those of authority, and that is, when we receive a doctrine because of the manner in which it is proposed to us by others. I have already mentioned the powerful influence that oratory and fine words have to insinuate a false opinion, and sometimes truth is refused and suffers contempt in the lips of a wise man, for want of the charms of language. But there are several other manners of proposals whereby mistaken sentiments are powerfully conveyed into the mind. Some persons are easily persuaded to believe what another dictates with a positive air, and a great degree of assurance. They feel the overbearing force of a confident dictator, especially if he be of superior rank or character to themselves. Some are quickly convinced of the truth of any doctrine, when he that proposes it puts on all the airs of piety, and makes solemn appeals to heaven, and protestations of the truth of it. The pious mind of a weaker Christian is ready to receive anything that is pronounced with such an awful solemnity. It is a prejudice near akin to this when a humble soul is frighted into any particular sentiments of religion, because a man of great name or character pronounces heresy upon the contrary sentiments, casts the disbeliever out of the church, and forbids him the gates of heaven. Others are allured into particular opinions by gentler practices on the understanding. Not only the soft tempers of mankind, but even hardy and rugged souls are sometimes led away captives to error by the soft airs of address, and the sweet and engaging methods of persuasion and kindness. I grant, where natural or revealed religion plainly dictate to us the infinite and everlasting importance of any sacred doctrine, it cannot be improper to use any of these methods to persuade men to receive and obey the truth, after we have given sufficient reason and argument to convince their understandings. Yet all these methods, considered in themselves, have been often used to convey falsehood into the soul as well as truth, And if we build our faith merely upon these foundations, without regard to the evidence of truth and the strength of argument, our belief is but the effect of prejudice, for neither the positive, the awful or solemn, the terrible or the gentle methods of address carry any certain evidence with them that truth lies on that side. There is another manner of proposing our own opinion, or rather opposing the opinions of others, which demands a mention here, and that is when persons make a jest serve instead of an argument, when they refute what they call error by a turn of wit, and answer every objection against their own sentiments by casting a sneer upon the objector. These scoffers practice with success upon weak and cowardly spirits. Such as have not been well established in religion or morality have been laughed out of the best principles by a confident buffoon. They have yielded up their opinions to a witty banter, and sold their faith and religion for a jest. There is no way to cure these evils in such a degenerate world as we live in, but by learning to distinguish well between the substance of any doctrine and the manner of address, either in proposing, attacking, or defending it, and then by setting a just and severe guard of reason and conscience over all the exercises of our judgment, resolving to yield to nothing but the convincing evidence of truth, religiously obeying the light of reason in matters of pure reason, and the dictates of revelation in things that relate to our faith. Thus we have taken a brief survey of some of the infinite varieties of prejudice that attend mankind on every side in the present state, and the dangers of error or of rash judgment we are perpetually exposed to in this life. This chapter shall conclude with one remark and one piece of advice. The remark is this: the same opinion, whether false or true, may be dictated by many prejudices at the same time, for, as I hinted before, prejudice may happen to dictate truth sometimes as well as error. But where two or more prejudices oppose one another, as it often happens, the stronger prevails and gains the ascent. Yet how seldom does reason interpose with sufficient power to get the ascendant of them all, as it ought to do. The advice follows, namely, since we find such a swarm of prejudices attending us both within and without, since we feel the weakness of our reason, the frailty of our natures, and our insufficiency to guard ourselves from error upon this account, it is not at all unbecoming the character of a logician or a philosopher, together with the advice already given, to direct every person in his search after truth to make his daily addresses to heaven, and implore the God of truth to lead him into all truth, and to ask wisdom of him who giveth liberally to them that ask it, and upbraideth us not with our own follies. Such a devout practice will be an excellent preparative for the best improvement of all the directions and rules proposed in the two following chapters. End of section 13. Section 14 of Logick by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. General directions to assist us in judging aright. Chapter 4. General directions to assist us in judging aright. The chief design of the art of logic is to assist us in forming a true judgment of things. A few proper observations for this end have been dropped occasionally in some of the foregoing chapters, yet it is necessary to mention them again in this place, that we may have a more complete and simultaneous view of the general directions, which are necessary in order to judge aright. A multitude of advices may be framed for this purpose. The chief of them may, for order's sake, be reduced to the following heads. Direction 1. When we consider ourselves as philosophers or searchers after truth, we should examine all our old opinions afresh, and inquire what was the ground of them, and whether our assent were built on just evidence, and then we should cast off all those judgments which were formed heretofore without due examination. A man in pursuit of knowledge should throw off all those prejudices which he had imbibed in times past, and guard against all the springs of error mentioned in the preceding chapter with the utmost watchfulness for time to come. Observe here that this rule of casting away all our former prejudicate opinions and sentiments is not proposed to any of us to be practiced at once, considered as men of business or religion, as friends or neighbours, as fathers or sons, as magistrates, subjects or Christians, but merely as philosophers and searchers after truth. And though it may be well presumed that many of our judgments, both true and false, together with the practices built thereon in the natural, the civil, and the religious life, were formed without sufficient evidence, yet an universal rejection of all these might destroy at once our present sense and practice of duty with regard to God, ourselves, and our fellow creatures. mankind would be hereby thrown into such a state of doubting and indifference that it would be too long ere they recovered any principles of virtue or religion by a train of reasonings. Besides, the common affairs of human life often demand a much speedier determination, and we must many times act upon present probabilities. The bulk of mankind have not time and leisure and advantages sufficient to begin all their knowledge anew, and to build up every single opinion and practice afresh upon the justest grounds of evidence. Yet let it be observed also that so far as any person is capable of forming and correcting his notions, and his rules of conduct in the natural, civil, and religious life, by the strict rules of logic, and so far as he hath time and capacity to review his old opinions, to re-examine all those which are anyways doubtful, and to determine nothing without just evidence, he is likely to become so much the wiser and the happier man, and, if divine grace assist him, so much the better Christian. And though this cannot be done all at once, yet it may be done by prudent steps and degrees, till our whole set of opinions and principles be in time corrected and reformed, or at least established upon juster foundations. Direction 2. Endeavour that all your ideas of those objects concerning which you pass any judgment be clear and distinct, complete, comprehensive, extensive, and orderly, as far as you have occasion to judge concerning them. This is the substance of the last chapter of the first part of Logic. The rules which direct our conceptions must be reviewed, if we would form our judgments aright. But if we will make haste to judge at all adventures, while our ideas are dark and confused and very imperfect, we shall be in danger of running into many mistakes. This is like a person who would pretend to give the sum total of a large account in arithmetic, without surveying all the particulars, or as a painter who professes to draw a fair and distinct landscape in the twilight when he can hardly distinguish a house from a tree. Observe here that this direction does not require us to gain clear, distinct, complete ideas of things in all their parts, powers, and qualities, in an absolute sense, for this belongs to God alone, and is impossible for us to attain. But it is expressed in a relative or limited sense, that is, our ideas should be clear, distinct, and comprehensive, etc., at least so far as we can have occasion at that time to judge concerning them. We may form many true and certain judgments concerning God, angels, animals, men, heaven, hell, etc., by those partial and very imperfect conceptions of them to which we have attained, if we judge no farther concerning them than our conceptions reach. We may have a clear and distinct idea of the existence of many things in nature, and affirm that they do exist, though our ideas of their intimate essences and causes, their relations and manners of action, are very confused and obscure. We may judge well concerning several properties of any being, though other properties are unknown, for perhaps we know not all the properties of any being whatsoever. Sometimes we have clear ideas of the absolute properties of an object, and we may judge of them with certainty, while the relative properties are very obscure and unknown to us. So when we may have a clear and just idea of the area of a parallelogram, without knowing what relation it bears to the area of a triangle or a polygon, I may know the length of a diameter of a circle without knowing what proportion it has to the circumference. There are other things whose external relative properties with respect to each other, or whose relation to us, we know better than their own inward and absolute properties, or their essential distinguishing attributes. We perceive clearly that fire will warm or burn us, and will evaporate water, and that water will allay our thirst, or quench the fire, though we know not the inward distinguishing particles or prime essential properties of fire or water. We may know the King and Lord Chancellor, and affirm many things of them in their legal characters, though we can have but a confused idea of their persons or natural features, if we have never seen their faces. So the Scripture has revealed God himself to us as our Creator, Preserver, Redeemer, and Sanctifier, and as the object of our worship in clearer ideas than it has revealed many other abstruse questions which may be raised about his own divine essence or substance, his immensity or omnipresence. This, therefore, is the general observation in order to guide our judgments, that we should not allow ourselves to form a judgment concerning things farther than our clear and distinct ideas reach, and then we are not in danger of error. But there is one considerable objection against this rule which is necessary to be answered, and there is one just and reasonable exception which is as needful to be mentioned. The objection is this: may we not judge safely concerning some total or complete ideas, when we have a clear perception only of some parts or properties of them? May we not affirm that all that is in God is eternal, or that all his unknown attributes are infinite, though we have so very imperfect an idea of God, eternity, and infinity? And may we not safely judge of particular objects, whose idea is obscure, by a clear idea of the general? May I not affirm that every unknown species of animals has inward springs of motion, because I have a clear idea that these inward springs belong to an animal in general? Answer: all those supposed unknown parts, properties, or species are clearly and distinctly perceived to be connected with, or contained in the known parts, properties, or general ideas, which we suppose to be clear and distinct as far as we judge of them. And as we have no particular idea of those unknown divine attributes, or unknown species of animals, so there is nothing particular affirmed concerning them, beyond what belongs to the general idea of divine attributes or animals, with which I clearly and distinctly perceive them to be connected. It may be illustrated in this manner. Suppose a long chain lies before me, whose nearest links I see are iron rings, and I see them fastened to a post near me, but the most distant links lie beyond the reach of my sight, so that I know not whether they are oval or round, brass or iron. Now I may boldly affirm the whole length of this chain is fastened to the post, for I have a clear idea that the nearest links are thus fastened, and a clear idea that the distant links are connected with the nearest, if I can draw the whole chain by one link. Or thus, if two known ideas, A and B, are evidently joined or agree, and if C, unknown, be included in A, and also D, unknown, be included in B, then I may affirm that C and D are joined and agree, for I have a clear perception of the union of the two known ideas A and B, and also a clear perception of the connection of the unknown ideas with the known. So the clear and distinct ideas must still abide as a general necessary qualification in order to form a right judgment, and indeed it is upon this foot that all ratiocination is built, and the conclusions are thus formed which deduce things unknown from things known. Yet it seems to me that there is one just limitation or exception to this general rule of judgment, as built on clear and distinct ideas, and it is this exception: in matters of mere testimony, whether human or divine, there is not always a necessity of clear and distinct ideas of the things which are believed, though the evidence of propositions which are entirely formed by ourselves depends on the clearness and distinctness of those ideas of which they are composed, and on our own clear perception of their agreement or disagreement. Yet we may justly assent to propositions formed by others, when we have neither a very clear conception in ourselves of the two things contained in the words, nor how they agree or disagree, provided always that we have a clear and sufficient evidence of the credibility of the persons who inform us. Thus, when we read in Scripture the great doctrines of the deity of Christ, of the union of the divine and human natures in him, of the divine agency of the blessed Spirit, that the Son is the brightness of his Father's glory, that all things were created by him and for him, that the Son shall give up his kingdom to the Father, and that God shall be all in all, we may safely believe them, for though our ideas of these objects themselves are not sufficiently clear, distinct, and perfect for our minds to form these judgments or propositions concerning them, yet we have a clear and distinct perception of God's revealing them, or that they are contained in Scripture, and this is sufficient evidence to determine our assent. The same thing holds true in some measure, where credible human testimony assures us of some propositions, while we have no sufficient ideas of the subject and predicate of them to determine our assent. So when an honest and learned mathematician assures a ploughman that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, or that the square of the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the 2 sides, the ploughman, who has but confused ideas of these things, may firmly and safely believe these propositions upon the same ground, because he has evidence of the skill and faithfulness of his informer. Footnote: perhaps some may object against this representation of things, and say that we cannot properly be said to believe a proposition any farther than we ourselves have ideas under the terms. Therefore, if we have no ideas under the terms, we believe nothing but the connection of words or sounds, and if we have but obscure and inadequate ideas under the terms, then we partly believe a connection of things and partly a connection of sounds, but that we cannot properly be said to believe the proposition, for our faith can never go beyond our ideas. Now, to set this matter in a clear light, I suppose that every proposition which is proposed to my assent is a sentence made up of terms which have some ideas under them, known or unknown to me. I confess if I believe there are no ideas at all under the terms and there is nothing meant by them, then indeed, with regard to me, it is the mere joining of sounds. But if, for instance, a ploughman has credible information from an honest and skilful mathematician that an ellipsis is made by the section of a cone, he believes the proposition, or he believes the sentence is true, as it is made up of terms which his informant understands, though the ideas be unknown to him. That is, he believes there are some ideas which his informant has under these words which are really connected. And I think this may justly be called believing the proposition, for it is a belief of something more than the mere joining of sounds. It is a belief of the real connection of some unknown ideas belonging to those sounds, and in this sense a man may be said to believe the truth of a proposition which he doth not understand at all. With more reason still, may we be said to believe a proposition upon credible testimony, if we have some sort of ideas under the terms, though they are but partial or inadequate and obscure, such as divine answers were given by Urim and Thummim. For since it is purely upon testimony, we believe the known parts of the ideas signified by those words to be connected. Upon the same testimony, we may also believe all the unknown parts of the ideas signified by those words to be connected, namely because our informant is knowing and faithful, and in this sense we may justly be said to believe a proposition of Scripture entirely, which we understand but very imperfectly, because God who reveals it is knowing and faithful in perfection. And indeed, unless this representation of the matter be allowed, there are but very few propositions in the world, even in human things, to which we can give an entire assent, or which we may be said either to know or to believe, because there is scarce anything on earth of which we have an adequate and most perfect idea. And it is evident that in divine things there is scarce anything which we could either know or believe without this allowance. For though reason and revelation join to inform me that God is holy, how exceeding inadequate are my ideas of God and of his holiness, yet I may boldly and entirely assent to this whole proposition, since I am sure that every known and unknown idea signified by the term God is connected with the ideas of the term holiness, because reason partly informs me, but especially because the divine testimony which has connected them is certainly credible. I might argue upon this head perhaps more forcibly from the doctrine of God's incomprehensibleness. If I could believe nothing but what we have ideas of, it would be impossible for us to believe that God is incomprehensible, for this implies in it a belief that there are some unknown ideas belonging to the nature of God. Therefore we do both believe and profess that something concerning unknown ideas when we believe and profess that God is incomprehensible. I persuade myself that most of those very persons who object against my representation of things will yet readily confess they believe all the propositions of Scripture, rather than declare they do not believe several of them, though they must acknowledge that several of them are far above their understanding, or that they have scarce any ideas of the true sense of them. And therefore, where propositions derived from credible testimony are made up of dark or inadequate ideas, I think it much more proper to say we believe them than that we do not believe them, lest we cut off a multitude of the propositions of the Bible from our assent of faith. Yet let it be observed here that when we believe a proposition on mere testimony, of which we have no ideas at all, we can only be said to receive a general implicit assent to the truth of that proposition without any particular knowledge of, or explicit assent to the special truth contained in that proposition, and this our implicit assent is of very little use, unless it be to testify our belief of the knowledge and veracity of him that informs us. As our ideas of a proposition are more or less clear and adequate, as well as just and proper, so do we explicitly assent more or less to the particular truth contained in that proposition, and our assent hereby becomes more or less useful for the increase of our knowledge or the direction of our practice. When divine testimony plainly proposes to our faith such a proposition whereof we have but obscure, doubtful, and inadequate ideas, we are bound implicitly to believe the truth of it, as expressed in those terms, in order to show our submission to God who revealed it, as a God of perfect knowledge and veracity. But it is our duty to use all proper methods to obtain a farther and explicit knowledge of the particular truth contained in the proposition, if we would improve by it either in knowledge or virtue. All necessary rules of grammar and criticism should be employed to find out the very ideas that belong to those words, and which were designed by the divine speaker or writer. Though we may believe the truth of a proposition which we do not understand, yet we should endeavor to understand every proposition which we believe to be true. End of footnote. Direction 3. When you have obtained as clear and comprehensive ideas as is needful, both of the subject and predicate of the proposition, then compare those ideas of the subject and predicate together with the utmost attention, and observe how far they agree and wherein they differ, whether the proposition may be affirmed absolutely or relatively, whether in whole or in part, whether universally or particularly, and then under what particular limitations. Turn these ideas about in your mind, and take a view of them on all sides, just as a mason would do to see whether two hewn stones exactly suit each other in every part, and are fit to be joined in erecting a carved or fluted pillar. Compare the whole subject with the whole predicate in their several parts. Take heed in this matter that you neither add to nor diminish the ideas contained in the subject or in the predicate, for such an inadvertence or mistake will expose you to great error in judgment. Direction 4. Search for evidence of truth with diligence and honesty, and be heartily ready to receive evidence, whether for the agreement or disagreement of ideas. Search with diligence, spare no labor in searching for the truth in due proportion to the importance of the proposition. Read the best authors who have written on that subject, consult your wise and learned friends in conversation, and be not unwilling to borrow hints towards your improvement from the meanest person, nor to receive any glimpse of light from the most unlearned. Diligence and humility is the way to thrive in the riches of the understanding, as well as in gold or silver. Search carefully for the evidence of truth, and dig for wisdom as for hid treasure. Search with a steady honesty of soul and a sincere impartiality to find the truth. Watch against every temptation that might bribe your judgment, or warp it aside from truth. Do not indulge yourself to wish any unexamined proposition were true or false. A wish often perverts the judgment, and tempts the mind strangely to believe, upon slight evidence, whatsoever we wish to be true or false. Direction 5. Since the evidence of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas is the ground of our assent to any proposition, or the great criterion of truth, therefore we should suspend our judgment, and neither affirm nor deny till this evidence appear. This direction is different from the second, for though the evidence of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas most times depends on the clearness and distinctness of the ideas themselves, yet it does not always arise thence. Testimony may be a sufficient evidence of the agreement or disagreement of two obscure ideas, as we have seen just before in the exception under the second direction. Therefore, though we are not universally and in all cases bound to suspend our judgment till our ideas of the objects themselves are clear and distinct, yet we must always suspend our judgment and withhold our assent to, or denial of, any proposition till some just evidence appear of its truth or falsehood. It is an impatience of doubt and suspense, a rashness and precipitance of judgment, and hastiness to believe something on one side or the other, that plunges us into many errors. This direction to delay and suspend our assent is more particularly necessary to be observed when such propositions offer themselves to us as are supported by education, authority, custom, inclination, interest, or other powerful prejudices, for our judgment is led away insensibly to believe all that they dictate. And where prejudices and dangers of error are multiplied, we should set the stricter guard upon our assent. Yet remember the caution or limitation here which I gave under the first direction, namely, that this is not to be too strictly applied to matters of daily practice, either in human life or religion, but when we consider ourselves as philosophers or searchers after truth, we should always withhold our assent where there is not just evidence, and as far and as fast as we can, in a due consistence with our daily necessary duties, we should also reform and adjust all our principles and practices, both in religion and the civil life, by these rules. Direction 6. We must judge of every proposition by those proper and peculiar mediums or means whereby the evidence of it is to be obtained, whether it be sense, consciousness, intelligence, reason, or testimony. All our faculties and powers are to be employed in judging of their proper objects. If we judge of sounds, colours, odours, sapours, the smoothness, roughness, softness, or hardness of bodies, it must be done by the use of our senses, but then we must take heed that our senses are well disposed, as shall be shown afterwards. And since our senses, in their various exercises, are in some cases liable to be deceived, and more especially when by our eyes or ears we judge of the figure, quantity, distance, and position of objects that are afar off, we ought to call our reason in to the assistance of our senses, and correct the errors of one sense by the help of another. It is by the powers of sense and reason joined together that we must judge philosophically of the inward nature, the secret properties and powers, the causes and effects, the relations and proportions of 1,000 corporeal objects which surround us on earth or are placed at a distance in the heavens. If a man, on the one hand, confines himself only to sensible experiments and does not exercise reason upon them, he may surprise himself and others with strange appearances and learn to entertain the world with sights and shows, but will never become a philosopher. And on the other hand, if a man imprison himself in his closet, and employ the most exquisite powers of reason to find out the nature of things in the corporeal world without the use of his senses and the practice of experiments, he will frame to himself a scheme of chimeras instead of true philosophy. Hence came the invention of substantial forms and qualities, of materia prima and privation, with all the insignificant names used by the peripatetic writers, and it was for want of more experiments that the great Descartes failed in several parts of his philosophical writings. In the abstracted and speculative parts of the mathematics, which treat of quantity and number, the faculty of reason must be chiefly employed to perceive the relation of various quantities and draw certain and useful conclusions, but it wants the assistance of sense also to be acquainted with lines, angles, and figures, and in practical mathematics our senses have still greater employment. If we would judge of the pure properties and actions of the mind, of the nature of spirits, their various perceptions and powers, we must not inquire of our eyes and our ears, nor the images or shapes laid up in the brain, but we must have recourse to our own consciousness of what passes within our own mind. If we are to pass a judgment upon anything that relates to spirits in a state of union with animal nature, and the mixed properties of sensation, fancy, appetite, passion, pleasure, and pain, which arise thence, we must consult our own sensations and the other powers which we find in ourselves, considered as men, or creatures made up of a mind and an animal, and by just reasonings deduce proper consequences and improve our knowledge in these subjects. If we have occasion to judge concerning matters done in past ages or in distant countries, and where we ourselves cannot be present, the powers of sense and reason, for the most part, are not sufficient to inform us, and we must therefore have recourse to the testimony of others, and this is either divine or human. In matters of mere human prudence, we shall find the greatest advantage by making wise observations on our own conduct and the conduct of others, and a survey of the events attending such conduct. Experience in this case is equal to a natural sagacity, or rather superior. A treasure of observations and experiences collected by wise men is of admirable service here, and perhaps there is nothing in the world of this kind equal to the sacred book of Proverbs, even if we look on it as a mere human writing. In questions of natural religion we must exercise the faculty of reason which God has given us, and since he has been pleased to afford us his word, we should confirm and improve or correct our reasonings on this subject by the divine assistance of the Bible. In matters of revealed religion, that is, Christianity, Judaism, etc., which we could never have known by the light of nature, the Word of God is our only foundation and chief light, though here our reason must be used both to find out the true meaning of God in his Word, and to derive just inferences from what God has written, as well as to judge of the credentials whereby divine testimony is distinguished from mere human testimony, or from imposture. As divine revelation can never contradict right reason, for they are two great lights given us by our Creator for our conduct, so reason ought by no means to assume to itself a power to contradict divine revelation. Though revelation be not contrary to reason, yet there are four classes wherein matters of revelation may be said to rise above, or go beyond our reason. 1. When revelation asserts two things of which we have clear ideas, to be joined, whose connection or agreement is not discoverable by reason, as when Scripture informs us that the dead shall rise, that the earth shall be burnt up, and the man Christ Jesus shall return from heaven. None of these things could ever be found out or proved by reason. 2. When revelation affirms any proposition, while reason has no clear and distinct ideas of the subject or of the predicate, as God created all things by Jesus Christ. By the Urim and Thummim God gave forth divine oracles. The predicate of each of these propositions is to us an obscure idea, for we know not what was the peculiar agency of Jesus Christ when God the Father created the world by him, nor have we any clear and certain conception what the Urim and Thummim were, nor how God gave answers to his people by them. 3. When revelation, in plain and express language, declares some doctrine which our reason at present knows not, with evidence and certainty, how or in what sense to reconcile to some of its own principles, as that the child Jesus is the mighty God, Isaiah 9 verse 6, which proposition carries a seeming opposition to the unity and spirituality of the Godhead, which are principles of reason. 4. When two propositions or doctrines are plainly asserted by divine revelation, which our reason at present knows not how or in what sense, with evidence and certainty, to reconcile with one another, as the Father is the only true God, John 17 verse 3, and yet Christ is over all, God blessed forever, Romans 9 verse 5. Now, divine revelation having declared all these propositions, reason is bound to receive them, because it cannot prove them to be utterly inconsistent or impossible, though the ideas of them may be obscure, though we ourselves see not the rational connection of them, and though we know not certainly how to reconcile them. In these cases, reason must submit to faith. That is, we are bound to believe what God asserts, and wait till he shall clear up that which seems dark and difficult, and till the mysteries of faith shall be farther explained to us, either in this world or in the world to come, and reason itself dictates the submission. Direction 7. It is very useful to have some general principles of truth settled in the mind, whose evidence is great and obvious, that they may be always ready at hand to assist us in judging of the great variety of things which occur. These may be called first notions or fundamental principles, for though many of them are deduced from each other, yet most or all of them may be called principles when compared with 1,000 other judgments which we form under the regulation and influence of these primary propositions. Every art and science, as well as the affairs of civil life and religion, have peculiar principles of this kind belonging to them. There are metaphysical, physical, mathematical, political, economical, medicinal, theological, moral, and prudential principles of judgment. It would be too tedious to give a specimen of them all in this place. Those which are of the most universal use to us, both as men and as Christians, may be found in the following chapter among the rules of judgment about particular objects. Direction 8. Let the degrees of your assent to every proposition bear an exact proportion to the different degrees of evidence. Remember, this is one of the greatest principles of wisdom that man can arrive at in this world, and the best human security against dangerous mistakes in speculation or practice. In the nature of things of which our knowledge is made up, there is infinite variety in their degrees of evidence, and as God hath given our minds a power to suspend their assent till the evidence be plain, so we have a power to receive things which are proposed to us with a stronger or weaker belief in infinite variety of degrees proportionable to their evidence. I believe that the planets are inhabited, and I believe that the earth rolls among them yearly round the sun. But I do not believe both these propositions with an equal firmness of assent, because the arguments for the latter are drawn from mathematical observations, but the arguments for the former are but probable conjectures and moral reasonings. Yet neither do I believe either of these propositions so firmly as I do that the earth is about 24,000 miles round, because the mathematical proof of this is much easier, plainer, and stronger. And yet farther, when I say that the earth was created by the power of God, I have still a more infallible assurance of this than of all the rest, because reason and scripture join to assure me of it. Direction 9. Keep your mind always open to receive truth, and never set limits to your own improvements. Be ready always to hear what may be objected, even against your favorite opinions and those which have had longest possession of your assent. And if there should be any new and uncontrollable evidence brought against these old or beloved sentiments, do not wink your eye fast against the light, but part with anything for the sake of truth. Remember, when you overcome an error, you gain truth. The victory is on your side, and the advantage is all your own. I confess those grand principles of belief and practice which universally influence our conduct both with regard to this life and the life to come should be supposed to be well settled in the first years of our studies, such as the existence and providence of God, the truth of Christianity, the authority of Scripture, the great rules of morality, etc. We should avoid a light, fluttering genius, ever ready to change our foundations, and to be carried about with every wind of doctrine, to guard against which inconvenience we should labor with earnest diligence and fervent prayer that our most fundamental and important points of belief and practice may be established upon just grounds of reason and Scripture when we come to years of discretion, and fit to judge for ourselves in such important points. Yet, since it is possible that the folly or prejudices of younger years may have established persons in some mistaken sentiments, Even in very important matters, we should always hold ourselves ready to receive any new advantage towards the correction or improvement, even of our established principles, as well as opinions of lesser moment. End of section 14. Section 15 of Logic by Isaac Watts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Rules to Direct Us in Judging of Particular Objects, Part 1. Chapter 5, Special Rules to Direct Us in Judging of Particular Objects. It would be endless to run through all those particular rules concerning which we have occasion to pass a judgment at one time or another, things of the most frequent occurrence, of the widest extent, and of the greatest importance are the objects and exercises of sense, of reason and speculation, the matters of morality, religion, and prudence, of human and divine testimony, together with the essays of reasoning upon things past and future. Special rules relating to all these will be the subject of the following sections. Section 1. Principles and rules of judgment concerning the objects of sense. Though our senses are sometimes liable to be deceived, yet when they are rightly disposed and fitly exercised about their proper objects, with the just assistance of reason, they give us sufficient evidence of truth. This may be proved by an argument drawn from the wisdom, goodness, and faithfulness of God our Creator. It was He who gave us our senses, and He would not make us of such a constitution as to be liable to perpetual deception and unavoidable error in using these faculties of sense in the best manner we are capable of, about those very things which are the proper objects of them. This may be proved also by the ill consequences that would follow from the supposition of the contrary. If we could have no certainty of the dictates of our senses, we could never be sure of any of the common affairs and occurrences of life. Men could not transact any of their civil or moral concerns with any certainty or justice, nor indeed could we eat or drink, walk or move with safety. Our senses direct us in all these. Again, the matters of religion depend in some measure upon the certainty of the dictates of sense, for faith comes by hearing, and it is to our senses that God appeals in working miracles to prove His own revelation. Now, if when our eyes and ears and other organs of sense are rightly disposed and exercised about their proper objects, they were always liable to be deceived, there could be no knowledge of the gospel, no proof of divine revelation by visions, voices, or miracles. Our senses will discover things near us and round about us, which are necessary for our present state, with sufficient exactness, and things distant also, so far as they relate to our necessary use of them. Nor is there need of any more accurate rules for the use of our senses in the judgment of all the common affairs of life, or even of miraculous and divine operations, than the vulgar part of mankind are sufficiently acquainted with by nature and by their own daily observations. But if we would express these rules in a more exact manner, how to judge by the dictates of our senses, they should be represented thus. 1. We must take care that the organs of our sense be rightly disposed, and not under the power of any distemper or considerable decay, as for instance that our eyes are not tinctured with the jaundice when we would judge of colours, lest we pronounce them all yellow; that our hands are not burning in a fever, nor benumbed with frost or the palsy when we would judge of the heat or coldness of any object; that our palate be not vitiated by any disease or by some other improper taste, when we would judge of the true taste of any solid or liquid. This direction relates to all our senses, but the following rules chiefly refer to our sight. 2. We must observe whether the object be at a proper distance, for if it be too near or too far off, our eyes will not sufficiently distinguish many things which are properly the objects of sight, and therefore, if possible, we must make nearer approaches to the object, or remove farther from it, till we have obtained that true distance which gives us the clearest perception. 3. We must not employ our sight to take a full survey at once of objects that are too large for it, but we must view them by parts, and then judge of the whole, nor must our senses judge of objects too small, for some things which appear through glasses to be really and distinctly existent are either utterly invisible or greatly confused, when we would judge of them by the naked eye. 4. We must place ourselves in such a position towards the object, or place the object in such a position towards our eye, as may give us the clearest representation of it, for a different position greatly alters the appearance of the shape of bodies, and for this reason we should change the position both of the eye and the object in some cases, that by viewing the object in several appearances we may pass a more complete and certain judgment concerning it. 5. We must consider what the medium is by which objects are represented to our senses, whether it be thinner or thicker, whether it be air or vapor, or water or glass, etc., whether it be duly enlightened or dusky, whether it reflect or refract, or only transmit the appearance of the object, and whether it be tinctured with any particular color, whether it be moving or at rest. 6. We must sometimes use other helps to assist our senses, and if we make use of glasses, we must make all just allowances for the thickness or thinness of them, for the clearness or dullness, for the smoothness or roughness, for the plainness, the convexity or concavity of them, and for the distance at which these glasses are placed from the eye, or from the object, or from one another, if there be 2 or more glasses used, and all this according to the rules of art. The same sort of caution must be used also in mediums which assist the hearing, such as speaking trumpets, hearing trumpets, etc. 7. If the object may be proposed to more senses than one, let us call in the assistance of some other senses to examine it, and this will increase the evidence of what one sense dictates. For example, our ear may assist our eye in judging of the distance of bodies, which are both visible and sonorous, as an exploded cannon or a cloud charged with thunder. Our feeling may assist our sight in judging of the kind, the shape, situation, or distance of bodies that are near at hand, as whether a garment be silk or stuff, etc. So, if I both see, hear, and embrace my friend, I am sure he is present. 8. We should also make several trials at some distant times, and in different circumstances, comparing former experiments with later, and our own observations with those of other persons. It is by such methods as these that modern philosophy has been so greatly improved by the use of sensible experiments. Section 2. Principles and Rules of Judgment in Matters of Reason and Speculation. It is by reason we judge both in matters of speculation and practice. There are peculiar rules which relate to things practical, whether they be matters of religion, morality, or prudence. Yet many things in this section may be applied to practical inquiries and matters of faith, though it chiefly relates to knowledge and speculations of reason. 1. Whatsoever clear ideas we can join together without inconsistency are to be counted possible, because almighty power can make whatsoever we can conceive. 2. From the mere possibility of a thing we cannot infer its actual existence, nor from the non-existence of it can we infer its impossibility. Note, the idea of God seems to claim an exemption from this general rule, for if he be possible, he certainly exists, because the very idea includes eternity, and he cannot begin to be. If he exists not, he is impossible, for the very same reason. 3. Whatsoever is evidently contained in the idea of anything may be affirmed of that thing with certainty. Reason is contained in the idea of a man, and existence is contained in the idea of God, and therefore we may affirm God exists and man is reasonable. 4. It is impossible that the same thing should be and not be at the same time, and in the same respect. Thence it follows that 2 contradictory ideas cannot be joined in the same part of the same subject at the same time and in the same respects, or that 2 contradictory propositions can never be both true. 5. The more we converse with any subject in its various properties, the better knowledge of it we are likely to attain, and by frequent and repeated inquiries and experiments, reasonings and conversations about it, we confirm our true judgments of that thing, and correct our former mistakes. 6. Yet after our utmost inquiries, we can never be assured by reason that we know all the powers and properties of any finite being. 7. If finite beings are not adequately known by us, much less the things infinite. For it is of the nature of a finite mind not to be able to comprehend what is infinite. 8. We may judge and argue very justly and certainly concerning infinities, in some parts of them, or so far as our ideas reach, though the infinity of them hath something incomprehensible in it. And this is built on the general rule following, namely 9, whatsoever is sufficiently clear and evident ought not to be denied, though there are other things belonging to the same subject which cannot be comprehended. I may affirm many things with certainty concerning human souls, their union with bodies, concerning the divisibility of matter and the attributes of God, though many other things relating to them are all darkness to us. 10. If any opinion proposed has either no arguments or equal arguments for and against it, we must remain in perfect suspense about it, till convincing evidence appear on one side. 11. Where present necessity of action does not constrain us to determine, we should not immediately yield up our assent to mere probable arguments, without a due reserve, if we have any reasonable hope of obtaining greater light and evidence on one side or the other. For when the balance of the judgment once resigns its equilibrium or neutrality to a mere probable argument, it is too ready to settle itself on that side, so that the mind will not easily change that judgment, though bright and strong evidence appear afterwards on the other side. 12. Of two opinions, if one has unanswerable difficulties attending it, we must not reject it immediately, till we examine whether the contrary opinion has not difficulties as unanswerable. 13. If each opinion has objections against it which we cannot answer or reconcile, we should rather embrace that which has the least difficulties in it, and which has the best arguments to support it, and let our assent bear proportion to the superior evidence. 14. If any doctrine hath very strong and sufficient light and evidence to command our assent, we should not reject it because there is an objection or two against it, which we are not able to answer. For upon this foot a common Christian would be baffled out of every article of his faith, and must renounce even the dictates of his reason and his senses, and the most learned man, perhaps, would hold but very few of them fast. For some objections which attend the sacred doctrine of the eternity and the omnipresence of God, and the philosophical doctrines of light, atoms, space, motion, etc., are hardly solvable to this day. 15. Where two extremes are proposed, either in matters of speculation or practice, and neither of them has certain and convincing evidence, it is generally safest to take the middle way. Moderation is more likely to come near the truth than doubtful extremes. This is an excellent rule to judge of the characters and value of the greatest part of persons and things. For nature seldom deals in superlatives. It is a good rule also by which to form our judgment in many speculative controversies. A reconciling medium in such cases does often best secure truth as well as peace. 16. When two different propositions have each a very strong and cogent evidence, and do not plainly appear inconsistent, we may believe both of them, though we cannot at present see the way to reconcile them. Reason, as well as our own consciousness, assures us that the will of man is free, and that multitudes of human actions are in that respect contingent. And yet reason and Scripture assure us that God foreknows them all, and this implies a certain fatality. Now, though learned men have not this day hit on any so clear and happy method as is desired to reconcile these propositions, yet since we do not see a plain consistency in them, we justly believe them both, because their evidence is great. 17. Let us not, therefore, too suddenly determine in difficult matters that two things are utterly inconsistent, for there are many propositions which may appear inconsistent at first, and yet afterwards we find their consistency, and the way of reconciling them may be plain and easy, as also there are other propositions which may appear consistent at first, but after due examination we find their inconsistency. 18. For the same reason, we should not call those difficulties utterly insolvable, or those objections unanswerable, which we are not presently able to answer. Time and diligence may give farther light. 19. In short, if we will secure ourselves from error, we should not be too frequent or hasty in asserting the certain consistency or inconsistency, the absolute universality, necessity, or impossibility of things, where there is not the brightest evidence. He is but a young and raw philosopher who, when he sees two particular ideas evidently agree, immediately asserts them to agree universally, to agree necessarily, and that it is impossible it should be otherwise. Or, when he sees evidently that two particular ideas happen to disagree, he presently asserts their constant and natural inconsistency, their utter impossibility of agreement, and calls everything contrary to his opinion absurdity and nonsense. A true philosopher will affirm or deny with much caution and modesty, unless he has thoroughly examined and found the evidence of every part of his assertion exceeding plain. 20. let us have a care of building our assurance of any important point of doctrine upon one single argument, if there are more to be obtained. We should not slight and reject all other arguments which support the same doctrine, lest, if our favourite argument should be refuted and fail us, we should be tempted to abandon that important principle of truth. I think this was a very culpable practice in Descartes and some of his followers, who, when he had found out the argument for the existence of God derived from the idea of a most perfect and self-existent being, he seemed to despise and abandon all other arguments against atheism. 21. If we happen to have our chief arguments for any opinion refuted, we should not immediately give up the opinion itself, for perhaps it may be a truth still, and we may find it to be justly supported by other arguments, which we might once think weaker, or perhaps by new arguments which we knew not before. 22. We ought to esteem that to be sufficient evidence of a proposition, where both the kind and the force of the arguments or proofs are as great as the nature of the thing admits, and as the necessity or exigence of the case requires. So if we have a credible and certain testimony that Christ rose from the dead, it is enough. We are not to expect mathematical or ocular demonstration for it, at least in our day. 23. Though we should seek what proofs may be attained of any proposition, and we should receive any number of arguments which are just and evident for the confirmation of the same truth, yet we must not judge of the truth of any proposition by the number of arguments which are brought to support it, but by the strength and weight of them. A building will stand firmer and longer on 4 large pillars of marble than on 10 of sand, or earth, or timber. 24. Yet where certain evidence is not to be found or expected, a considerable number of probable arguments carry great weight with them, even in matters of speculation. That is a probable hypothesis in philosophy or in theology, which goes farthest towards the solution of many difficult questions arising on any subject. Section 3. Principles and rules of judgment in matters of morality and religion. Here it may be proper in the first place to mention a few definitions of words or terms. By matters of morality and religion, I mean those things which relate to our duty to God, ourselves, or our fellow creatures. Moral good or virtue or holiness is an action or temper conformable to the rule of our duty. Moral evil or vice or sin is an action or temper unconformable to the rule of our duty, or a neglect to fulfill it. Note, the words vice or virtue chiefly imply the relation of our actions to men and this world. Sin and holiness rather imply their relation to God and the other world. Natural good is that which gives us pleasure or satisfaction. Natural evil is that which gives us pain or grief. Happiness consists in the attainment of the highest and most lasting natural good. Misery consists in suffering the highest and most lasting natural evil, that is, in short, heaven or hell. Though this be a just account of perfect happiness and perfect misery, yet wheresoever pain overbalances pleasure, there is a degree of misery, and wheresoever pleasure overbalances pain, there is a degree of happiness. I proceed now to lay down some principles and rules of judgment in matters of morality and religion. 1. The will of our Maker, whether discovered by reason or revelation, carries the highest authority with it, and is therefore the highest rule of duty to intelligent creatures. A conformity or non-conformity to it determines their actions to be morally good or evil. 2. Whatsoever is really an immediate duty towards ourselves or towards our fellow creatures is more remotely a duty to God, and therefore in the practice of it we should have an eye to the will of God as our rule, and to his glory as our end. 3. Our wise and gracious Creator has closely united our duty and our happiness together, and has connected sin or vice and punishment. That is, he has ordained that the highest natural good and evil should have a close connection with moral good and evil, and that both in the nature of things and by his own positive appointment. 4. Conscience should seek all due information in order to determine what is duty and what is sin, because happiness and misery depend upon it. 5. On this account, our inclination to present temporal good and our aversion to present temporal evil must be wisely overbalanced by the consideration of future and eternal good or evil, that is, happiness or misery. And for this reason we should not omit a duty or commit a sin to gain any temporal good or to avoid any temporal evil. 6. Though our natural reason, in a state of innocence, might be sufficient to find out those duties which were necessary for an innocent creature in order to abide in the favour of his Maker, yet in a fallen state our natural reason is by no means sufficient to find out all that is necessary to restore a sinful creature to the divine favour. 7. Therefore God hath condescended, in various ages of mankind, to reveal to sinful men what he requires of them in order to their restoration, and has appointed in his word some peculiar matters of faith and practice in order to their salvation. This is called revealed religion, as the things knowable concerning God and our duty by the light of nature are called natural religion. 8. There are also many parts of morality and natural religion, or many natural duties relating to God, to ourselves and to our neighbours, which would be exceeding difficult and tedious for the bulk of mankind to find out, and determined by natural reason. Therefore it has pleased God, in this sacred book of divine revelation, to express the most necessary duties of this kind in a very plain and easy manner, and make them intelligible to souls of the lowest capacity, or they may be very easily derived thence by the use of reason. 9. As there are some duties much more necessary and more important than others are, so every duty requires our application to understand and practice it in proportion to its necessity and importance. 10. Where two duties seem to stand in opposition to each other, and we cannot practice both, the less must give way to the greater, and the omission of the less is not sinful. So ceremonial laws give way to moral. God will have mercy and not sacrifice. 11. In duties of natural religion we may judge of the different degrees of their necessity and importance by reason, according to their greater or more apparent tendency to the honour of God and the good of men. But in matters of revealed religion it is only divine revelation can certainly inform us what is the most necessary and most important, yet we may be assisted also in that search by the exercises of reason. 12. In actions wherein there may be some scruple about the duty or lawfulness of them, we should choose always the safest side, and abstain as far as we can from the practice of things whose lawfulness we suspect. 13. Points of the greatest importance in human life or in religion are generally the most evident, both in the nature of things and in the word of God, and where points of faith or practice are exceeding difficult to find out, they cannot be exceeding important. This proposition may be proved by the goodness and faithfulness of God, as well as by experience and observation. 14. In some of the outward practices and forms of religion, as well as human affairs, there is frequently a present necessity of speedy action one way or another. In such a case, having surveyed arguments on both sides, as far as our time and circumstances admit, we must guide our practice by those reasons which appear most probable, and seem at that time to overbalance the rest, yet always reserving room to admit farther light and evidence when such occurrences return again. It is a preponderation of circumstantial arguments that must determine our actions in 1,000 occurrences. 15. We may also determine upon probable arguments where the matter is of small consequence, and would not answer the trouble of seeking after certainty. Life and time are more precious than to have a large share of them laid out in scrupulous inquiries, whether smoking tobacco or wearing a periwig be lawful or no. 16. In affairs of greater importance, and which may have a long, lasting, and extensive influence on our future conduct or happiness, we should not take up with probabilities if certainty may be attained. Where there is any doubt on the mind, in such cases we should call in the assistance of all manner of circumstances, reasons, motives, consequences on all sides. We must wait longer, and with earnest request seek human and divine advice, before we fully determine our judgment and our practice, according to the old Roman sentence, quod statuendum est semer, deliberandum est Dio. We should be long in considering what we must determine once for all. End of section 15.